You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
feet right next to me. Come on.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves of blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force of blood in. If you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. We can set the world on fire, fire.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
You're my perfection. See, I need you like the radio. You keep the beat alive. Gotta have you like the stereo. I need you in my life. Hey, you're my obsession. 'Cause baby, you're my melody so sweet. You're my obsession. You're my obsession.
move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We can take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mine on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. What can we ever bounce? What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm?
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. Demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady, yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you burn right through my soul, burning like a wildfire, dying a miser. I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you as they always used to do. When I'm falling for good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. I've been choking on emotions. I've been strangled by my thoughts, 'cause the longer I stay awake, the further I am from you. When I'm falling for good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me instead. Oh, how will you know? You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay.
star tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on.
Didn't you
me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets caught real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, lots of blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't release this in until they feel it for the party. And if you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your...
Welcome back for the English VCT China coverage here on Project Horizon. My name is Sakamas, and besides me there is Alina. And today we're going to present to you one of the matchups in our second group. In Group Omega, Titan Esports Club are facing up against BLG. One of the... how do I put this? More bottom feeder teams fighting against BLG, a team that had a very disappointing year up until now, missing both international events. And yeah, I'm very intrigued how this one is gonna go. It could be a very, very fun matchup looking at both teams right now.
BLG is kind of in a weird state, but to be honest, so is this whole group Omega. I wrote down what in the group Alpha of Stage 1 is going on in group Omega of Stage 2, because it's rock, paper, scissors all over again. Do you want to know what I wrote down?
Yeah,
which
please.
Team has beaten which?
Give me the breakdown.
Okay, so DRG beats BLG, BLG beats All Gamers beat Wolves, Wolves then proceed to beat TEC, TEC beats XLG, and for the longest time it looks like XLG wouldn't beat anyone, but at the end they beat DRG, so we actually go full circle in this group. I cannot tell who's good in this group anymore, I don't know.
It seems like it's the Alabama of VCT China groups, so in general, yeah, nobody is good or everybody is good. That's a big question, but considering that they lost to Wolves, probably nobody is good. That's the big question that we have to answer here, but in the end, it kind of feels, as you already mentioned, like a group where anybody can beat everybody. And for TEC, that's a very important game coming up. If they would have lost their game against XLG last week, they would probably be out of the playoff contention, or at least have a very, very rough path going forward and making playoffs. And on the flip side, BLG, you expect them to make international events. BLG is one of the staple teams in China. One of the teams in China where you expect them to be there alongside EDG, fighting against the best teams in the against the best teams in the world. And them missing both of those events, and yeah, the kickoff was a little bit unlucky with K-Knight going into the hospital right before their last game. But still, like, that's a disappointing year for BLG in general, and in my opinion, they have to work their way up once again. They are 2-1 in the group right now, so if they win today, there is a big possibility that they make playoffs.
Yeah, a team that has been a very big positive surprise is in Group Alpha. Tyloo being 4-0 at the moment is crazy. I think they have only one match left against Nova, and if they win that, they have a flawless group. Who would have expected that? But we are in Group Omega today with BLG fighting against TEC in the beginning, and you already mentioned TEC. Oh, they had a rough start into this stage. They had a rough year thus far. And I feel like for them it is important to finally break through and to secure some bigger victories to make sure that sticking with the team they currently have makes sense.
Yeah, that's a big question for me as well. If you're BLG, you're looking at changes at the end of the year if you're not making playoffs, right? If you're not making another international event, and Champs is the last chance that you have this year, right? There are no more fallbacks, there are no more chances to fight for, and in general, I think that team, if you're BLG, you want to make that happen. You want to be among the best two teams in China, and it's rough for them to not be up there. It's rough for them to not be in the competition against EDG right now, because for the longest time it looked like they are the only team that's able to contest EDG on their big runs, on their dominance in China. Titan Esports Club on the other side, they made one international event in their entire team's history, which was the Esports World Cup last year, where they promptly got beaten by everyone and dropped in 13th to 16th place after losing to Team Heretics in the end. I don't know. For them, it would also be important to get some sort of success going and maybe at least make a deeper run going into this one.
Yeah, the players still the same as in stage 1, so we have Dynamite, Spitfires, Haodong, Coco, and Lucas. And the player I never get tired of highlighting in this roster is Lucas, because I feel like he joined the team in the end of last year at a time where the whole state of Titan Esports Club was a bit rough. And still in this environment, he managed to develop as a player so much. I think his playstyle got so much better, especially in the last maybe 6 months. And I feel like if he can pick up the pace even more, he can make the bigger teams sweat a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And on the other side, as we already mentioned, BLG, they are one. Where does that song come from? That's a little bit
And
wild.
he's singing the names.
He's singing the names.
Yeah,
That's right. Yeah, and in the end, I mean, BLG with YZ, one of the best players in China. You look at that roster and you expect them to at least make an event like Masters, right? But with the rise of other teams in China, for example, All Gamers, Chile, there are new contestants. Like, it feels for me it feels like everyone around BLG just got better. They did not get worse. They stagnated a little bit and everybody else got better, and all of a sudden, you know, they are facing elimination way earlier than they normally does in a China split, especially considering that they won the last split of 2025, where they went to champs as the first seed of China over a team like EDG.
I think that's an important point you're bringing up. BLG is not terrible. I feel like, especially on Summit, they picked Summit against All Gamers. We saw that they bring so many great ideas into a new map, but then they weren't really aware of the fact how well prepared All Gamers was going to be and how eager to fight they were going to be. I feel like All Gamers was so aware of all the angles they could peek without getting into a lot of trouble, and that really messed up with BLG's game plan for the longest time. When they switched sides to defense, that was all gone and that was all good for BLG, but I think they sometimes still struggle with realizing how good other teams got in the meantime.
Yeah, it's for me it's kind of the same, right? You walk into that split, you're going in there with big expectations, but in general it does not feel like you are among the best teams. That's why they made a roster move. That's why they got FT into the team at the beginning of that split and swapped the roles around a little bit. I am not 100% sold on that team yet, right? They went 2-1 up until now in the group stages. They had some better showings and some worse showings. And I think BLG needs to be a little bit more consistent. They need to be a little bit more of the BLG we know from the past. Because they won against All Gamers. They won against one of the better teams in China right now. But they lost in a decisive one against DRG, and I think they're on the flip side, they're good maps if you're BLG. They look great. But your bad maps, they look really terrible. And that's the big difference that we are seeing right now. And I think the Wolves series is the most emblematic of that. You had a very great Summit, 13-9, and a very great Lotus, 13-5, but you lost 13-4 on Split. So, I don't know. BLG, just very inconsistent right now, and that's the main issue that they need to fix.
Yeah, they got so heavily combacked in this series against DRG. That was a bit terrible to watch, not gonna lie. BLG was in such a good position to close out that first map, and then they completely lost footing in the series. I think the change they're bringing in, having FT stepping up as a player from the academy team, is always nice to see, that they developed a player in their own home and bringing him in for the main team. I like that decision, but still I think as a player, even though he was consistent and he definitely showed that it was the right choice to bring him in, I think he just needs a bit more time to really set and adapt to the pace that he's facing in these.
Yeah, for sure. I would totally agree with that sentiment. I think if you're moving up from an academy team, I mean, you grow your players into your own backyard. That's like what the Chinese teams also in League of Legends are doing a lot of the times, that they are all of a sudden pulling out some player from an academy roster. That's absolutely insane for no reason at all. And I think that's cycle of growth with younger Chinese players. That's something you need to look out for. But is FT ready for the big stage? Is he ready to push that team towards the champs qualification? That's a big question mark we are facing right now, because like the main reason is not the main. You want to make a competitive split. The main point here is you need to make champs as a team like BLG.
Oh, and BLG is bringing in FT for the skirmish, so they definitely trust in his aim. You brought up the maps real quick. I feel like those teams have a bit of a similar map pool. I think that BLG is doing TEC a huge favor with perma-burning Sunset, because Sunset has been looking terrible for TEC thus far. And both of these teams really like the summit with a bit of a different approach when we are looking at the comps, but this could be interesting if the map is coming up in this series.
I mean, in general, look, they're both perma-banning one of their worst maps on the other flip side, because Split is also not looking good for BLG, and TEC is perma-banning that map. I think we're gonna have a handshake summit here. It might just be the first pick of that matchup, because both teams are very fine with playing that, and it's gonna be a very slow one, considering that Cypher and Sage are on the side of Titan Esports Club. They're playing a comp that's able to stall out time a lot, and yeah, we're gonna see the summit at the start of this matchup. TEC is pivoting into the split, which is interesting to me. They are all of a sudden banning out Lotus and moving over to that split pick, which for me right now shows that there's a map veto in place that heavily favors TEC, because the split of BLG looked atrocious, and on the other side, TEC is a very good summit team.
Oh, I'm not too sure. I feel like I saw TEC banning Lotus in this stage already. I'm not too sure about the split pick still, because the map has just been very shaky. They have something prepared. They better have something prepared, or this pick is going to be very, very awkward.
Yeah.
And the Summit as the first map, it's just going to be fun to see how these comps work against each other. You already mentioned the double sentinel and the rather slow pace. Then they have the Teho in that, so they are probably leaning into locking a site down in their post plans. Attack is very, very important for the comp they are playing. I feel like many people think with a double sentinel your defense is going to be a lot easier, but especially when you are on the spot, the double sentinel is so much to lock down the area and make the retake harder for your enemy. So this is really where TEC to develop and up their style, because both of these teams, if I'm correct, struggled with their attacking side.
Sage is not a defensive agent. You have to chime into this one. Sage is not a defensive agent in most team comps. Sage is a very, very aggressive agent, especially in those post-plant situations. The wall can be used aggressively as well to get onto sites, and that's the way you typically see Sage in a competitive environment. Sage blocks sites. Yes, Sage slows down your engagement, but Sage is not heavy anchoring a site for a very long time like a Killjoy does or like a Cypher does. That's very, very different roles going into this one. So I feel like Sage wrongfully gets pushed into a very defensive corner by most people, but it's an agent that shines on the attack as well. And I don't know. I am very intrigued on how they're gonna play out the team comp, especially considering BLG with their double duelist comp had a 77% win rate on defensive rounds in their first 2 games on Summit. So, you know, this could also really, really fast go into the pockets of BLG if they improve their split and if TEC does not look good on that map, because we have no data on them playing split.
I think the Summit is definitely gonna tell us a lot about how the series is gonna go. You mentioned BLG having a very nice win rate on their defense, but on their attack, they really struggled to find gaps in their last series they played on Summit. They were in the defender spawn, but still had struggles finding a way onto a site, and you cannot do anything with the space that you are generating when at the end of the day you cannot fit the spike onto a bomb site.
Yeah, you need to find momentum to get onto the side. That's also like the big problem, in my opinion, with the Titan Esports comp, because you have one flash. That's the paranoia from the Omen. You have the Sage Wall. Those are like your two tools to get onto a side. If you're not having a Techo ult or something like this active, but we're talking about rounds that you can repeat, rounds that you can rely on in certain situations, and I think going onto the side, getting onto the side, that might just be the biggest problem that TEC will face in that matchup, considering that, yeah, on the other side there's a team that can push them back like psychopaths.
Absolutely. And at the beginning of the broadcast, we already mentioned YZ for a tiny bit. I feel like when we are talking about BLG, for the longest time we had Neff in the pool of very valuable players, and while he's still very consistent, YZ is really the player that you have to look out for. If he has a great map and he has a good start, he's unstoppable. If he struggles, I feel like BLG has a big issue with finding openings, and that is so important in the current meta that they are heavily reliant on the fact that YZ is online.
I mean, YZ always has been the player for them, right? YZ has always been the person you look at if you need a round, if you need someone to pop off in a certain situation. But the reliance has gotten to a point of dependency, and that's the big problem they are facing right now. FT needs to switch some things up, needs to bring something new into that lineup. If they are not doing that, then yeah, I'm not too hopeful for BLG going into playoffs ever, because they are new contenders on the map. You already talked about Tyloo. Tyloo looks like a team that has to make champs at this point, and Tyloo were always on the brink of making it to an international event. They looked much more competitive than BLG did throughout the entirety of that year. You have XLG, you have DRG, you have EDG, and you have All Gamers. All of those teams basically need to make champs, and the same goes for BLG as well. Everybody in China wants to go to the international event on their home soil, and I think BLG, huge pressure on them right now.
Yeah, funny that you mention it. The VCT Champions this year is going to be in Shanghai, so for all of these teams it's going to be very special to participate in this event. And the teams that haven't been able to step up in the stage thus far really need to step up now, because we are 10 days into groups and slowly you can see patterns. You can see who are the teams that are struggling, who are the teams that are looking good. We have many teams bringing in bigger or smaller changes, and in the beginning it was rough to tell if these changes are going to be favoring them or going to bring them a bit more into like a development stage. And for BLG it's very important that the change is working, because when we are looking at VCT China, the teams that are going good are the teams that are very balanced, that have 5 players that can shoot when it matters, that can play very, very brainy if needed, but also can be aggressive when they realize there is a chance to play that way. So for BLG it's very important to find that balance to make sure they are not out of the conversation when we're looking at champs.
Yeah, and as they're coming onto the stage, I think this matchup will be important for both of them. I mean, you talked about champs, but before you can go to champs as a TEC, for example, on the other side, you need to make playoffs. And same goes for BLG. That group Omega looks so competitive, right? There are so many unexpected turns of events that all of a sudden I can see Titan Esports Club making playoffs over BLG if they win that matchup, because everything is so close. Everybody's beating everybody.
Yeah, we already mentioned the similarities to Alpha and Stage, where we had a whole bunch of teams qualifying for playoffs with a 3-2 record, and one team even qualifying with a 2-3 record, just because the group was so damn close. And the same thing could occur in this group Omega in Stage 2, because it is very, very even when we're looking at the statistics. No one who's playing completely terrible, no one who is very dominant, so there's still a lot of pathing we can walk on until we decide who's the best team in this group.
Yeah, and last time BLG was in a situation like that, they lost out on a tiebreaker, right? They lost the tiebreaker between them, Titan Esports Club, and FunPlus Phoenix, and dropped out of the playoff race just because, you know, the other teams were at the same standing, were better in the head-to-head. And them and FunPlus Phoenix dropping out of the playoffs, even though they had like fairly competitive seasons, yeah, that's not too good for them. That's not something you want to repeat going into this season. That's not something you want to have again on your resume.
Yeah, definitely. You want to be able to be at your best potential state when it matters, and that is so important for the closer we get to this whole playoffs and play-in situation. It's gonna be only a matter of time until we can look at the agents, and there's no Sage in here. There's been a big switch up for the side of TEC.
I mean, that's a whole different identity. All of a sudden, they are playing the Phoenix Neon comp on a map like that. That's wild. I mean, Summit is still a map where you can experiment a lot. I think most teams have not figured out the final style of that map. We are witnessing a lot of double sentinel comps. We're witnessing a lot of double duelist comps. So really, the style of that map has been in question ever since Summit got released. And I think that's something to look out for, because like those Phoenix Neon constellations is something TEC is bringing to the table on 3 different maps right now. Considering Summit is coming there as well. They're playing it on Ascent, they're playing it on Breeze, which is also interesting, playing the Phoenix on Breeze. Something not all teams are bringing to the table. Let's see how this goes. Like, this is interesting.
I think what most teams can agree on when it comes to it is that Omen and Cypher are really nice picks, but other than that, this is completely open, and this new comp looks super exciting.
Yeah, Summit up for debate. 2 double duelist comps coming into this one. TEC and BLG are facing off for another spot in the playoffs. Last time in Split 1, this duel went over to TEC and they secured playoffs in the end. But BLG, they're not trying to have a repetition of this one.
Time to step up, time to show us that BLG has worked on their attacking side. It didn't look all too well against all gamers, but this looks a bit more aggressive. Bit of utility exchange main, so the information there, but not that much of a rotation. They are not sure if BLG is committed onto this B side.
Yeah, but right now they're announcing their presence pretty heavily. That's a deep Cypher tripwire. You're not having one in the main area. You can just re-clear this one with Prowlers. And overall, just more of a kill wire setup that you're playing right now. First duel will probably be on the lurk of K-Knight right now.
Has an idea that there's still some players here, but the duel is happening in mid. Spitfires is getting 3! Oh, how on earth is that bandit working against the double duelist so well?
Where did that come from? K-Knight. Last player standing. Spike nowhere in sight. 3 players just waiting for him to approach that area. And Spitfires will great showing over towards the start. The door in mid was not closed, so the rotation from the attack side not really possible. Another haunt destroyed. K-Knight's position revealed by that. Spitfire wants his 4th kill, which would really charge up his ultimate already. They're just waiting for the peaks. They're just waiting for K-Knight to pick up the spike. 14 seconds left. No time to get over to one of the sides. Especially since Spitfires is moving backwards. Howdong gets that last frag. TEC winning out on pistol.
Yeah, you think that TEC is gonna be in favor because they didn't over-rotate, because they kept their Omen on this A side and had a great gut feeling that the initial B take wasn't gonna happen, and then there's this surprise fight in mid where BLG just doesn't have any control. They start off with 4 players towards B, 1 player towards A, and then head straight into mid without having any information, without having any space, and they get heavily punished for that.
They punched in that rotation. A little bit more of a fast to go into that A side. I mean, you have control over main. Nothing else really. That's a shot by Dynamite through the smoke. Anticipates the player close to the old orb. And it's gonna be a little bit of a slowdown for BLG right now.
You don't want to rush into the Marshall, but the other guns in the hands of the T players don't look too friendly either. Coco moving back just a little bit. No spray yet, but they are
F has a
still
flash.
some smoke.
F has a flash. Can just pop out of there. Still in the smoke. Coco 30 HP. Dynamite gets another kill. Coco only one. Neff finds the gun on the ground, but Spitfires is there for the rotation as well. Neon getting onto the side, close and personal with Neff, but Spitfires charges his ultimate up once more. 2 quick kills for him. That's the second round. The follow-up. Very, very safely played from a Titan esports star. BLG does not really get out of that smoke too friendly. Neff the only one at least fragging a little bit.
That smoke was at a great timing, so they can really catch Coco off guard, and now he is not able to have a gun in this bonus round of TEC. On the other end, BLG has a full buy, and we are charging up the first ultimates. Especially the Phoenix ult is always something you have to keep in mind because it's that quickly charged.
You're basically trying to set up that old cycle over and over again, that you have to run it back. Taking a little bit of space. Ultimate's ready now, and I think TC should use that on retake. If they're giving up that B side, the setup very, very passive, so Howdong just waiting for that execute to happen.
Some space in mid. We saw that against all games. They are great at finding the space in mid, but now they have to get the execute done. With facing the side that Howdong is playing on, it's probably not gonna be that hard, but Howdong still secures 1 frag.
Yeah, and now you have to run it back for the retake. Howdong did everything he could. Like, that's the important frag that you're getting right now. Neff planting the spike, run it back. The important piece to look at right now, combined with Dynamite's explosiveness. They are really not having the best of starts to that map. Being somewhat spotted and the run it back now. Comes onto the side, Spitfires, tries to clear out some corners. Gets a heal in the process as well. One more flash available for him, but decides not to use that. Wants to have that on the second flood. Over onto the side, Dynamite picks up a weapon. All of a sudden he's a Vandal in hand. Number still even YZ. And also FT, they're fragging out Lucas. Last player standing. K9 takes that last frag. It's far from a very safe round for BLG, but they get it over the finish line. 2 weapons survive in the end.
I mean, it looked a bit weird when the Phoenix was coming in, because when you are pulling that run it back, you always want to secure at least space or information if you cannot get the frag. But due to the fact that Spitfires was running through an Omen smoke and a Cypher cage, he couldn't get any information, any vision, anything useful for the retake, and that's why TEC struggles so much to bring it back.
That aggressive play, Coco so far ahead. Back, dodge the stabilizer. And BLG just takes main space. Most important part right now, they immediately try to force over onto that side on a pop flash. Coco waiting with a paranoia, spots the Neon fully blind. Dynamite goes on side, but Neff gets the kill. Spitfire says 2 as well. K-Knight only the back force to secure 1 while his whole team is already on the ground. Neff, last player standing, supported with everything he can. Bike has not been lost, but he has nowhere to go basically. Does not know if someone scaled up mid. Killed through smokes. Everything he can secure right now. Needs to work his way off slowly.
I mean, what started as a 1v3, where you still have to play against Spitfires who have map, is now a 1v2 with a lot of room to work with. Mid is completely open. I mean, yes, there is still a tripwire in the connector towards B, but even if you get that information for the side of T, it is gonna take some time to get that rotation. And when Neff has a bit of time to work with after getting the plant down, you have to clear so many corners towards CT to make sure you're not over-rushing that retake.
I know there's still a Cypher arrow right into Neff. To get that, needs to get that cleared. 7 seconds on another flash. Trailblazer will get some information as well. Neff has 2 flashes to work with. That's actually doable. situation like that, both players scaling up slowly but surely into his face. Nav needs to use his utility. That's the most important part. Nothing just yet. Waits for the tap. Haodong in the cage. There's a lot of time. They're just sticking this one. Half defused already. Nav in that 1v2 and Coco finds the headshot in the end. No flashes has been used. Utility not needed for Nav. Also the round secured a 4 TEC in the end.
Oh, I mean, I would have loved to see how this round could go in a situation where Neff isn't blinking like a Christmas tree for like half an hour because he cannot remove the dart from the Cypher cam. Playing behind those boxes is always a risk because both of your enemies can just swing you from either of the sides. The fact that TCs even try to stick the defuse inside of the cage is showing that they are very confident that Neff has no business in talking, considering that round. Now 3-1 leading for TEC, and they're stacking up just the right side when we're looking at the position. BLG, they're playing this 4-1 a lot, where they leave K-Knight to lurk somewhere and just play very stacked towards the other side. But still, they don't even get towards the choke point. They feel a bit stuck to me.
Working their way up mid a little bit. I think an A split might be on the cards here for them. They want to get into a bit more of a closer range angle, considering that Nav YZ and FT only have pistols, but Dynamite is the player getting first contact. Russia! Immediate headshot! Finds his counterpart. Numbers advantage now firmly in the hands of BLG. They're trying to immediately turn this into a B-rush. Haodong, the only player playing there, needs 1 kill at least. Dodges the Skyflash. That's a nice seize. But YZ on an ultimate. Impact frag. Lucas has 2. Rotated over. Sprays down FT and Nav. Spikes on the ground. Ultimate right behind that. Themselves a little bit more space. Spitfires. Same space for him, and they're just waiting for the plan to happen.
Going down, but Lucas taking a timing. Great kill onto K-Knight, and now the spike on the ground. 30 HP on YZ and 12 seconds to work with. This is going to be very hard.
This is going to be very tough. Both players are coming from Connector. Spots the first, but Spitfires once again the savior of that team. But this round really relied on Lucas. That double kill from both seized players. Such an impact moment for him. Swings around and turns the entire round on its head.
Yeah, and after the double kill, he's even spotting a third player. That information is so important for the round of TEC. I like the decision making of BLG to pivot into the B side after it looked like it could be an A split. But then they weren't quite as aware as they should be of this backside positioning. It feels like they weren't expecting TEC to already rotate over so heavily, but BLG, they cannot fall into this pattern of now slowing down even more because the whole playstyle has looked so slow this far.
Yeah, but the slow playstyle seems to work out in the first track department at least, because YZ, again, an early contact. Gets healed up as well. K-Knight just waiting for the push of Dynamite. That's a numbers advantage that you have to convert into a round if you are BLG right now. An immediate execute over onto the A side. Coco, the only player still staying there, moves backwards. But you need to find something. You need to get at least 1 frag with the first shot. But gets Russia in the end. Knows where K-Knight is. No second frag for him. The push out of the smoke for Haodong. That's something that works out. 2 versus 3. Haodong does 2! An aim switch! Just playing aim left with the hearts of its opponents! A quad kill to secure the round. TEC denies the plant, denies the money for BLG right now. Puts them back into their place, puts them back on an eco.
I heard someone say this is a numbers advantage you have to convert into a round. How did this go so wrong? And the answer is Haodong. The aim on the Guardian is just incredible. But the fact that Russia is just heading into the site without clearing Coco is the first mistake that I get to spot here. I think that BLG is just a bit of too eager in securing the space onto the side, and they completely forget about all of these corners. And if there is one thing on Summit, it is a bunch of corners you have to clear every single round.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like BLG gets the entry kill, and they are immediately like neuron activation rush site.
Yeah.
Like that's how they're playing right now. Very slow gameplay, but an immediate, oh my god, we have to go on site once we spot anybody. And throwing away a 3 versus 5 like this is really a bad sign for that entire series, because that's something you can't really fix on the server, on the spot.
Yeah, so the timeout coming in, not that big of a surprise. You have to win out in these standard situations. We talked about BLG being a team that isn't terrible, but just didn't manage to keep up with the other teams evolving around them. But when we're looking at the state of their attack on Summit, there is a deeper problem to this. The fact that they're just rushing into the site because they think, oh, we have the numbers advantage, this is gonna be fine, shows me that BLG has a bit of struggle in their mid-rounding, and they definitely need to fix that. But you already said it, mid-rounding is a tough thing, so I don't think it's gonna be happening on the spots.
Kinda have to fix the over-eagerness of that team, and I think a lot has to do with BLG still being a little bit scared. They have to win. They have to make jumps. The history of that team, absolute huge footsteps to fill.
Pressure, especially on a young player like FT, but also Rusha is having very big issues in this map this far. He found one frag, that was nice, but other than that, the Neon looks a bit workless at the moment. Now Dynamite trying to find an opening, and while taking a lot of damage himself, he can manage to take K-Knight down.
Considering that, Dynamite immediately moves back, and the neuron activation once again for BLG. YZ on an amazing headshot against Dynamite. It's an immediate ultimate by Russia as well. Site has been cleared because everybody moved back on the side of TEC. Just a pistol in hand for Russia right now. They're dodging the Neon ult perfectly.
No goalable.
And the retake on the back of that Phoenix ultimate, on the back of the run it back. That's something you are looking for. Spitfires gets info. Russia shuts him down. He's blinded at every single step of the way. Coco moves in there as well. Another smoke has been set up, which splits the sides of TEC right now. FD and YZ, those are the kills you're looking for. Those are the kills you need. Lucas in a 1v3. Gets that first one, but needs more. FT in the end. That's the closer on the 50 round. That's actually what BLG needs in such a situation. This time they flipped the script on an opening by TEC.
Especially on the back of the timeout, it is so relieving to see that BLG can make a round out of that, especially with the smaller weapons, especially when we consider that the Neon Ultimate didn't really go anywhere except for the fact that they could secure some space, but then the Sheriffs are just doing wonders for BLG.
Literally zero impact for that Neon Ultimate. Which is crazy in a round like this, but the retake was scrappy by TEC. Not really control side we saw up until now.
Yeah, it seems like they were a bit overcommitted some fights and then forgot about the other fights that could possibly go on, and now they have an economy problem themselves.
Only pistols in their hands. The Neon Ultimate to work with as well. So if Dynamite wants to, he can. He throw that into a round like this. Can I take space mid? That's probably the most important part of the map, to split those rotations up.
Prowler's not spotting him, so he has a bit of room to work with. Could even go into the A-Link area while his team is creeping up at B main, but rotation's already coming in, so Dynamite and Lucas are already on B side when this execute is happening.
That's the start of a disaster, probably. Lucia dodges everything. There's the Neon ult coming into this one as well. Dynamite's just waiting for BLG to push onto the side, but FT gets that entry frag. Neon shut down. K-Knight does the same thing. Two quick kills into the pockets of BLG. They plant the spike very late into the round. They eventually get it planted down. YZ want to make this one flawless. All of TEC should be shut down by the end of it. Slowly creeping closer. Suffolcam does not spot anything, but Coco goes down as well. No more off angles. And probably just exit frags for Spitfires, if we're gonna be honest.
Yeah, he has a bandit, so nothing you should just run into, but also he has 5 enemies in front of him. Finds the first, but cannot convert the second. BLG stabilizes. They get 1 round on the back of the timeout and 1 round on the back of their enemy's economy round, and now we have to see that they can keep up with this pace, because this looked a lot better. They fought very, very cleanly against the side, even though it was stacked, even though the rotation already came in for TEC. This has been looking good. This has been looking a lot better than the first rounds.
Yeah, and talking about BLG, again in their matchups on Summit up until now against All Gamers and Wolves, 41% attack win rate, 77% defensive win rate. That's a CT side team if I've ever seen one. Right? So their attack half is probably not the most important one. If you get like 4 rounds here, you should be very happy with that eventual outcome. And Russia wants to even bring more to the table, wants to make more out of this. Entry on the flex smokes. Huge implications for that TEC lineup. They can't really into the side of control, but Spitfires, if you can just aim them down, a little bit of a difference. Moving closer to the side. Being too explosive to work with. You need Dynamite to go in, but Lucas on the Odin. Cross blood on the retake. Elevated positioning. Gets called out by an AWP. Spitfires. The coverage is there. K-Knight and Main not positioned for the spike. Needs to get both of them, but there's still an Odin in play. Howdog is just defusing this one. Pros don't fake. 6 and 3. TEC secures an even halftime already.
Oh, the biggest problem I can see in this post plan for BLG is the fact that they have 0 useful space. 2 players are just cuddling on side. 1 player is trying to hold the space into a link down. That looked crazy. And then we have a player towards main who can't find any impact because there is no flank in play from TEC, and then you cannot even get vision onto the spike. I think BLG needs to be very careful in the way they're choosing the space they want to hold down in their post plans.
A bit more of a deeper hold. Good for BLG. Spitfire's very passive angle. Does not know that Russia has been crossed. And YZ right behind them, both duelists, but no flashes in hand. It's the most important part. Russia just right swings into Spitfires. Not only does the Phoenix go down, but also the ultimate not in play anymore, and that's one of the big retake tools they have available. Well, in Cyber Ult, you know where both the players are on the A side. Immediate fate ult to disrupt that go. For BLG, the Nightfall splitting them everyone apart. A lot of damage onto them as well. Lucas! Headshot against Russia. Takes the numbers back to even. Coco on the side. Sprayed down. Shut down for the HP onto Lucas. And still, he has to get active. He has to do something to stop that execute, to stop that plan from happening. 1 frag not enough to bring the numbers back to even. K-Knight still a luring threat into their backs. Now moving back to the team.
Again, we see BLG not really securing any space. When you have the numbers advantage, you cannot be too mad about that decision, but still, this is maybe a gap for TEC to find.
And they're just waiting for the peaks. Another smoke renewed. How long? Let's even try to get into the side, because time is running low and you have an AWP that you probably want to get into that next round. Dynamite does not have a shield. Decide to play Glass Cannon Operator at the start of this round, and it's gonna be a safe for TEC. K-Knight's position known. But no exits, just 3 guns surviving for BLG and an AWP into the next round for TEC.
I mean,
2 guns surviving for BLG, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, YZ is just like, okay, I have the money. It doesn't matter. The Nightfall coming in from Lucas was gorgeous. The timing was perfect. I think he spotted so many enemies with that, and then he's just going into that fight like he's unstoppable. Getting so many impact frags, but still TEC struggles to find their way back into the round. Now taking a late timeout in the half to make sure they are securing round number 7 and 8, because you already mentioned BLG is not supposed to find all of the attacking rounds here. It was their defense that made them so dangerous on Summit. TEC is well aware of the fact that they better leave this half 8-4 than 6-6.
I mean, you know, in general, like if you're looking at the 6-6 halftime here, BLG is heavily favored to take that map, as you already mentioned. And I don't know, if I would be TEC, I would be heavily worried right now about the outcome of that attack, because those rounds are getting closer and closer, and all of a sudden, it's not 5-1 anymore, it's 6-4. Like, the momentum completely shifted into the favors of BLG.
Yeah, definitely. But one thing we still have to consider is the comp switch up for team. We have zero ideas on how they are gonna play when they're swapping sides, because the change-up is so big, it switches up the whole identity of the comp and the playstyle you want to go for, dropping the Sage and bringing in the feed. I want to see how TEC is playing the attack, but before we see that, we have 2 more rounds in this half to play.
And is playing on an outlaw, because there are 3 players. I mean, everyone on the right now is one shot by that gun. Also, Dynamite still playing glass cannon operator, Spitfires, and Coco does not have a shield at all. Bit of a rough time for TEC. Trying to crunch mid on this. Spitfires goes down. Dynamite only on a late trade, but the double kill for K-Knight basically pushes that round over to BLG.
I like proactivity in it. I like that they try to get a frag and secure some space there, but it didn't really go their way too much. Dynamite with the operator not really in a position to take a lot of space on his own, but maybe when he gets the information that all of the BLG players are in B main, he finds a timing to secure some more space.
Hence again, a kill wire setup for Howdown. Deeper situation of those wires, but he swings into 3 people because no smoke has been set up into main. Lucas gets 1. Spam by Howdown. Headshot against FT. All of a sudden, numbers are back even. That AWP in a very condensed space right now. Not much to work with for Howdown and Dynamite. Just waiting for another swing, and Dynamite gets nabbed. Spike still not on the ground. Russia has to be fast, has to just push over the Cypher, but does not check the right corner. The round is gone, and Howdown even gets the kill.
I'm at a loss of words. I am at such a loss of words. What is happening? The numbers advantage gone. The swing from Dynamite was insane. The fact that he can secure a frag there with just swinging without a shield and an operator is crazy. And then the only hope of Russia was rushing in there with his overdrive, and he cannot find the frag fast enough. What a round. What a chaos on that B side.
Slowly but surely things are evolving into a little bit more of a chaotic stance. No knowledge about the open. Dynamite whiffs that shot. 3 HP. Gets away, but standing on half of his foot or something like that. This is really the situation you want your round start with.
How glad he would be if there was still a Sage in BLG now deciding that they are heading towards A. Spotted the operator on B. Don't want to go there, but the operator already rotated over. A bit of a stack going on, and still the 2 players of TEC here. The hot hands could deal so much damage if Spit.
Gets it and at least blocks the execute on that spot. K-Knight finds Dynamite, finds the Phoenix ultimate as well. Spitfires has to fight backwards, has to fight into that Cypher. Numbers advantage all of a sudden secured by BLG because K-Knight is pulling some heroics once again.
我知道你们在哪儿。
Hit lurk. Impactful. 50 HP. Onto FT. All of the positions known. Very low. Health bars by FT. Also by Nav an ultimate for the Omen as well. Gather some information if needed. Both TEC players are in CT already. Not positioned for the spike. Nav on 1 HP.
我方还剩
The
一
camp
人。
spots at least one. But it turns into a 1v3 because YZ finds the approaching player. Howdong. Have you got it? Can you do it? What an headshot! He gets it! Howdong again! Again and again and again! Clutch after clutch! Howdong!
Clutch.
I'm getting chills, man. You cannot tell me this man is real. Another clutch and such a close one. The numbers advantage for BLG falling apart, and then YZ connects this important frag, securing a 3v1 for his team, and they cannot bring it over the line. I thought this round was a done deal when Spitfires ulted from that position. The run it back is completely going nowhere, even setting them up for a disadvantage, and then Howdong just decided he doesn't want to lose. The 8-4 secured, and this is so important for Titan Esports Club.
You saw that that's the important moment for them. Howdong is just an absolute monster. I don't know how he does that. He does.
Even the swing out of the smoke, he predicted the enemy to be a bit more to the right, but still has time to get the aim correction in, secure frag number 1, tap the spike, and then it feels like BLG is just over-rushing their decisions in fighting Howdong because they feel like, oh, we have to kill him very, very fast, and then the timing is just completely off.
Are you team very mild or mind-numbingly spicy?
I am team numbingly spicy.
Yeah, same.
Great. I noticed you're shaking hands. No one can see that you are shaking
No.
hands, but we are shaking hands on deciding on numbingly spicy. And Howdong stats are crazy. A 3.75 KDA is insane.
Winning a 1 versus 3 post-plant.
And such a crucial one. I feel like Howdong is one of the players who just don't mind being in a tough situation and who can maybe even thrive a bit more than in a usual setting when he knows it's on him. It's all on his shoulders and he has to make the round work. He's really popping off in these situations.
I mean, for some players, time just slows down in those moments. The very, very impactful Twists interview, who talks about, like, you know, time slowing down for him and stuff like this feeling natural and him being even more into a flow in a situation like that. And same goes, I think, for a lot of the more clutch players in the circuit.
A little triple light, but already broken up because there is just no one inside. The guiding light is not even getting the information. Howdong, so BLG is deciding to rotate over, and YZ is now getting the information that there is someone at A, but not really a lot.
And Rusia somehow finds Spitfires. That important frag, the B side up for the bait. 3 players trying to crash in there, but everybody on BLG is already rotated over. They're welcoming TEC into their domain. The K-Knight gets one more FT. And also again K-Knight. BLG's hold has yet to be broken over that B side. That rotation, that read was absolutely flawless.
Yeah, stunning work, definitely. I feel like this is going to be something we see a lot on Summit in general, that those decisions on the rotations are so important on securing the round, because if you cannot find the timing, it's just going to be very hard. And then you have a player like K-Knight who can anchor like that. The Cypher duel in general on this server is amazing.
Those two fighting for their lives right now. YZ gets aggressive again. Wants to maybe swing out of the smoke. Just use the bot to get himself a little bit more space.
A bit of space, secure TC. Definitely deciding that A is not the go. Leaving Coco there just to hold that space towards main down, but all the other players are shifting towards the Cypher setup yet again. Thrown onto the trap could be potential space to work with. You can hop into the smoke, get one trap down, but then there's still follow-up. They secure the orb for Spitfires, which is just win-maxing in your eco round at this point. 40 seconds, I mean, TEC still has some time to work with, but they're being so loud towards B that BLG is deciding to leave A very, very open.
And I mean, Spitfires has to die, if
剩
we're
余
gonna be
30 秒。
honest, because you want that ult off to get given over to him. Russia, from the same position where Spitfires destroyed the pistol round in that first half. Sudden Russia finds an impact frag. FT gets
爆
two.
能器落在 A 区，
And it's just business as usual. Bigger guns. Fighting against those pistols. Spike on the ground. Right behind enemy lines. Russia gets that last one. Also the Neon ult is charging slowly but surely.
And the ult's coming in slowly but surely. We have a bonus round coming up when we have the first ultimate coming online. Rusha with a nice opening frag. I'm a bit curious why he couldn't secure the second one, because to be honest, TC didn't look ready for that peak happening, but then he gets such a lovely shot onto Coco. Then both controllers struggling to find impact. Well, I have to say that the paranoias from FT have been lovely this far.
Correct, very good utility setup for BLG in those situations. And now we are coming to the impact rounds for TEC. You need to get something going on the attack, right? It's a very different comp for TEC. Their attack needs to be better. 77% win rate on defensive halves for BLG. It's a sentiment, it's a statement. Russia gets spotted out in mid. A little bit of damage. Has to reload his gun. Not too much to do, and the A side slowly but surely gets abandoned. It seems like BLG are reading a B side hit out of this.
I mean, we see a very similar approach to the attack from TEC. From BLG. Very, very slow. Very aware of all the lanes that BLG take. That there could be a push happening. That you never know what's happening. And they're running into Cypher yet again.
And Dynamite on an entry against K-Knight. Now the wires are down. This might be a fast execute, but they're overlooking Nav. Not checking the corner. The headshot of Coco sits. Brings down this guy. No more recharging flashes. Coco, the savior for that team. 2 quick kills into his pocket. FT. Zone coming from CT. Trying to fight anything. Get anything going. Spotted out by Lucas. Spotted out by the Cypher cam. Another paranoia. To get something going. A smoke. To even get him out of this angle. Give him more time to peek. Give him more time to fight. But Spitfires denies.
Spitfire's just one off his run it back. I was just saying Coco's struggling to find impact, and then he basically secures the rounds by finding this double kill. Very, very nice frag onto YZ after getting the first one, and then Spitfire securing the last kill is setting him up for a good position. You can secure both of the orbs in A main and B main quite easily if your enemies are not taking any space, but BLG look like they are interested in taking some space in the B main area.
There at least. Just to get on fighting a little bit more forward. Now shifting over the Cypher to the A side is an interesting call for me.
Yeah, 100%, but BLG, I mean, they were a bit run down on B, and even though they could manage to win out most of the round, I think it's a nice the Siphon to the other side, but TEC has a gut feeling that A might be a dangerous choice to take, shifting over towards tiles, towards B, trying to get some space, but when we are honest, 1 minute left on the clock, the space take from TEC has been minimal.
Basically no map control right now. An explosive go into the side. It's such a high impact round. Such big implications on the rest of the map. Russia opens things up. FT is trying to work right inside of the neon walls. Spitfires has to run it back. Backside control established. Firmly into the hand. Sets up dynamite. But Russia and FT are swinging onto this one as well. And Spitfires in the clutch. Heroics required for TEC once more.
But Spitfires is taking up around. He even
14 seconds.
time is not on. He has to find a frag or put the plant. Both. Very hard to achieve. Spots the gun, but now time
4 seconds.
is an issue. Plant not possible. He needs to find the frag, but K-Knight is out of sight. TEC is losing out on this important round, and BLG is creeping closer. Only 2 rounds between those teams now.
Why is Spitfire so scared? That's the big question. I like the setup that TEC were playing, trying to send Spitfires into the backside to set up dynamite, but they are not aware of Russia approaching them from the other side. Crashing over onto the side, and yeah, no stability in the economy for BLG right now. They also have to scramble to gather a buy. That's another huge swing round.
Absolutely. I mean, Spitfires is setting up a lot of chaos for the execute, and even though he couldn't find the frags, his teammates could on the back of his run it back, but still TEC in those crucial moments a bit scared to make the right decisions. Now trying to play towards A. It's just crucial with the bandit here, and he needs support now.
Dynamite! That's an entry! YZ down! They're trying to pull the Neon ultimate out of this one. Howdown trades there as well, but they have to leave with the Neon. Another good flash. But Nav flashes himself too as well. Lucas, 1v2, has to do something, but FT clutch enough to close it out this time. Russia on the ultimate. Another savior moment for him. Stands right into the seas and prevails against the slaughter that TEC is trying to force onto the side.
I thought this round might be a done deal the minute that Spitfires is getting the opening frag, but then the overdrive is really doing wonders for BLG. A multi-kill found and one that is secured round number 8 for them, and now look at the economy of TEC. The biggest thing they can afford is a stinger in the hands of Lucas.
Possible, really. Yeah, a little bit more of a faster go for TEC on that round. Can't really expect BLG to push out of any main angles if you know that there are just pistols in the hands of your opponent.
But the approach looks the same. The space take very minimal again. I also expected them to play a bit more pacey or maybe aggressive towards mid, trying to secure some space into the link areas, maybe even mid-top. But it doesn't really look like TEC is interested in taking space, faking a bit towards the B side, getting the Cypher utility out of the way. A nice guiding light by Neff, but he's not going for the peak because he has a judge in hand, so the long distance not really something he wants to work on.
Now you have the long distance for YZ, trying to get a fight there. Him and FT just spraying down the pistols. There are no options to fight back into this one. A better pistol, at least, picked up by Lucas. The guiding light also gives over the information about the last player. So all of the info there. FT gets shot through a wall. This one's just business as usual. Once again, for BLG. Stringing together more and more rounds. It's a 9-9. Into another round with big implications for TEC. If you lose out on that, then your economy is crashed once again.
Neff looked really happy securing that round number 9 with a judge, and now TEC is taking a timeout. Better late than never. I expected them to talk a bit, maybe sooner, maybe in the round before, or even before. for that because BLG was obviously creeping closer, and now the scoreboard is set at 9-9. That's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the TEC players, knowing how well BLG plays on this defensive half. And I think TEC, they need a big switch up. They need to cut down the defaulting just a little bit because their whole play style right now is reliant on the fact that BLG is giving them entry duels and they're just not providing that. They are playing super defensive. They are not taking too much space either. Most of the rotations coming in from the defender spawn, and so TEC is left with their own attacker spawn space. No time to work with and no openings found.
That needs to be changed. Especially considering I don't think that BLG is doing something outstanding, something really goes over the normal playbooks here, right? They're just strengthening their defensive holds and having good reads on everything that TEC is doing.
They have so many ultimates online and it's another default coming in. Another very slow setup for the round. Spitfire is taking a bit of space in mid, has his duelist by his side, and the spike in the hands of also committing towards that mid space. A tripwire spotted in A link, so space take maybe towards B, but that would be the stacked side of BLG.
I mean, they can just try to take a little bit more space over towards the middle area and force that B split with an Omen ult, because you know you can have Coco on the other side of the map to secure your information once you have the ult online. Guiding Light has been spotted, which means that the Sky is there. Spitfire's only trades himself out, but K-Knight down, which opens more things up on the B side. No more Cypher tripwires. Good method to close this one out, and the Cypher is dead. Still the cam destroyed. How long? Who has his ultimate up again? Now it's TEC running into the second side. YZ wants to get out of there, but gets caught up in the pace. Dynamite on an ultimate. 2 kills for him. Shuts down that third one as well. The Fate plus Neon ultimate constellation just shuts down BLG. The setup for TEC perfectly showcases where they wanted to go. BLG was not ready for the explosiveness of that play.
Oh, I enjoyed the explosiveness quite a lot. The timing on the Nightfall plus Overdrive was amazing. We saw YZ having this idea of, oh, I can't really fight that, I have to get out of here, and then he's just being caught off guard while having a satchel in his hand, and then Dynamite just decides to keep it going, to keep finding more and more frags. He even found one into the defender spawn. We see that one blue cross very deep in def spawn. I think that's the aggressiveness that we need to see, especially from players like Spitfires and Dynamite. That is a triple kill from Neff. I wish I didn't see that. I wish I had my eyes closed for just a second, but I witnessed that and I feel terrible. What I wanted to say is that the aggressiveness is very nice, and talking about this duel of Spitfires and Dynamite, we also have to talk about this very important opening frag that Spitfires is securing, because K-Knight down seems to give TEC a lot more feeling of being secure when entering a site.
Yeah. You need to find the Cypher and the general position of the setups, because K-Knight always plays very deep Cypher setups. There are no main wires for him right now. If you look at the setups he's playing, it's basically all anti-neon. Lucas gets caught up in the stun there, and the spike is on the ground. All of a sudden, BLG has spike control in the B main area because they are not aware of a potential push from that neon. Russia shuts down Lucas. Awareness by TEC. And BLG tries to get another push. YZ gets at 1v1 as well. Coco down. No more flag smokes. That round basically lost for TEC.
I mean, the spike down so early is never a good indicator. The fact that BLG is not even trying to hold that space down, but just playing the numbers advantage shows that they feel a bit more secure on this defensive side. One thing I still have to mention is Spitfire still being one of his ultimates. Getting the orb in B main could still be a potential win condition for TEC in this round, but it looks very, very hard, especially since and there are no gaps to be found. I like the setup from BLG. We haven't seen them take a lot of space, and now they're changing the pace and the time is running down. So for TEC, it's going to be a safe round. They want to keep those 3 rifles, especially after Neff was able to take 3 guns out of their hands at the end of the last round.
And by that, it's 10 and 10. Another equalizer for TEC. The Cypher, the biggest problem right now. Still in the game for TEC. The deep Cypher setups, something that just stops them onto their executes. They need to play a little bit slower compared to what they would normally do, probably. And that opens up a lot more space for BLG to play around.
And it's a nice adaptation from K-Knight because we saw him play some deeper trips in the beginning of the half, and he very, very quickly noticed that the impact he's getting from the deeper traps is just a lot bigger. Now we have one last full buy in the hands of TEC, but with full buy I mean there's a stinger in the hands of Coco. So not really that much of a full buy, and a round you definitely have to win when up. Again, no space take from them, but on the end of BLG, it's YZ who just creeped down mid. Finds the Cypher completely off guard and even secures a second into Coco. That's a devastating start for TEC.
Yeah, that's a neckbreaker. YZ on a double kill. How down and Coco shut down. Which means, yeah, no flex smokes, no options to get into the site, considering that still that Cypher lurking around. K-Knight holding sides, 3 players blinded, and a mid push for TEC still gonna be set up. Still wanna make that happen. Still wanna get a win of that round. No saves. Just aggression. Lucas, deep angle, but now the spike is down in enemy territory. YZ on the live round. 3 kills for him. And no more hope for TEC to secure round number 11 up here.
Especially with the timer ticking down and the spike on the ground in top mid. I mean, Spitfires maybe can find a frag if he moves towards mid a bit more, but he decides to take another round, and now it's Dynamite. We find at least 1 recon bolt as a follow-up and a second one secured, so the damage is done, but the round goes over to BLG, and at this point TEC is just getting heavily punished for the fact that they show 0 interest in taking mid-space in the beginning of the round. They're always so cramped up in the B main and A main area. We've seen maybe 1 or 2 rounds in this half where they were taking space in mid and trying to fight into the link areas, and BLG is just making fun out of that by sending YZ on the way alone, completely alone, no utility in hand to find those double kills.
Enough on another opening. And Lucas somehow a little bit too far forward. What TEC is playing at times right now. Oh. Cypher trip denies it.
But that's a trip you can deal with when you are TEC. The deep traps on side have been their bigger issue, and right now there is a deep trap that is only been guarded by Neff. He still has some utility in hand, no question. But K-Knight needs to move over quickly to help him when this execute is happening.
There's no chance for a surprise here. K-Knight spots the head of Spitfires. Immediate entry. Haodong wants to get onto the side slowly but surely, but Spitfires down. There are no more surprises, no more splits. The trade's all you can get. Coco, that's a great swing. But K-Knight out of the smoke, out of the cage. Right into enemy territory, shutting down hopes and dreams for TEC. Match point on Summit. One more to go for BLG. Get onto match point going in split.
That was so well moved by Dynamite to secure that one frag, but one frag that you can secure is nothing against 3 frags that K-Knight can secure. Another match point in the hands of BLG on Summit again after another great defensive half. That really needs to be studied. I mean, what BLG is doing on Summit's defense is just on another level.
That's what I want to see from them, right? BLG showing that their defensive side, prime piece, prime accomplishment, what they're trying to do, especially considering they're playing against the Neon. K-Knight is doing God's work here. And Russia has him covered right now. Phoenix ultimate drop. Russia's position spotted, but he gets up onto the box. Another frag. Has a shorty in hand, but tries to get out of there a bit too fast. Coco and Spitfire is shooting back. There is hope for TEC. Building up slowly but surely. Neff. It's covered by YZ. Those are the impact frags. FT onto the side. Bike has been shut down. The angle. Trying to go from. Creep closer, slowly but surely. Angle spammed. Kiss and Coco. What can you do? Against the spike. Lucas only gets one. Coco! 16 HP at a dream, but Neff shuts that down. A defensive comeback. If I've ever seen one from BLG. 8-2. The standing on the defensive side for them. No chances for TEC. Besides the follow-up on the bonus. And one more round. That's all you can get against the BLG lineup that strong.
And the 16 HP and the Dream Clutch is turning into a nightmare for Coco really quickly there. The fact that Russia is getting so much impact from that position feels a bit illegal. Even trying to get another frag with the shorty just shows me how confident he is in fighting in those closer fights in these situations that can tend to be a bit more chaotic, where we see some of the match highlights. And I feel like a player we still have to keep in mind here is definitely Howdong. He secured so many rounds for TEC, and I think this map could have been a lot less close if he wasn't able to step up in those situations.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, in general, I want to highlight K-Knight once more. We did that for the entirety of that map, but the Cypher setups are so smart. Dealing with that Neon, dealing with that aggression. No, none of those information surely tripwires in main. Yeah, I mean valid reaction.
Extremely valid, nearly falling off of his dare. I mean, it's always nice to see your teammates getting the clutch, getting the multi-kill, and we've seen a lot of those, to be honest.
Yeah.
Most of the rounds have been very, very close and heavily reliant on the fact that one player is popping off.
And also, I gotta say, TEC won those attack rounds, won those defensive rounds a lot of times on the back of clutches, on the back of 1v3s, on the back of 1v4s, and yeah, that's something new. But we're going to team comms, seeing how BLG are communicating in that.
没有 A 大没有 A 大 B 大 B 大 B 大我反雷进不来我死了，咱们全部在 B 全部在，你们是守好开大了可以收后点，可以守后点，拍屁股好吧，往这跟我拉，3、2、1走，右边来了，多一个右边多一个往这大的太大的，我可以给你白要吗？等他开始啊，我在加右边，你加右边加右边入上，我给你晃，对。 他下面我先打，他在包点，我看到他手。没时间了，打脚，你去打入场，去打。没事。OK， 你赢了。nice， 我打波了，浩总。
One hell share.
What's going on in that matchup? BLG wants to win those rounds. And in the end, YZ MVP on that map.
I feel like he didn't have one of these top of maps where he's all over the place securing multi-kills every round, but he was very consistent in getting those frags in and ended up on the scoreboard. But it was a very close fight. I feel like YZ and K-Knight were always just shifting around positions on this top of the scoreboard for BLG, and that the race can secure the MVP here was a very close fight.
I mean, those two are like the core pieces, the centerpieces of that BLG lineup. And yet 13 and 10 does not look, you know, that dominant of a map for BLG. But in my opinion, again, a lot of the successes that TEC had on their first half depended on clutches by Haodong, depended on clutches by Lucas. And you can't really rely on those players popping off in every single round, especially on your attack half, where you need to be a lot more worried for setups, for aggressive side goes and stuff like this. So yeah, a little bit of a different outlook on those two sides. 16 first bloods for BLG is also a sentiment.
Definitely. I think the fact that both teams played so slow and defensive on either of the halves at some point led to the fact that BLG started to push in to find an opening, and most of the times they were very successful. Another thing that definitely mattered for them was the fact that Ruther was coming online after having a terrible start to the map. He was at the very top of the scoreboard in the end. I feel like it was like K-Knight with 20, YZ with 19, and then Rusha with 18 frags. That's very, very intimidating when you see that on your enemy side.
Yeah, everyone can shoot back on the side of BLG, but the big question mark for me comes up now, because Split against Wolves looked like a catastrophe. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it in that regard, because yeah, I don't know, 13 and 4. K-Knight, the only player, went positive, who went positive on that map. Russia is at the end of that map 3 and 17. That was not the best showing for BLG, and they need to get some improvements going into that matchup. They need to get some improvements going against TEC. Otherwise, we're gonna see a third map here for sure. But Split is gonna come up next. Currently, BLG on the map point, and let's see if they can secure that series in 2-0. Welcome back to the English coverage here on Project Horizon. My name is Akmas. Next to me there's Alina once again. And yeah, we saw a map of Valorant between TEC and the BLG as always. I feel like with some highlights and entertaining moments for all of us. But next up, there is gonna be a split. And split for BLG did not look great against Wolves. I have to be honest. 2 players below 100 ACR, 100 ACS.
Yeah, that's
in one map.
terrible.
That's not good.
Can't lie, but then again, you have to take stats of TEC. It's been a hot second since they played split as well, especially in VCT China. The last opponent they had was Tai Lu in the beginning of May, and now we have the 18th of July. So that's been a second, and they lost that, and they lost a lot on splits in the last couple of months. I don't know what they cooked. I'm always excited to see what the teams have prepared for us, but the last comp they played was a very weird mixture of being super defensive and block heavy, but also aggressive, and I feel like they were lacking those in-between things. The balance was missing again. I'm excited what we're gonna see on Split, but I have a gut feeling it could be entertaining.
I hope that BLG does not switch up their comp for Split, because I am a big fan of the comp that they are playing, because Deadlock is in that, and that's one of the most underrated agents in all of Valorant right now, in my opinion, especially on Split, where you have those nice lineups, where you can set up your players for a go on ramp. Deadlock can serve you as a sentinel on defenses and as an initiator on attack. Those nats work like a great initiating tool for your team, especially since they are recharging. I don't know. I really like the constellation between Sky and Deadlock, where you can play on the recharging flashes combined with the recharging grav nets. That's something to look out for, and that's something where you have to be aware on the side of BLG. I would love them to switch up their duelist pick, because yeah, I don't have to talk about Deadlock anymore because they are playing double duelist. I would have loved to see YZ playing the Race and K9 playing the Deadlock. Because then you have that Race plus Deadlock constellation, can use Tripwire plus, can use Grafnet plus Nate. But all of that talk is in vain because they are playing Viper, double controller, and double duelist once again. This one is gonna be an explosive matchup between those two teams.
I was so ready to yap about the fact that Deadlock is great, because even though you don't have flank protection, teams are used to playing double controller with Viper, so you never had the flank protection in the last half a year of Split maybe. But the Deadlock is gone. I know you are sad. We are sad with you, but the comp has changed, and maybe so did the playstyle. It does make sense to switch up the comp when it's just not working that obviously.
I am a fan of whichever team plays Deadlock or Gecko. That's my take.
Did you ever cast a team that played Gecko and Deadlock on the
No.
same map? Oh, I hope you get to witness that.
If I get to witness that at one point, this is gonna be my favorite team forever.
That's gonna be the best day of your life, probably.
Maybe I don't get hurt by the teams I support anymore. But, you know, in the end, we are going on to our second map. VCT China kicks into action once more. Split between TEC and BLG. A matchup that has big implications over Group Omega. And maybe BLG finds their rhythm once again. Dynamite against Russia. Those two neons will be mightily impactful here.
To Group Omega and beyond. Let's see which of these teams can pick it up. It has to be a victory for TEC to bring us to the decider Haven, or this is going to be a 2-0 victory for BLG, which would be the first one for them in this stage. And we're seeing them getting ready for a mid-aggression. BLG in a good position to counter that.
Just waiting it out. Dynamite. Frenzy in hand. Close range engagements. Thing he's looking for. Once he spots Lucia, this will be a flash. Lucas trades it out. 2 frenzies back to back. But just the trade of both duelists. Lucas. That kill in the end. Coco moving backward from that lock position. Giving the space over to YZ, who spots the Viper on the ropes. 22 HP for him.
Bit of an awkward start, because you always want to keep advantage in defense, but losing out the neon hurts a bit more for the attacking side. So the trade in the beginning feels like it's not really mattering that much. The damage onto YZ's being healed back up, so that shouldn't matter anymore. And now T up onto A Heaven has ramp control and finds YZ being completely alone while BLG decided to stack up B.
I mean, that's a sheriff. Can at least get some damage. FT full life once again because there's a sky. Your opponent's team, 12 seconds on the clock. Not an explosive go. To talk about YZ will probably swing out of that smoke, but Haodong is really ready for this one. 5 seconds to go. The spike has been planted. Numbers advantage back into the hands of TEC because they are hitting headshots left and right. Coco on an impact frag, but the crossfire is there. K-Knight only gets one.
Those were nice shots from TEC, 100%, but it was also YZ just peeking into smoke without having any utility with him, any teammate with him. It was a 1vx that he just decided to take, and that's giving TEC a virtual opening in this post plan. Now they have the weapon advantage, but on the side of BLG, there is a tiny investment into the Marshal in the hands of Rouge. Always a dangerous factor to deal with.
Waste danger approaching. This is the first one. Got a kill here. And they're going onto the side. Coco gets pushed back. Nav on another frag. This one all of a sudden gets very doable. K-Knight, big damage. Right click miss. Dynamite gets another frag. Lucas also brings back the numbers. 23 HP onto Dynamite. That's very aggressive, especially considering that you are in a numbers advantage. That might just be a throw, but on bigger weapons, TEC still converts that round.
Yeah, they convert the round. Nothing to be worried about when your duelist is pushing CT on his own with a stinger.
Terrible decision making. I haven't seen this one in a while. I'm really, really sorry, but no.
No, that's
I don't know why you would do that.
Big yellow card.
No, that's a red.
That's red? Okay,
That's red, yeah.
We are already thrown out the red cards. It is a second round found for TEC, but very great proactivity from BLG on this fight in A main. I hope we get to see more of this.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping for the same thing. It was just pistol and follow up, and a little bit of a wide decision making over on the side of TEC. Another stun gets thrown in there. K-Knight gets the kill from the heavens, gets free! Waiting at the smoke with a fire! Raining down on them! BLG shuts down that approach. Just K-Knight falling down, but he did everything he has to do.
Snake bite from FT was lovely. 10 out of 10 would recommend. The damage that K-Knight is able to deal with that Viper utility is so much bigger, and that leaves Haodong in a very impossible clutch situation, especially when we consider that YZ is already creeping up behind him. The more time Haodong is gonna take, the more time YZ has to creep even more close, but he decides to take a lot of space coming out of that Suez area. Haodong can secure the plan, can secure the money, but after that it's gonna be a very tough post plan for him.
Especially considering we have 3 HP red. Back plan has been hurt. YZ still has an 8. This take might just be over quicker than you might expect. But Haodong taking risks. That's the important part for him here. YZ just spams through that smoke. Randomly hits a shot. This one's gone. BLG on the back of K-Knight. And a snakebite. They are securing another round.
And while the pistol round was very chaotic and the follow-up round was, well, showing us some exciting decision-making from TEC, this round from BLG seemed dominant. The triple kill found for K-Knight, definitely one you cannot always repeat because your enemies are just a lot more careful when going through that choke point in B main, but still, this was a statement round for Now we have a full buy against a full buy, and we have a Nightfall already in hands of Lucas, so that's definitely something.
Early big ultimates coming up. Lucas is 5 and 1. A lot in those rounds. Fires puts up a wall. BLG have to hold that side down. Can't let them get onto there too easily.
Like TEC. This comp of BLG witness what can happen when you over push all of in your choice of hitting the spot that you tried to take base in the beginning of the round, but now we see a bit of a more mid-centric approach. Lucas is gonna be in trouble here.
Getting a question because using that ultimate on the fourth round already. It's a full buy, it was full buy, so it makes sense to throw something big in there. K-Knight in main, waiting for the approach. Lucas checks him, spots the Omen, but he's aware for Haodong. That's the important part. Only trades on the side up until now. 2-2 situation, but the spike has been dropped into heaven. YZ, big impact on those frags. Turns it into a 1 versus 2. Haodong needs to pull some heroics. Needs to pull a 1v2 clutch once again. Has to be the savior. Has to be the one. For those important moments for BLG. Dropped from the heaven. Hurt. Spotted. Haodong low. Haodong dead. Nev gets one more. And we are going into equal rounds after 4 played BLG. Back for more in those situations.
These all just took a lot of time. They secured the mid space very easily because there's not a lot of defensive utility. They take some time to make the space into B heaven. The rotation's already there for BLG. The fights are going in TEC's favor, but then they drop the spike onto rafters, and that's really where the round is falling apart because they get chaotic, they get scared because this wasn't part of their plan.
I don't know if it's part of anyone's plan to drop your spike rafters. And once again, side anchor. Playing together Viper, but they're moving back. TC get another angle. Look at Nev's positioning. That's a big one right now.
Base, but BLG is stacking up B side, so Nev has some space to work with, definitely, but if he's falling, look at all of the space that BLG is giving up. Mid is only guarded by Rusha, who's jiggling. There could be a timing, always. No one is on Rams, A heaven, A side, that's completely open, but TC, they don't know. They have no idea what a free side they could get if they just went into vents and secured the space on A side. They're heading into B heaven again.
Yeah, event drop not into play right now. B heaven, an absolute full stack, an absolute full fight over there. Russia from the rafters on a crossfire together with FT. They are not trying to get into spawn. Maybe a wraparound over to the A side is still in play, especially considering Spike's walking up towards Wentz. A side up into question. YZ gets Haodong, no flex smokes, which makes the post plant much harder. There are moves in there. Where are you looking, Dynamite?
There was a possibility that there was a player in CT. This open when you know there was a lot going on the side is just a bit scary. FT is finding the follow-up, Nev is finding Lucas, BLG is looking to play this a bit more safely. And as I say that, Spitfires gets one with the Stinger. I said that this could be very entertaining with the comp switch up.
Are you not entertained?
I'm not sure if I'm entertained. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, I'm so sorry for Dynamite. He probably got scared so much.
You know? But that jump scare was like watching a video titled "Jump Scare Incoming" and then being scared still.
But you never know when the jump scare is coming in. That's why it's called a jump scare.
Yeah. Well, YZ is trying to get a jump scare going there, but does not check the corner for Spitfires. Goes overlooked. The fake check. What's so happening on that sort of gameplay?
There's never anyone in that kind of corner. Why would you look left? Why would you? That's an opening that should have gone into the hands of BLG, to be honest. There were a lot of targets available in A main, and YZ is just deciding to take a walk into sewers and find nothing.
Nothing was slowly but surely execute onto the A side immediately. On the back of that, but Nav gets Spitfires. At least a trade to soften the blow here. More of a slowdown. Dynamite forgot the ultimate. Coco on the rafters. That's always the impact player. Always the one with the big impact, the big frags. But also Nav does the same thing for his team. Was all of a sudden in a doable range. But do they check for Lucas in that corner? Are they aware for that? A double swing on the board maybe. Haodong has been spotted. They saw the shoulder. But you have to look down if you're FT. Haodong gets that last one. TEC equalizer once again.
Yeah, clearing the corners cleanly doesn't seem to be one of their favorite hobbies at the moment, but it's just one round. I'm not sure if this is something the team has to talk about when we're looking at the scoreboard. It's not looking terrible for BLG, but still, these are just mistakes. Good, even sees the knee of the player in the corner. Those are mistakes that cannot happen when you want to secure this with a 2-0 victory.
A little bit of a pace change going on here. For the side of TEC, but the A side left abandoned, left open for BLG. They want to play a retake there, and I mean they have to race up in heaven. They can just try to stop the plant on the nade, combining that. Flash of Nav could be a very good option. A little bit more aggression from TEC right now, but they're setting up the crossfires on the side. You need your Sky to do wonders here. Another Neon ult thrown into this one, but Rusha immediately shot down by a Dynamite, tucked into a corner. That's a big problem right now. The biggest danger for BLG are unchecked corners.
That's an issue. That's a very big issue. That's the third kill happening from a corner that isn't cleared properly. The whole of the Sky utility is being thrown into elbow and the backside, and no one even considers that there's someone playing in the corner on the right side of CT. I mean, Dynamite is being hit by the paranoia, and the fact that he doesn't get in this panic mode of, oh my god, I'm gonna be checked, I have to spray the enemies down, is insane. The trigger discipline very does wonders here for TEC, but it's a round secured that could have been avoided.
I mean, the biggest jump scare you can send over to BLG right now seems to be just a picture of a corner.
And there are so many corners.
I mean, that's rough if you have to go outside on the street. There are corners left and right.
There are corners everywhere. Especially on the tinier maps. Especially on a map like Split. So many corners you have to clear, so many angles that BLG and TEC can work with, but at this point BLG, they are giving up so much space, and giving up space equals more corners you have to re-clear. I am worried.
Please play a little bit more aggressive, because you're scared of corners.
I like the pace change from many slow rounds and one pacey one, and now they're trying to pop off and just execute again. How is Rusha getting that kill? How is Neff getting that kill?
They're not checking corners. Seems to be on the menu for an entire day now. And they are all rushing into the Omen, all rushing into K-Knight. Bandit in hand. A small shield to work with. They're just waiting. K-Knight gets one. A second one denied. But all of a sudden, BLG is already there to take back the side. Coco in a 1v2. There is no way you lose that round. What?
What is going on?
Breaks their necks.
I mean, I was looking at the time and I knew there has to be a plant happening. There is a defender in heaven who could just take the peek, and then Nev is looking down and is not finding the enemy, and he's just dropping, and I think he was very, very surprised to see himself dropping next to the planter, and I have no idea how he secures the frag. I mean, the round would have been a done deal. If Coco gets Nev, time is an issue, but man, why does it have to go down like that?
Another fast A push over from the side of TEC. Spitfires just get randomly 2 kills for a smoke. A very normal round of Valorant developing here at the start of all of this. Still having guns, they're still having numbers. This is very, very secure round for TEC, if we're gonna be honest.
No, we haven't seen any number advantage situations going wrong today, didn't we?
Don't remind me, please. Sometimes, you don't have to. But if BLG wins one round, they are better compared to their game against Wolves. They are very stoic with their side hold right now, right? Not moving anywhere, which I think is good. You retake the side once you collect some movement, but K-Knight gets that entry kill, gets a second one as well! TEC! A mess going on to the side! Not having anything to work with. Lucas and Coco are trying to move over. They have to catch them off guard. They have to catch them in the pace. Coco gets K-Knight. A Viper Spit to work with as well. That's why K-Knight made that push. Try to force someone into peeking him. Try to stop the Viper Spit. FT does not check the corner once more. A Fatal invested into that one as well. Might be a little bit of an overkill. Have 28 bullets, 5 seconds on the flash. At least something to work with, but they heard the jump. The spam gets Lucas! Somehow! Somewhere there's a kill! Tap onto the spike. Flash does not spot anyone. Nav still in that smoke, and Coco! The Viper's Pit! That's the centerpiece that secures another round.
I'm going through so many emotions watching this map because it's very funny, but then very scary, and then very exciting, but at the same time I feel like I'm gonna cry. There's another frag happening because of an unchecked corner. We have a noise cancel from TEC that is just not going anywhere. They're so stoic in focusing this A side while BLG is not going anywhere, and then they're just having these hat-to-hats on the side. TEC at the right time make the choice to go through vents, to go to that B side and make you out of the Viper's Pit, but so close again. The spam connecting onto Lucas. This whole split feels super awkward.
I mean, I don't know if you're TEC, you just post a picture of a corner to scare BLG fans at this point.
Like I
So many oversights.
want to make a list of how often TEC map. I'm gonna start now.
Not the list again. Yeah, FT up from the heavens. There's something going in that round. The same setup they had on a follow-up. And K-Knight, first frag secured, but K-Knight known right now. They're aware of the angle. Dynamite gets one more. Dynamite gets two. The kill through the smoke. Connects the spray. Impactful. And Russia, just an open hand, has to save. TEC secures round number 6 in a dominant fashion.
We haven't seen a lot of those in Split thus far. All of the rounds felt very, very close and very, very chaotic towards the end, but now TEC sending a statement over BLG securing round number 6, even though Lucas is going down while trying to hunt down the operator in the hands of Russia. I feel like
Okay, wait. Quick pop quiz. How many, if they try to peek into into the op right now. How many kills is Russia gonna get? 1, 2, or 3?
I mean, no one's close enough to have us experience that. And I'm very happy
sad.
that no one is close enough to have us experience that. But I feel like in this series, Russia is definitely getting 2 and then the last play of TEC.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't. I don't know what's gonna happen. I can't predict anything. It's China. You know?
I mean, Dynamite getting that frag on
Otherwise,
him, that
what's
feels
that
illegal.
second
He's not
frag?
even seeing anything. He's down to like 20 HP, still gets nabbed. That's not friendly. I haven't seen you at such a loss of words about a game of Valorant in quite some time, and I'm really enjoying have that experience.
Understandably so.
Timeout coming in for BLG, and it's the same situation that we've seen on Summit, just for the other team, where you know those 2 last rounds are very important. Already said BLG is playing this map better than what they last experienced against Wolves, but still, you want to take this home to him. You don't want to have this game be any closer than it needs to be, so getting a 6-6 on the board would be something that BLG has to work.
I mean, I think that the comp of BLG is much better for attack than for defense. Same goes for the comp of TC. So 7 and 5 on your own defense path is actually fairly good in my opinion. So, you know, you never know what's gonna happen at VCT China, but like in general, I think if we're just going by standard Valorant, then 7 and 5 halftime should be very, very fine for BLG, because you have very, very good options to go onto the side. I just want to see them play their retakes more focused and more stuck together. And yeah, you have an ult. Are you aware of that? Dynamite and Spitfire is just crashing over on that side. That AWP and that other corner remains unchecked, but K-Knight, unlucky, just gets Spitfire's clone. An immediate go, crashing the site. B belongs to TEC at that point. Nav is right behind everybody. But Spitfires will check that position, will check where Nav is going. All of a sudden, it's just YZ. 1 versus 5. Might get something going here, but Howdown secures round number 7. Half-time lead in place for TEC. And I'm not sure if I like that play from Lucia, if you have an AWP in hand. Like with a Vandal or something like this, 100% valid play. But going through your own Viper AWP, possibly into multiple players playing mid without any information, and without your Sky flashing you into those angles, I am not quite sure.
With an operator on your utility, that is an interesting choice to make, and we've seen some of them on split. Dynamite are very aggressive, pushing through the snake bite, but not really securing any frags, just a bit of space, but they're stuck in the smoke. The angle of K-Knight is very, very dangerous, and Rusha and YZ are getting the opening frag. Spitfire is only able to secure the 1, but still TEC feels stuck in mail.
Oh. Very condensed area they're only having. There's a spike in their own hands, in their own territory, which immediately goes flip side, immediately drops on the ground. Coco is the saving grace right now for TEC. Gets the spike back, and there is a path over to the A side. Left abandoned, left open. No doors they have to kick in. They just have to walk there, take the money, and leave.
Why is this? Why are we taking the long route here? Coco is still in spawn. I mean, 40 seconds to work with, that's a lot, but it's always a big risk to spike.
But now they lost the timing. They had the timing to go over to the A side, but look at the rotations over the map. Everyone on BLG is already rotating over. Nav has a perfect position to just shut them down once they go on site, and they have to drop out from the heavens. No time to go out to B, especially considering there's an open vents. There is a gun in vents. Slowly creeping closer. Nav with spike on the ground. TEC might just have choked that round away. Now flash. Lucas' positioning has been known. Neff takes that last one. 7 and 5. On halftime lead diminished. TEC cannot throw that round apart much more.
This is kind of what I meant with TEC sometimes feel like they are stuck in very awkward spaces. There's a certain type of indecisiveness when it comes to the mid-rounding, and that often leads to the fact that BLG just has a better read on the rotation they have to play. And now we have the 7 and 5 on the scoreboard already set for BLG. Is not too bad. I mean, the comp they played is viable for defense, but the block potential only comes from a snakebite and a nade, and those are two pieces of ability that are gone pretty soon. So you cannot hold a side for that long, and you are definitely favored when it comes to the attacking side. And for TEC with the side swap, it's going to be very interesting to see if they're playing this one player anchoring one side, one player towards mid, 3 players towards the other side thing that we saw in Split 1 a lot, or if they are changing it up a little bit, because I feel like the 1-1-3 is not going to work too good against the comp field.
Yeah, but now flipping the sides. You know, I'm not quite sure what to expect right now from TEC, because we haven't seen them play Split in such a long while. I mean, as you already mentioned, the 1-1-3 should not work out well against a comp that has such big flashes with the sky, is so mobile on a Raze and a Neon. You have to play more of a retake style Valorant. You can't go up ahead. You either have to disrupt the execute before it happens, or you have to play retake. Just being a side anchor, impossible here.
And I remember the last time they by Lu and they had Lucas on the sky and they left him anchoring quite a lot, and it didn't really work out that well for them.
After that game, I have very, very bad memories about that. And like, I don't know. On the flip side, I think the switch from Lucia over to the Neon works very, very well. Like, I haven't seen a 0.06 VLR rating in a while. But that game from Lucia on the Noman against Wolves was really, really bad. I'm shifting sides here for him. Just be a very different outlook. But it's the 1-1-3 thing we were talking about. Early shift over towards the other side, and Haodong is such an important piece right now. You need to get at least 1 kill, if not 2, because you are playing the Omen. You have the flex smokes. The most important player, and over rotations, after over rotations for TEC right now, the A spot now left open.
Yeah, they're just walking around their own spawn to try to figure out which side they want to stack next. They decide for the A side, and with BLG going Vents, this could just be the perfect decision.
Yeah, right decision for TEC here for sure. But Sky Flash, Nate going afterwards. Lucia just pushes through nades, but Dynamite forced on the trigger. That Frenzy gets the kill that they need. Neff needs to make work here. Well, only 2 kills for him. Not enough. FP on the side as well. 14 seconds to work with, but no immediate headshot. Round number 8, TEC gets more and more and closer towards map 3.
A very tough task to ask for from your rookie player, FT. We already talked about him coming in from Academy team, and I mean, he had a good map on the summer, but for Split, I feel like he's been lacking a bit of impact. We saw this one very, very nice snakebite that I can't get tired of talking about, but there has to be a bit more out of a player like that.
Oh yeah, for sure. And now there is an hot hands by Split Fires. They're still trying to rush through that orb, through a molly. So much damage over to the side of BLG. Coco gets traded out. Oh, that's everything they're getting right now. Okay, now it slowly moves over towards the B side. Might have an Omen TP here. Get himself right beside Pillar, but Look at Lucas. Full wraparound in play already. Has a perfect timing here. Spots out FT. Immediate headshot to the dome.
在哪里？
That round basically unwinnable right now for BLG. Two classics in hand. K-Knight gets one. Does not open up anything right now. Maybe a spike plan for Lucas. Maybe a spike plan for Nev. Over on that A side.
Definitely possible. Like TEC, they want to get this round over fast, and it's been punished just a bit, but K-Knight falling leaves Nev alone in a 1v3 with a Stinger. He is getting quite close, but only 39 HP in the green. It's gonna be a tough task to ask, but Dynamite has a knife out. I have
There's a way to get back into this one. Nev gets one more. 4 HP. All of a sudden, that round is up for debate. That round is very doable. Dodge the paranoia. Just needs to get the diffuser off. But Howdong has a timing and gets the 4 HP player. Oh my god. Nev making it that close. I have questions. So many.
The opening one was definitely a fumble. Having the knife out as a Neon in that situation is definitely not going to favor you in the gunfight. But the second one was just a beautifully placed guiding light by Nev. Then the awareness just not there for the movement of Howdong, but a very, very nice attempt on this clutch. 17 and 9. Nev is really trying everything to hard carry a team that is obviously still struggling on split.
K-Knight has 13 assists, right? Also something to talk about. Those two saving graces right now. Only pistols over on the side of TEC. FT chimes in with an entry there. And Lucia also gets pushes and at every corner. Just calls them off. FT makes light work out of the pistols. And now that round is also probably gone for TEC. BLG gets a follow-up. That's the important takeaway here. With some more advanced pistols bought into that round, the Outlaw might have another impact round coming up next.
It could definitely be the A for T. Already mentioned the economy. This round didn't look like a bonus round. All of the pistols in play, it felt more like an economy round because we want to have the full buy coming into the next one. The Trailblazer now spotting a player towards CT, a relay ball saves Dynamite for just a second, but then the spam is coming in from YZ, leaving Coco alone, and his only goal is to go right.
Yeah, you don't want to feed any more ult points into YZ. It's a good call over from the side of BLG to send YZ in much deeper into enemy territory because you want to charge the showstopper as fast as possible. Still an uphill battle to fight right now.
That was lovely.
I mean, that's admin check PC moment, right?
Getting a sniper shot onto a player who's just jiggle jumping is always satisfying, and I feel like we've seen that a lot. The punishments on jiggle jumping got so much better in the last couple of weeks and months.
There's a mid-fight developing for both teams. Look at the corner Dynamite is standing in. It's a corner. Something BLG should be very well aware of, but it seems like they aren't. But now Dynamite's position is clear. Now they know that he's in a corner. Goes out of there. Removes himself from that situation, but look at the player up onto the ramps. FT has the timing. Might create a moment here. The corner will check him. Oh, that's a disaster for FT. Had a perfect timing, but the spidey senses of Lucas betrays the Viper on the lurk. B-side. Still up for the bait, still up for the taking. BLG takes it into their own hands. Spitfires, plays that Phoenix out, another ultimate. K-Knight in the corner, remains unchecked, swings out of there, gets Dynamite, but the spike still has to be planted.
Now coming in, YZ is on a very big lurk, and there are knives in hands. The information is there, the trigger discipline as well. He can do damage here.
Oh, but they're looking backwards. Lucas might have just spotted YZ. while crossing into heavens. Crack at that. First player dropped. K-Knight still in that corner. Remained there for the entirety of that retake, but Russia might brought it into winnable territory. Nev in a 1v2, 15 HP, and a big dream. One flash to play with, but cannot stop the defuse, cannot stop the onslaught. Double digits, TEC are running away with it.
And FT being cleared on ramp is one thing, but I feel like he could tell that there were many more players on A heaven. Still, his team takes a lot of time to make the go onto the mid side. It's all just taking a bit long. I feel like both teams on the attacking side struggle to really make a decision that is pacey. There's a lot of defaulting, a lot of noise cancelling, and a lot of indecisiveness, especially in the choke points and in this area. I think both teams on the attacking side can up the pace for just a couple of rounds. We've seen TEC throwing in one very, very nice pacey round that completely caught BLG off guard, and I feel like BLG could do the same thing here.
I mean, that might be the way to go. I'm right now, Russia. Player you're looking for. Get something going on your side. The neon, the explosiveness. Part you're looking at. It's a call.
We have to take a quick look towards Hate. Would be the decider in the series, and it's not like that has been great stage thus far. So this timeout better work wonders for the gaming, or we are heading into a decider where T is heavily favored.
Sure. Flash is coming through. Russia up heaven. What? Lucas! What was that? A crazy shot coming through. Big TP by K-Knight. Wants to take some space. That shot from Lucas just immediately shut down what they were building towards. Stinger in the hand of Spitfires. Looks like the economy is still crumbling for TEC because those rounds are all so incredibly close. K-Knight's just waiting for the players. Start fighting into that. Still in the off angle. It's Rented corner besides the Viper wall. K-Knight gets to YZ one more. Numbers back into the pockets of BLG. It's just Coco. 1v1 against Nev, the two superstars. Bringing it to a closer. Coco is defusing. Pros don't fake a half defuse in that. But Nev decides to call round.
Oh, well, another round that is being secured by a little bit of a pop-off moment. The double kill being found by the Omen definitely essential to make that round work. And then in the end, it just comes down to yet another 1v1 clutch. And we've seen many of those, like 1v1s and 1v2s in areas. That was insane. On the slide, I mean, the aim is amazing. Trying to make a follow-up work, and this time they're approaching it a bit more heavy, giving FT a lot of room on A again. He has been able to find an opening there in the last round, so maybe he's successful yet again. But BLG in front of that orb, not too sure. They should push through that, try to secure space. It's Spitfire waiting in heaven. This isn't that good of territory for BLG to fight into.
It's still a full eco, so fairly doable for BLG. That's something that you cannot pass on. If you want to win that map, that's a crucial round. And you have to win this one decisively to stabilize your own economy, destroy the opponent once. They are taking a little bit of a vent go. Media flash coming out here, but YZ and Nev just standing in anti-flash positions. Two quick kills. Howdong in the smoke should have been checked there. Is fully blind, but nobody gets fragged there. Nev, very, very late kill onto Howdong. Now it's just Lucas, shorty in hand. This one surely is not retakeable.
Very, very patient round. BLG waiting out all the block utility, waiting out the orb, waiting out the Phoenix wall, and then being very ready for the flash coming in. Very clean work against the economy round of TEC, and now BLG have to show that they can make the same kind of round work when they play against bigger weapons. The showstopper is ready. You already mentioned the importance of YZ's ult in the game, and I really want to see BLG show some explosiveness around that race utility.
Also, that like there are so many big swing rounds coming up, especially for TEC. Because once you lose this one, there's gonna be another eco struggle. Gonna be more and more problems coming up. Nav stands in the dog. 4 players on that side. It's a death sentence if you execute in that side. But K-Knight finds Spitfires through the spam. They know what they are doing. They know how to segregate. TEC team, a rotation in place. A side might just be the target.
Interesting kind of death sentence. At finding the opening there, Spitfires is out, and so there's no more orb farming for the mid space being taken. But there is a player creeping closer. Coco trying to go for the timing, but the flash is beautiful from Neff.
Beautiful setup, one by one. They're picking each other apart. A little bit more of a faster go onto the B side. 3 players still there. 1 already moving to the backside, but it's just a fake. A side again the target for TEC. They will get the spike plant down, and then it's probably just a safe for TEC. You don't want any more weapons to be dropped to the ground.
The money looks terrible for both players that don't even have 1k of credits in their bank account, so you really have to think how you're gonna approach the next round. With 3 rifles, you usually want to play a force. You usually want to have those players equip as much as they can, especially with the Viper's Pit online. I see Coco going for something like a Stinger or a shotgun here, but for Spitfires this looks a little more desperate. Like, he maybe can afford a Sheriff if he's lucky to get a drop, but other than that, for TEC on.
I mean, we're not seeing Dynamite looking for Powdown right now. Still, it will be a breaking point in that matchup. There will be a breaking point in that map because we can go to another equalizer for BLG. They can make the comeback happen. 4 rounds in a row is what they are looking for. And that's a BLG team that was utterly terrible on split against that Wolves team. A Wolves team that goes under the radar by a lot of other teams. A lot of other fans. Another timeout by TEC. That's an important round for them, you notice.
Absolutely, TEC taking the timeout definitely. They are well aware of the comeback potential that this game has. BLG is still looking to and it's just 1 round in between those teams, while we had TEC leading for the halftime, securing the pistol round, getting that bit of a head start that they needed. But then they completely lost track of how to play against the approaches we've seen, because they've been quite different. We see a couple of rounds where they play very heavily towards mid FT lurking, but we also see rounds where they just contact to a choke point and then execute very explosively. And then we have those very long noise cancelling rounds where TEC tends to over-rotate because they can't secure a lot of space and they are unsure what's happening behind enemy lines.
Finger for Spitfires. 2 of the ultimate. They want to crunch into B. 3 players there, a Neon, a Phoenix. Everyone just fighting into this one. It's a great flash, but a whiff on every angle. Dynamite, only a late trade onto Russia. But Spitfires is down. The flashes are gone. Immediate problems for for the side of TEC. Yes, just a single on the ground. You have a control Viper split in mid. Still some struggles. Lucas on the far wraparound. YZ is just looking at that angle. Lucas spotted, moves back.
The BLG gets the info that there's a single player pushing up A, which is always an indicator for that side is open, that side is maybe left a bit weaker, but BLG is not heading into that direction. They want to re-hit B, and now they have to deal with yet another close corner being held by Dynamite.
I need to flash yourself in there. That's the important part. There's the guiding light. Dynamite dodges that. Dog spots him. Now they know. The jig is up. Howdong has a great angle to trade. That's a crossfire set up by TEC 11 and 9. BLG was set up for success, but it's gonna be shut down by Howdong once more.
So everything you can do, I can do better. We've seen this combination of the snake bite and the beat from backside. In the first half, K-Knight was able to get a triple kill there, and now we have Coco securing, Howdong securing all 4. I mean, it looked a bit desperate, the approach on that execute. You get the info on the Neon, and when you're dealing with the Neon, it feels like BLG then didn't expect a second layer, and you always expect the second layer. Another try on a B hit. This time the side is a lot more open.
Yeah, and a lot faster. Over from the side of BLG. YZ, a little bit of damage by his own 8. He wants to be aggressive, he wants to be fast. But it's just a crossfire setup on the side. Nothing too crazy. Lucia goes under heaven. Unchecked by the Prowler. Back into that corner. Drops a lot. Lucia finds one, but doesn't get a second. Dynamite goes onto the side as well. Lucas and Dynamite with the 2 kills. It's a 3v5 situation. Just the Phoenix ult shut down. An off angle from Lucia. FT. One onto Howdong. Flex smokes out of the game, but managed to throw one more in the beginning of that. Spit fires, and Lucas crashing the spit, and spit fires! Shuts down the arrow flashes. Neff can't convert. Match point TEC.
Oh, and another chaotic retake that we get to witness. I feel like a lot of players who are still on the Neon still like the movement that you can get out of this agent, but no one is as heavily impacted by the changes on the bunny hopping as Dynamite. We see him going down a lot while trying to find information for his teammates, and that's definitely something you have to worry about, but not when you are on map point. 12 rounds already found for TEC and BLG after the timeout, struggling to get rounds on the board. That's another slow approach. I mean, the defaulting is something time, but it's just a lot from BLG. The rounds that are explosive are so rare that TEC is just trying to take it slow as well, trying to have BLG waste some util, figure out where they want to go, and by the meantime, able to stack those sides.
I like the open setup like that. I like that they're pivoting more towards the sniper. Setup where TEC is punishing those slow rounds excitedly.
Got into mid to make there's no push happening, but TEC already back foot already. 2 players right on ramp, and
Players might just prepare a flash here. 3 of the players, Lucia is contacting up. Now the jig is up. They are spotted. Lucia immediately with the overdrive going onto the side. FT gets Dynamite, but just a trade in play because Lucas gets more. They're still onto the side. Lucia shut down. Spike goes down. Why doesn't Neon have a spike going onto this one? So many questions that remain unanswered because TEC sends us to map number 3.
oh, we are going to Haven, and I think for BLG this is a worst case scenario. They didn't look very good on Haven. They got heavily comebacked by DRG on the opening day of this stage, and they couldn't secure the win against all gamers on Haven as well. So there has to be a lot of work done in order to make sure they can win against TEC. And they, on the other end, after I started making my list, definitely left a lot of corners unchecked, but still managed to win on splits.
I mean, I think BLG often play ahead of their pace, right? They were too fast in executing on the sides. They were too fast and too far ahead in their general gameplay and their general gameplay loop. I don't know. For me, I'm missing a little bit of structure for BLG right now. I'm missing a little bit of more condensed and more controlled gameplay moments, because it does not feel like that's what they are delivering.
Yeah, a lack of structure definitely, and a lot of security situations that has been lacking on the other end for TEC. We see the momentum shifting quite heavily. We already saw those shifts happening on Summit, but I feel like on Split there was a point where TEC just realized that they have BLG in the control, that they are the better team at the moment, and we see that in the way they are taking the duels and how confident they are fighting, especially in situations where they know BLG have to make a tough choice. Let's have a look at the comps.
对吧？我们也有回防的策略，你要相信，尤其是这张图，好吧？
啊，我们该跑的都跑过了，练的也都练了，兄弟，我们把那些东西打出来就行了。
嗯，咱练的不比他们少。
最近真的挺努力的。
对啊，我们练的比谁少啊？展现出来可以吗？
对，我们把那些东西打出来，把好歹的东西打出来。
好歹给Marco长点脸啊！你们
别辜负我们这几天的努力，好吧？
不准辜负我们 coach 的。东哥的瞄准属实有加强，干就完了。今天打完别让自己难受就完了。
对，
干就完了。
可以给了。
连着落了，连着落了，连着。
爆点是有人的，兄弟们。压炸弹妹，他要丢雷。爆点有一个人。刚才可能。闪腰不？
炸弹妹被我打一枪的没血，我去上2楼断。你跟你进，我炸烟。
帮你搜着，帮你清着呢，帮你。
小心一，他们清2楼。
我上2楼。还有黑东哥。
我杀 CT， 我杀 CT。
CT 人哥，我被黑了，
我反黑了。
我给你架，我直架。我能 pick，
再加我补
，4打2。
补的好，兄弟们。
看这个地方，东哥。
当了，
还是 B 对。
弄3个。我先喷毒，
拉出来了。nice， 东哥，还有。
nice， 东哥。
Coco.
Yeah, and in the end, Coco gets the MVP for his team. I think for TEC, first and foremost, that was a team effort, right? They played as a team, they played as a unit, and Coco taking home the MVP is just, you know, a representative of that entire lineup. In general, like, as I said in their voice forms, we got the translation here, is, you know, they practiced that map extensively, as much as everybody else, and they wanted to win for their substitute coach from Yugal joining in here for TEC. So we're going to map number 3, Haven. Map TEC look great on.
Yeah, the Haven definitely has been showing some great ideas. They won against DRG, and in the head-to-head, you gotta say BLG lost against DRG after not being able to secure a lot of attack rounds, I think it was, or defense rounds. One of the halves was definitely terrible. Gotta look back into that while we are taking a look at the stats of this. And you already mentioned there is an MVP for Coco, but it is a team effort. 15 kills, 16, 16, and 17. And while BLG is again on a good end of finding opening frags, this time TEC just found a couple more. It was just a bit more consistent in gaining that early advantage, and that definitely helped them over the finish line. On this split, I am very, very curious to see what we're gonna get to witness on Haven, because for BLG, I think it's time to switch up the Chamber and Phoenix. I feel like they were lacking so much impact that there has to be a change.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. I'm not the biggest fan of Chamber if you can't really play him and slot him into your team comp. And especially considering that Haven has become such a fast-paced map, for most of the teams. Slotting the chamber into this one is a big risk always. You have to get it on a player that's able to have those insane flicks, right? That's basically able to guarantee you fast blood hits on an AWP. And currently that's not really possible, it seems, for BLG. But we're gonna have to take a little bit of a break, and afterwards we will be back with the second half of TEC was BLG in the cider map onto Haven.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to.
TEC brought us all to a third map because BLG could not convert on split. I mean, we kind of expected all of this because in the end BLG not the best split team in the entire world. But we are still Akamas Can Tank and welcome you back to the VCT China English broadcast. Alina, who's gonna win that last map?
I took a look at the attack, and they managed to secure a whole lot of attack rounds against DRG, which was kind of weird because YZ on the chamber was able to on attack, but then couldn't do the same on defense. Against all gamers, this was a bit more even, getting 5 rounds on side, but still I think that I favor TEC here quite a bit. We don't see a comp change up for BLG. I mean, it's fine. They want to work out a way to play the Chamber Phoenix, but there has to be a lot of work to be done. On the other side, TEC is playing the Waylay, which is still interesting to see that this agent is still in those comms. As a second duelist with the Jet, that gives you a lot of dive potential, but you are missing the flexible flashes. You have an Omen Paranoia to work with, but other than that, those two duelists are basically initiating themselves and each other.
Yeah, and that's why I think the chamber call here is the correct one, if we're gonna be honest. Because you don't have flashes. And the biggest enemy of chamber is agents trying to flashing him out of his angles. And there is like no way you can do that with the comp that TEC is running right now. So BLG has something to work with. There is an opportunity for them to play into this one. But we are going into a third map, into a final one between TEC and BLG. Both of them looking to make playoffs or to inch closer to the playoff bracket. But there's still a long way to go. Welcome to Haven. Welcome to our third map.
Oh, so important for either of those teams to secure the win, to take another win home on the board. And for TEC, this journey is starting in defense. We see both of these duelists playing on the B side while BLG is securing some space towards mid. I feel like they could have been lucky to catch a timing. They have a Dynamite back on the swing. It's getting in.
Yeah, first frag for Dynamite. Why is he at least able to trade this one out? How long is there? Kill with Russia once again. K-Knight opening on the C side, so maybe they are able to plant the spike. Lucas on the lurk. Wrapping around YZ. Advantage secured for TEC. As we already mentioned, the biggest problem for the chamber normally. Still trying to get him off comfort zone. Coco. 2 seconds on the smoke, they will wait for this one to execute onto the side. Dev still has a paranoia. That's the big utility piece. That's important here for BLG. K-Knight still scaling up once more. Gets 1 kill. But Lucas able to trade. Now the position is known. They know where K-Knight is. Spam through a smoke with a classic. Does not connect, does not hit. 3 kills for Lucas to secure that round for TEC.
Oh, Lucas did a great job there, finding his first frag by a great walk down mid. After we had the double duelist on B side and they decided to break that hold up, just peek into that again. I think BLG was very sure that there's no follow-up coming from the B side, and Lucas is perfect timing to catch YZ off guard. It's the first round, it's just the pistol round, but it is another round where YZ only finds 1, and we talked about his impact quite a lot. I think he's just one of the players that is so important for any success that BLG can find at the moment.
And also, BLG was a very attack-sided team with that comp on Haven. Them losing out on that first attack round is crucial to TEC because you already delivered 2 quick rounds for your team if you're not getting eco'd, and Lucas has something to say in that regard. 3 kills for him, taking a 4th one as well. Just running them down on a shotgun. There's Lucia all on his own. 50 HP. 1 shot should be enough. Lucia swings around, does not get anything, and then Spitfires is already behind him. 3 weapons surviving that round. TEC should be on a good trajectory right now. It's a fine bonus, not a very, very good one, but a pretty fine one.
But I mean, they didn't bring that big of an arsenal into this round with having Coco on a pistol and Lucas on a judge. So I think the bonus round just look fine. Coco is buying the Stinger, Lucas on a Bucky, so there is another shotgun in the hands of the team players. BLG has the bigger guns and have to find their first round now.
You lose here, there are bigger problems ahead. But an outlaw frag for Dynamite.
AZ on the ground again, yet again, and Dynamite going for the reswing is maybe a bit much from the young duelist. A side basically open, especially because Lucas only has a Stinger in heaven.
Not the best angle for a Stinger to play with.
He has his ultimate.
Yeah, down Fury and uses it already. Does get the first stack, does not convert the kill right now. FT able to dodge this one, able to dance around the Hunt of Fury shot. But Russia is a little bit too far ahead. Over peaks in that situation. Spitfires has a Vandal in hand. To get something going here is in the backstab. Had an open shop of weapons right behind him with the kills that were falling in main. They're just waiting for Spitfires to peak. But they're not aware whether he comes from short or long. That's a big question here. Now they know where FT is. Spam through the boxes. K-Knight, you can pin down his position. After you know where your first player is, but K-Knight! An aim switch! 2 kills for him! A savior round for him! Impossible to win that, but K-Knight still does it!
K-Knight definitely one of the players to make a hero out of himself when needed. This looked dangerously close. TEC made so much out of that round. Spitfire's getting that kill onto the blinking player, and then K-Knight is just doing lovely work on that aim switch. With the Vandal, I mean, TEC is doing everything right in that double kill, but still not being able to secure that frag. Has to hurt now. The guns, I mean, they don't look too stable for either of these teams. 2 Guardians in the hands of the BLG players. Dynamite buying the Outlaw because he is suspecting some small sheep.
There's only Russia with a full shield. Everybody else goes small. No game developing here for BLG right now. Even though they basically have 3 duelists on their team. No tripwires to be broken just yet. Patient over from TEC. 3 players waiting for an execute on the side to happen. Hold on, different angles, Spitfires. Spam on the entry. And that's the important target. You've got an Omen.
They're just moving back. They lose their smokes and decide to approach this map. Some space secure towards B. That's definitely a space you can work with without these smokes. And Russia is being dealt with. Now BLG is just a bit late to the party. K-Knight not finding the trait immediately. This is going to be very, very awkward.
20 HP on YZ as well. Huge problems right now for that BLG lineup. K-Knight has to be the hero once more. Coco, shutdown. K-Knight does too. But a perfect timed shutdown from Lucas. Sends them back into a numbers advantage. YZ cannot plant the spike. That round goes over to TEC, even though K-Knight is pulling some heroics once more. 10-2. In the first few rounds, the best player on BLG right now by a margin. But he cannot do everything on its own.
Absolutely so great in these opening rounds of the deciding map in the series from BLG against TEC. The shock dart is just very devastating, and then you cannot even get the plans down because there's another wraparound happening. The space game from TEC is very decent at the moment. They always have a lurk in play, flank in play. The space they are securing feels very, very well thought through.
Spitfires on an entry. K-Knight has been shut down. Early kills for him. Early frags for Spitfires, securing those rounds one after another for TEC. Where Coco is standing. Corners, the biggest problem for BLG. coming to bite them once more, but FT is checking this one. Russia and Neff. Those are the impact frags you need. Big weapons in hand. Neff repicks mid. Spitfires does the same, and Russia just wraps around everyone. All of a sudden, the numbers are in the pockets of BLG.
Very, very nice slicing of the map from BLG. A numbers advantage secured, and Dynamite is on an outlaw, so not as flexible in the retake. But there are duels to be found. He could get a timing onto Neff, while YZ doesn't have an angle on that mid space. There are possibilities, but Lucas being shot down so low is making this a bit more devastating. Dynamite off to a good start. The position from Neff and Cubby is always a dangerous one to play in, but also one you are usually quite aware of. A nice smoke from the attackers. No angle for Dynamite, and he now has to do it all. Rusha's just sliding in once more. Time is not on his side, and neither are the frags. Neff is dealing with him, and BLG is securing another round.
Yeah, they're at least stabilizing a little bit on that attack. 4-1 would be devastating. Spitfires. No opening secured, but that drone still dropped. Are like the biggest problems for TEC right now. They are not able to be a stable team, securing more of those rounds. K-Knight has 10 frags. That's the big one, but another eco for TEC, knocking at the doorstep. Dynamite has a marshal. Needs to find an headshot. Just a body hit. The second one does not hit. YZ. Situation removes himself from the main area. Just a little bit of contact gaming. Over to the side of BLG once again.
Yeah, but on that fight from A shore, we saw that Lucas could fight some space A, so that's definitely dangerous. Back into BLG, deciding to do otherwise. A drone towards it. The smoke cleared, but no, there's a player. They definitely have to be. Just a classic in Coco. How much can he do?
Yeah, not much is the answer. As Dynamite falls to the ground. Lucia finds the second one with Lucas as well. The quick scope to open up things on A. Should be able to be planted there. They're already in the backside, and in the end it's TEC who are probably just able to execute themselves at the spike.
It's not like they should go. The important one with the conversion path is already online. Still Spitfires is able to secure a fragment onto Neff, but then it's a crazy off angle play by YZ. You can always do that when you are a chamber, and with that BLG is evening up the score 3-3 after TEC was able to convert 3 out of 4 opening rounds. They seem to be the economy round definitely not going their way. Now they have another full buy, and now they have to get back into the way they played in the beginning. The space taking was amazing, and BLG was super unaware and struggling a lot with the fact that TEC was gaining so much space so fast.
And I think in general, like, TEC will have some problems on their own attack, in my opinion. Considering that there is a chamber in play that's able to actually stop that team comp, might just be the biggest problem they are having right now. The biggest problem they are facing right now, going into their own defense, going into their own attack. That's why they need more defensive rounds, even though it's a map that normally falls more into attack side territory.
And they have done a great job at attacking. Yes, they are playing against the chamber, but like I already mentioned, in the last series we saw YZ struggling to find defense, which is kind of unusual because as a chamber in defense you can always look for that off angle, find the opening, TP out, and even if you don't get the opening, you got some and you maybe baited out some utility. But especially in the series against BLG, we saw YZ struggling that much on the defensive side that I don't see TEC in the biggest of trouble they're fighting against.
If YZ can actually deliver this time on their defense. That's the most important centerpiece in my opinion. Because if you manage to deal possible onslaught onto yourself, important part is a faster goal from BLG. They really want to enter on that B side, but it's gonna be a split over to C. Just luring some players over. Dynamite on and off. Finds the first kill. Covers himself a little bit with their own jet smokes, but Spitfires, the one entering onto YZ. Trades on the backside. Numbers stay even. 3 versus 3. Dynamite and Haodong down. The big centerpiece, K-Knight, the star player, still alive. FT goes into the backside. Has been spotted. Another paranoia to kick things off, but Coco not ready to peek on this. Not ready to convert on this one. Needs to find something. They're pushing back towards Garage. They're trying to lure out the Omen. Trying to catch him off guard. Spitfire still not in play. Still not ready to fight. Now he's there. FT down. One player coming from long. Both of them ready. Both of them there. But can they spot Nev? Who gets hit by its own Sober ultimate. Nev gets first. The second one denied. But the spikes tick so fast. Spitfires can just secure an operator and nothing else.
I mean, if he can secure the operator, which he can't because Nev has the angle and he's taking the risk of going down to the spike in order to get the op on the ground. The biggest question I have is how did Dynamite secure the frag onto Rusha with the classic? I mean, the trade coming in is the least his team can do, but that shot didn't look like that was supposed to land.
And we got the translation for that. I really need this translation for that.
Our economy is in scrambles for TEC again. They have some ultimates online, so the Bladestorm is in play for Dynamite, but the economy on the side of BLG just fits better, even though the ultimates aren't. They're playing this very yet again, another attempt on base somewhere in some time, maybe, because there are 30 seconds already off the clock, and BLG is on the other end, not really biggest space take as well. They have B Cubby, and they are slowly creeping down A long, but not with a lot of success.
Unfortunate. I would call that timing. Dynamite not really get anything going there. Plus also pushing down mid. That might just be the timing that they need, but gets spotted by YZ. And with that, Spitfires even has to invest his own dash. Get out of that situation. The default covered by the side of TEC. You have one Cypher trip, which is insanely important. Something that C execute if it's gonna happen, but at YZ, how deep he's already into enemy territory. Cypher has been spotted. Haodong can't really deal with that, but YZ, the jig is now up. Still gets one kill. B side open. B side secured. YZ on a triple. Taking down everything. Ownership taken over B side, and not really anything TEC can do.
This round is basically gone. Stinger is maybe gonna find YZ, so there's a weapon upgrade in play for him, and now it's just bringing that bundle into the Coco's. Make some damage, maybe but FT is going for the swing. Dealt with. So it is the Vandal save for Lucas if he's being run down, but he's playing very, very.
And that's the first frag for FT. Just showcasing how much Lucia, Nev, and K-Knight are carrying that game right now. Because FT and YZ were just completely absent up until that round.
I just want to throw in quickly that YZ and match against RG landed 6 first kills, and all of them were happening in the half. And after switching sides, he completely lost the ability of finding that opening, and that was
but why
very
are you such
much
a hater?
the neck breaker of BLG. I feel like They are in a good position.
Oh, yeah. Immediate contact. Early on in Garage B side. Might be their end goal. And nobody's checking that corner. Spitfires. Once again, BLG on the corner oversight. Crucial one at that. Knight trying to force his way into this one as well. At B side, still the target for BLG, but they're slowing things down a little bit. Still, Russia. Dealt with. Shut down.
Slow down the pace while the other one is upping it. Now in a good position to take this one home. Information is there through the ultimate of how long K-Knight already being spammed down. That's a crazy shot from Dynamite.
There's the Prime Canny Airsoft coming through. Close range angle, basically using it like a shotgun. Lucas finds one more onto FT. Just Neff. Heroics required from him once more, but Dynamite shuts them down. Round number 4 secured. For TEC, they're stacking up more and more of a comfortable situation going into that second half. We talked about the discrepancy for BLG on attack and defense. How much better of an attack team they are compared to the defensive team.
I think
Dynamite, insane shots.
That flick was... I think it's a bit weird to see how we have some teams that are thriving more on defense, some teams are thriving more on attack, and for BLG, this has been so mixed depending on the maps. And I mean, this is a 3-spot map, so you always have to favor the attack a little bit. And I think for VCT China in this stage, the 3-spotters are the only maps that have a higher attack win rate in general. But for BLG, those statistics have been so mixed around that I feel like this maybe can come from a lack of identity. They are throwing in so many different comps on so many maps with a lot of different styles following from that they bring another struggle to every map. There's not one thing they can fix to up their pace in general for every map. I think there's a different issue for every single map we've seen them on, and that makes the work a lot harder for a team like BLG compared to other teams.
To be fair, with that sort of team comp you're playing here on Heaven, you can't hold anything. Like, you just get overrun by teams who are running double duelist or double, or any sort of big flashers. The biggest problem right now, BLG presented with a gift. Open A side by TEC. They want to go for a full retake. YZ that's right behind them. Dynamite on an entry frag. That's a big one. YZ spots the shoulder. Spots one kill, but doesn't get a second. How long? Dare to trade an AWP for the taking if they want to take it into the backstab. Still a numbers advantage for BLG. You have to do something aggressive. You have to do something risky if you are BLG here. TEC just closing in from every angle. Will get closer and closer to the spike. FT needs to get his second kill of the game here. And does convert. Finally, first player spotted. Second as well. FT on long. Last player standing. And gets home by Dynamite. Last kill converted for him as well. 5 and 5. TEC is running away with it. Second round in a row. Bad implications for that second halftime.
Definitely. The fact that Neff was half HP there made this retake more doable. The awareness of the spaces that BLG is holding is a bit inconsistent. Sometimes they are so expectant of certain players in certain angles, and then in other situations a player like YZ is able to catch them completely off guard with the angle that he's holding. I think it's the most important thing for TEC that they could trade out YZ, so round wasn't completely gone and they could find their way back into it. 5 and 5 now on the board. The operator of Dynamite being smoked off, that's an indicator that BLG might take some space on long.
No goalable!
Do that. Dynamite gets one shot. Gets Phoenix ultimate, at least to run it back. Can't get any impact besides spotting the op. Dynamite, the second one. to go into the backside. Not successful, but Russia
一人，暴龙
slams
击落
them
在
down.
A 区。
3 kills on that backside go by the Neon. This time Russia is the hero unsung by the fans of BLG. But Fires needs something to do, needs something to go for. Nobody covers FT, but YZ on long. That's that last frag you needed. Russia. An absolute goated go. Brings them down, shuts them down, and takes home that round.
I mean, what a duel happening on this A side. Dynamite definitely overstaying with the operator, but he is just one of these players who are going for the second peak, the third peak, even if he can't land the initial shots, and that leads to the fact that TEC is losing out the duels on the side and are weaker in the retake, so definitely something that BLG can punish. They have the operator in the hands of YZ, so we are not getting a lot more pace into this last attacking round of their side, but definitely an idea of baiting out some FT who's being sent out to maybe destroy some Sentinel utility garage, maybe bait some more out. There are ultimates in the hands of TEC, especially the conversion path can make or break a round.
That's the big one, but they're using the conversion path proactively. I'm not the biggest fan of that situation. Biggest fan of them just throwing it blindly into mid.
Because they're not taking.
Yeah, they're not doing anything with it. And now there's a quad stack of players right in front of Garage. They just have to deal with the wire. They just have to deal with
我要
Hardan.
出手了，
K-Knight immediately trades him. FT, the sacrificial lamb. Fires going onto the side blindly again. Nobody knows what's going up. TEC is just running blindfolded wraps around that map. K-Knight has another 3k for his liking. Now there's just Dynamite. Running around that map with an AWP. Not really able to retake anything. Should be a halftime lead for BLG. If nothing goes entirely wrong right now.
At this point, K-Knight is just collecting for the highlight reel. Dynamite looked like he had a timing, but K-Knight is there again and again. Another multi-kill to be found. The halftime lead secured, and now TEC have to fight their way back into this. On the attacking side, BLG, I mean, they are playing this so well. I don't know if I can say that this is all down to K-Knight, because he's really thriving on the information he's getting from his opponent. I don't think he would be able to get a lot of this motive if there wasn't the work being done before.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, there are multiple moments where K-Knight is just playing off of some of his teammates, but still, like, in general, I think that's gonna be a very, very impactful pistol round on the one hand, and K-Knight needs to deliver more and more. BLG or TEC. Pistol round with huge implications. If BLG wins this one, they might just convert that map. If TEC wins it, there are all questions up for debate.
I like the confidence when we see the fans picking. So there's definitely a lot of hope that they can make this work. They're just 2 rounds down, so there are a lot of tests. On the other side for BLG, have to show that they can work. It didn't look too well against All Gamers. They lost, but they definitely fixed a lot of their rounds. Now the comp is a bit different against All Gamers. They played a mirror matchup, so All Gamers on the Chamber and on the Phoenix. That's definitely something you have to keep in mind. The work is just different when you are going up against something like a double duel.
K-Knight nearly 400 ACS at halftime. So much on the line in that pistol round, especially for TEC. Going 1 and 3 in that split. Entirely different implications compared to a 2 and 2 start. Closing the gap to the other teams.
What a surprise. Summit and Haven and most of Split has been very default. Couple of pacey rounds from both of these teams, but other than that, most of the rounds they start off very slow, very aware that a push could be happening, but there's not a lot of BLG, a bit of space and long, a bit of a bait setup for FT that TEC would have to check if they go A, but they decide otherwise.
And also not checking corners is like the big BLG problem. See if they do that with Nav. Let's see if TEC can do that with Nav. Backwards, expecting a B execute, but the paranoia and a great timing to slow down TEC at the very last. YZ needs to get an opening here, but goes out of the scope in the worst possible timing. Opening goes to Nav. Lucia does the same, a crunch into the garage. Delivers a successful blow to the head of TEC. A little bit of bait setup, but Coco does too. Might give a little bit more space over to Lucas. 2 kills for him, but Nav the savior. A back and forth heart attack round for all the BLG fans.
So many things went so terribly wrong in this round. The timing from Nev on the decision to rotate off, then a great paranoia to secure his position just a bit. YZ heading out of that scope, TPing out of the duel felt a bit awkward.
We got a headshot in there as well.
And then that's Lucas in a 1v3 who's on the brink of making that work because the whole of BLG is lining up.
Does his table survive that headshot not getting the kill moment? I wanna know, kinda. It's gonna be another fast execute onward to the side, but Nav already found Spitfires. Already the numbers disadvantage. Dynamite only shutting down a Marshall, the biggest of impacts. And BLG are just closing in from every side. Nav on the 3K. His defensive side has been absolutely flawless up until now.
That was a good round out of B. Actually, dealing with the flood-like retake. Pretty proactive, only Marshall, so big off economy damage. Still a nice shot out of Dynamite. Great timing. I think if he would be a bit later on that swing, the drone problem. But it is a round for BLG. It is now a bit of a bigger lead for BLG. But it's not the best of bonus rounds. 3 Spectres and an Outlaw. And the Outlaw is only finding big shields.
Makes that setup harder for BLG. Deliver some headshots. Bit of a closer angle. And look at what FT is doing right now. Oh my god. That timing. Pushing them back from the garage might just be perfect. FT, double swing with YZ. Gets a trade at least. Howdong able to trade back, but Nav brings the numbers advantage over to BLG. Too aggressive, too far forward from TEC. And all of that leaves Lucas in a 1 versus 2. Fighting off the 2 best players that BLG has to offer, Nav and K-Knight. And they're just waiting for blood. They're just waiting for Lucas to come closer, get into their domain. Nav, another kill for him. Double digits, 10 and 5. TEC's on the floor, and BLG are just pushing them further and further towards the edge.
Team taking the fight in Garage is always a risk when you know you play against not that heavily equipped bonus rounds, and I think I would have enjoyed for teams to just take the fight to another lane, playing from C backside, holding the B area, and taking the advantage in the fights that are a bit more long distance than everything that's towards Garage now. Their economy is nowhere near good. We have a Marshall and a Stinger, and other than that, it's Sheriffs all over the board. They're desperate to find an opening. BLG is not giving them anything.
For the info, desperate for an entry kill, but YZ. That's the outlaw needed. That's the impact the Chamber has to get on the defensive half. He's moving further and further forward, shutting down singular peaks. Alone control established. Just the Chamber, doing it all by himself. Easy. They brought themselves into such a chaotic situation. Nav just sprays them down. First kill for him. The shorty delivers the last. 2 more rounds and BLG has done it. 2 more rounds and they go up to 3-1 in their group. The first place to be taken away from DRG.
And the first seed in the group on the line. I mean, nothing is final after this match day. There are still a lot of group matches to be played, but I think it would be a statement from BLG if they could secure for now. There's a timeout coming in from TEC. I feel like, especially with the pace that we've been seeing, there has to be a bit of change. BLG is not giving them anything. They hold down those longer angles on A-long. They have some space. They always secure towards the backside to make sure they're not losing the side completely if an accident happening. And TEC still is very, very stoic in just staying in spawn for quite some time, waiting for something to happen. There's just proactivity lacking from TEC. I would love to see a bit more of a fight, not even a pacey execute, maybe just an aggressive fake or some sort of we're having a set play prepared, we're sending 3 players towards B to try to get some attention from BLG away from what they're holding, because whatever BLG is holding is
a little bit more of a faster game, but you don't have the flashes to do that. That's the biggest problem I'm seeing with their comp, that to be explosive you normally need something to set up your players with. Spitfires gets through by himself, just swings in there, just goes aggressive. W key and go. Lucas on an ultimate, 1 more kill. YZ left by himself on the B side, on an outlaw. Thing to do here for the Chamber player. Money looks good. Another buy round on the horizon for BLG. YZ has no point in winning that round.
There was a bit of an ultimate during the Hunter Sphere there, and also secure the space towards A, but I feel like in a situation 5 and 11 definitely take that risk and go a lot into the mix to be able. It is going to be a 6th for TE, and there are still ultimate play. Dynamite just needs up 1 kill. Have a Bladestorm online, and Spitfires is getting another chance to show us that he can make use out of his convergent path. Well, we weren't that happy with his usage in the defensive half. I feel like in attack that's still a whole.
And again, just 2 dry swings from Spitfires that secures those rounds, right? It's very, very rough to repeat a round like this. TEC has to find more angles, has to fight more situations where their duelists can shine.
What? Success is always tough in a comp like that. What is that shot from K-Knight? Another opening found already on his back foot. He has his opening. He doesn't need to do any more, but still here and there. Still the elevated angle from Nev. A is not the spot to hit when you're TEC.
Yeah, and they never spot him because that drone just whistles past. The Omen player, the spikes on the ground. Nev able to pour it out of there, but Spitfires contests into K-Knight. All of a sudden, the numbers are even once again. 66 HP on the Spitfires. That's the only thing they got from that engagement. Lucia, have you got it? Can you win that one-on-one against Howdong? Stunned up and dead in the end. FT gets some more info on himself. Gets one more kill. Coco on his own. 1 versus 2, can't stay there, but also can't peek into a situation like that, but gets FT in a 1v1. YZ closes down that round. Needs to defuse the spike, by the way.
I mean,
If they lose that round because YZ does not defuse the spike, then I'm, you know?
I know.
I'm not gonna be happy about that.
That was a bit of... I wasn't that worried yet, but I feel like if something like that would happen, it's happening in a series like this, where
If something
teams
like
are-
this would happen, it's happening in VCT China.
yeah,
Because they are standing up and running over to their opponents if they need to. If they're allowed to, I'm sorry. If the VCT China teams would be allowed to walk over to their opponents and trash talk them in the face, they would. I am 100% positive that would happen.
could be. It's the mix already. Rusha getting out of there. They decide to go for the repeat, and it's going terribly wrong. But for everyone, Dynamite securing 2 kills, but also 2 frags found for BLG. It's chaotic once again.
Perfect flash by FC. Everyone set up a lot of things. Both duelists down. Now there's no explosiveness to go inside. You have to contact forward, contact into a chamber. YZ shuts them down. A decider. We all expected that TEC would just prevail in a map like this. And a map that BLG struggled with all split long. Seems like those times are over. It seems like BLG are back to their old selves. 2 more kills, and that round is over. 1 more. YZ does it all by himself. BLG is back at the top in their group. They're doing it one after another. It was not pretty against TEC today, but in the end they prevailed. Their summit looked great, and their haven improved.
100%, I am with you. BLG proved once more that they were just off to a terrible start against DRG. They won against All Gamers, they won today against TEC, and they already secured a win against Wolf. I lost track of my sentence. The point is, BLG is on top, and they have only 1 series left to play, and that is against an XLG that, to be honest, is struggling even more than what we've seen from BLG. I am so confused about the current showing and the current state of XLG because the roster didn't change. And still, this looks like an entirely different team, and that's the only opponent in Group Omega that's left for BLG.
Ever since the EWC, they're not really looking like themselves. We're gonna be honest. BLG is not always pretty. It's most of the times it's really messy what they're showing us. But it seems like they got back to their own. They got back into their groove. They can show us something new, something to work with. Again, as you already mentioned, XLG, they are not themselves right now. They are not the team that dominated China ever since the downfall of EDG.
I feel like in this group where everything is possible, that's the best chance of block playoffs fast. We're gonna have a listen into the...
恭喜 BLG 获得了本场比赛的胜利，我们也是请到了 Knife 选手来接受我们的采访。Hello Knife。Hello，
我是 BLG 的奶夫。
恭喜你们，恭喜 BLG 赢下了这场比赛的胜利。因为天书云测4出现以来，大家都会觉得这是一张比较复杂的地图，但是你们目前保持了这张地图100%的胜率，打得非常的好，尤其是今天的防守方。那你认为今天防守方你们哪些方面会做得比较好一些呢？
防守方就是因为他们本来就是玩一个双少阵容嘛，在那张图，但是他们突然换了，所以我感觉他们可能就是有点针对我们，所以我们防守我就故意的 可能漏一些我平常不会漏
thought
的信息给
differently
他
from
们，
what
然
they
后
usually
就
would.
反向思维的阅读他们吧。对，
是的，临场也做了一个非常好的阅读，就像你说，感觉 TEC 今天可能像是有备而来，因为他们在
TEC
很多
likely
地图
prepped
上
for
都
you
选择了
guys
变阵。
because they
那第二
changed
张地
comps
图霓虹
on
兵也是两
most
边
of
都存
them.
在一个变阵的情况。上一
Second
场
map
你们
they
和狼
also
队交
changed
手
their
之后
comp.
对于这张地图的
Do
阵
you
容是
have
不是
a
也有一些
different
新的
thought
考量？
about the
肯定有吧，因为
comps on that
那
map
时候
after
说实
playing
话
Worlds?
被打爆了，然后就是很
They didn't do great
多
on
不
that
足的
map
地
when
方，
they
然
played
后
Worlds.
我们也就
Things,
想到了，我们
they found
路上
some
玩
new
到
stuff
决斗
during
是不错的效果的，
And
所
they
以我们
thought
就
Russia
跟教练
better
反
on a
馈，
different
看能不能换个阵
talk
容，
to
然
the
后教练也
coach
同意
and
了。
they
我
agreed
们
on.
虽然没有拿下，但我已经看得出来，我们那张图是有更多发展的空间的。对，然后希
Next
望
time
以后
the
如果
if
有对手
their
想
opponent
给
picks
干
that
选这
map,
张
they
图，
will
我
be
们
able
会
to.
拿下。
是的，而且可以看到你们改变之后一点点的进步都是可以看得出来的。那其实今天第二张地图就像你说，非常可惜，最后是差了一点点。那第二张地图结束之后，教练当时有跟大家沟通什么吗？
有吧，
Basically,
再
coach
就是我
told
们可
them
能
they were thinking
想
too
太多，
much
然后枪
and
法那时候
their
也
gunplay
慢慢的
like
下
went
降
down a
嘛，
little
因
bit.
为就被连续追分，
And
然后我就跟
Neff
大家说
himself
就是
told
无
the
所谓了，
team
我们至少
that it was okay.
能
They could play
能
another
打
map
多一
and
张
just
图嘛，
enjoy
多一张图吧，然后享受舞台。
stage.
然后我也在想，我们这个饮食修所不是
They've
连续输
also
两场
lost
嘛，然后我就想事不过
Haven
三。
twice in the
事
past,
不过
and
三，
he
今天
said,
你
"Well,
们也
we're not
成
going to
功
lose it a
做
third
到，最
time.
后赢下
Third
了这
time's
张
the
地
charm."
图的胜利。因为我们也可以看到，最近其实，在你们的号上更新了很多大家的日常生活，然后很多
The
也都是
food
吃
in
吃吃
Changsha
的日
good.
常
You've been。
长
posting a
沙
lot
是不是真的
about
非常好
like
吃？
daily life
对，
and what
长
you've
沙我说实
been
话。
eating.
跟
It's
新加坡
similar to
差不多
Singapore
我
where
感觉，但
he's
是这里
from, but it's a little bit too
太
hot.
热了。然后我一出门就一直在流汗，但是粉丝也
Fans
很
are
热
very
情，然后
nice,
这里
and
的
the
美食
food
也很好吃嘛。
had
我
some
们最近
specialty
也刚吃了小龙虾
dishes,
和香
and
菜，
he
然
really
后
wishes they
希
could.
望我们能待久一点吧，在这里。对，
是的，
What's
那
your
如果
favorite
让你
food
推荐一个
in
你最
Changsha?
喜欢的，会是什么美食？
美食吗？在长沙，
对，
如果是我，可
But
能
he doesn't
是
like
小龙虾
taking
吧，但
the
是
shell off of the
我
lobster,
不喜欢
so
剥
he doesn't eat it
所以
too often.
我平常就不怎么吃。另外
Favorite
选项我说实话
in
我
when
来到
he's
中
come
国
to
我最喜欢吃
China
的
in
就是辣椒
general
炒
has been
哦，辣椒炒肉也是这边的一个特色。
spicy
看到
peppers
我们
and
吉
meat.
祥物也非常开心，一直在旁边跳舞。因为今天现场其实也有很多支持你的人，我们随处都可
Anything
以
to
见
say, fans?
新加坡一个忍者的牌子。有没有什么话是想要对大家说的呢？
就
Thank
谢
you
谢
to all the fans,
新来
whether you
的
are
粉丝
new
们，
or
还
have
有一直以
been
来支持我的。然后这个称号，说实话，就是可能一个笑点嘛。我说实话，就每个人都觉得这个好笑，我也
streams,
很喜欢给
making
我
sure
观众们
everyone's
和可能在
happy,
直播的时
doing
候
things
给
that
大
are
家一些
funny,
欢乐。然后
and
也
he
希望
wants
我以
to bring
后就
joy
是
to
可以给你们的生
throughout
活
their
带来更
lives.
多的欢呼和快乐吧。对。
是的，感谢奶福不仅给我们呈现了精彩的比赛，而且在
That's
日
the
常
end
生
of
活
the
里可以
interview.
给我们带来很多的
It's
快
time
乐
for the prize。
那
draw.
接下来，让我们用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录下这一刻。
Yeah, and yeah, BLG already talking about improvements, already talking about them having it with losing on certain maps, especially like Haven switching the roles back on Split, with Russia not showing a really good performance on the Omen there. You know, it's some experiments for a BLG team that's still in the process of figuring out their entire gameplay style, so yeah, it makes a lot of sense why they look so improved in a series like that today.
And I think it's interesting to hear that in the second map there was lots with being in their heads too much. We talked about this on Summit, that there are just some players who look like it's all coming in. I feel like realizing you are too much ahead, you're thinking too much, overthinking the game that usually feels like it's coming naturally, be such a tough thing to drop, but BLG definitely managed to, especially on the second map on Haven. They look dominant.
And, you know, that last map for BLG, certainly a statement piece. Certainly telling the other teams in China that, you know, it's not easy to defeat us. It's not easy to push us to our limits and to push us onto maps that we can't play. So a lot different outlook for a team that struggled at the start of the season, that had a lot of questions for us throwing up when they started playing in VCT China this year.
And I mean, when we had the voice comms in Summit, there was a lot of hype going on. I'm very interested if there is a change up when we compare the voice comms Summit to Haven, because I think there must be a bit more going on even on a map like that, on a deciding map where you know this is taking us to the top of our groups. We are leading in a group that is so chaotic, that is giving so many opportunities for teams to step up their game. So I'm very interested in having a listen.
加油加油加油 ！Let's go！ 人再进来啊！我先推一下。他放了，他放了。CT 有烟吗？多久？
没有，我10秒而已。我去看屁股好不好？我不进来了。
我下包了 ，A 打 A 小包。我也不进来了。2个 CT， 2个体啊，2个体啊。底下2个。我看2楼。底下还有。
还屁股一个位垒。
加右边 K 哥，
我在等屁股。还有 A 少。2个 CT， 2楼没有。A 大
A 小一个
，A 大是 A 小。
我们下1楼。
1楼 A 少。2个右边。
我留小门了。人家竟然要补，快补！走，
哎，就在他们没烟了，我要退，我留小退，我去把屁股拿了，我在这儿，帮我架线。
K-Knight.
Yeah, and K-Knight, obviously the MVP of that map. The best player on BLG by a margin here. And yes, Neff showed up, some flashes on that second half as well, but especially on the first half, K-Knight really held them into the game, held them together as a player, and thus deserved MVP here for him.
So when we see a high efficiency rating of Silver, you are very likely to assume that there were great recon darts, great drones and shock darts that did damage, and he got assists, tons and tons, but K-Knight got his efficiency rating solely by making sure he's fragging out every single round. Some of his shots have been crazy today.
It's 20 frags for him in the end. A dominant win by BLG. Like, that's the main takeaway from that Haven, in my opinion. That BLG, if they manage to take the time, if they manage to stick together as a team, there's potential in that lineup. There's potential, even though FT had a rough showing on those last 2 maps, there's potential in that team. By them beating TEC. TEC, on the other hand, catastrophic standing for them. 3-1, yes, 12 false blood, and you only convert 6 rounds out of that. That's something that needs work. And the end of the day, like, that's the most terrible stat line I can take away from that game.
That's very interesting to see, only getting 50% of the rounds where you get the opening frag, but it kind of plays into this whole style of being super defensive on either of the halves. I feel like even if they got the opening, there was no follow-up happening, and then they're struggling with fighting cleanly in those number advantage situations. So that's definitely an issue to look out for when you are TEC or when you're playing against TEC.
Yeah, and you know, in the end, that's our wrap for that matchup. I think BLG, the main takeaway for us should be that BLG is back, and BLG showed some improvements and finally got to a point where, you know, they look like a competitive team in VCT China. They look like a team that can contest with the best in the region. And maybe if given some more time for them, they can actually play a final or something like that, and maybe convert to champs as well. But for us, that's the end of today's broadcast. We have a second matchup coming up here today with our casters at Charlotte and Nobi. So stay with us, stay with Project Horizon, and we will hear each other on another day. Bye-bye.
Gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, of energy that can't be replaced. No debate, we could take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes. Yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, if I'm ready. The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on your mind's eye. I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you as they always used to do. When I'm falling for good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. I've been choking on emotions. I've been tangled by my thoughts. 'Cause the longer I stay awake, the further I erode you. When I'm falling for good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent.
Well, we continue the day here, returning to Group Omega. I'm Charlotte, joined by Nobi, and we have what could potentially be one of the most exciting matchups of the stage. It's all gamers taking on G-Lai Gaming. Nobi, this is a big game between some big hitters.
Yeah, absolutely. I honestly think that AG versus XLG is one of those matches where the expectation is for, you know, like obviously XLG being one of the better teams within the region, and with them being at the bottom of kind of the entire group right now, the expectation is kind of for them to climb their way back up and get things in high gear. But at the same time, the records are in the entire region are all very similar. So, you know, AG are 1-1, and yet they're currently number 3 compared to XLG, who is last. So, you know, obviously it is going to a lot of the time come down to maybe even round differential, or maybe even, you know, the map record. So, you know, both teams realistically are going to be looking for a 2-0 here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what they're going to be hoping for. However, I do think that between these two sides, we're kind of guaranteed that third map, right? Just to really settle things, because these are two squads with incredible caliber. Both teams that have come out first in this region too. Obviously XLG stage 1 last year, and All Gamers back in kickoff actually. So a bit more recent, but they just missed out on qualifying to Masters London, coming 4th place in stage 1, whereas XLG made it all the way to the top 6 at that international event, and I think really put the world on notice that, you know, China isn't just a one-team region. It's not just EDG that can perform.
Yeah, absolutely. I think XLG is a really, really important team to the region as a whole, because like you literally just said, it proved that EDG is not the only team that, you know, has got people. And I feel like there have been a lot of teams like that have kind of sprung up. I mean, we saw at Masters Toronto, Wolves with CUFAT. We saw it back in Champions 2024 with Trace, who, you know, made really good runs. Obviously now the teams are sort of shaken up in a way, right? Like their players have gone to different teams and, you know, things are different, but that's just how it is. That's how esports is. So, you know, it's interesting to see. And of course, in this situation, I think honestly, it's really going to come down to whatever team is feeling kind of a little bit more confident.
Yeah, I do agree with you talking about, talking about Wolves from Toronto, talking about Trace at Champs 24, but I think XLG maybe sort of stands out a little bit ahead of the rest, maybe at the same level as, you know, Billy Gaming from Champs 23, right? You know, where they made it to playoffs, but it's very much that situation of, yeah, sure, they've made it to the international events, but XLG are consistently getting there. XLG are consistently making those performances, and I think that's really where the difference lies. You know, we saw Trace then go to Masters Bangkok and have the worst performance at a Masters tournament ever, until MIBR broke it at the very next event. But Trace then haven't been back to the top. Neither have Wolves. They've stayed down at the bottom of the region pretty much ever since that Masters Toronto run.
Yeah. I think, honestly, what we should be seeing here is XLG with expectations. I think that's the biggest thing. Expectations for themselves. Because I think they truly believe that they are pretty much right up there with EDG in terms of, you know, the fact that they're one of the teams within the Chinese region that you expect to be on an international event. And if they have that expectation of themselves, then I think that in itself inherently will boost their confidence. And it's just something that they need to really hone into coming into this, not just this match really, but the entire rest of the stage. Because if you end up in a situation where you're just kind of, you know, you do okay, not really that great, you don't try that much, then you're going to play-ins, you're playing that whole bracket just to, you know, like it's not great.
Yeah, it's definitely not a good look. You want to be making it into the top 2 of the group. Both of these teams, I think, have the caliber, but the problem lies, I think, with Billy Gaming already sitting at that 3-1 scoreline. Going to be very difficult to overtake them. This becomes then essentially a must-win for these teams to actually make it that far. But let's talk about All Gamers a little bit more in depth. We can see the lineup below us, led by Kira in that IGL spot, but really the main players that I'm looking at are going to be Fangir and Shrimp. They're the ones that the majority of the time are having these big performances.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Shrimp. I think honestly his performances have generally, especially recently, been really good. I mean, I think Kira in general also is, as far as like an IGL, has some interesting ideas, but the thing is, what I really want to see is structure. You know, I think that is the thing that differentiates a lot of these, you know, mid teams from, you know, an upper echelon team within the region. So, you know, I want to see some structure. I want to see, and that doesn't necessarily mean you have to play like defaulty every single round. That doesn't necessarily mean you can't play aggressive comps. That just essentially means, hey, come up with a plan and stick to that plan. And, you know, if you can manage to do that, then you'll have success.
Yeah. Again, XLG very much feels like a team with that expectation, but you talked about confidence coming into this game, coming into this stage, and that's actually something that was a big part of their storyline in Masters London. We were talking about, can Raga perform at that international stage, because it's always where he's been the shakiest. And at the end of the event, I actually got to speak to the XLG coaches at the press conference, and I asked, you know, will this confidence found at the event, you know, you're finally stringing performances together internationally, how can you take this confidence into stage 2? And Havoya actually had a bit of a heated response to that, saying, you know, he said, I don't want to hear this word confidence anymore. He was like, my players know that they all have trust in each other, they know they're good, and they know that I have trust in them, and that's all we need. This narrative about confidence is like just we should all stop talking about it, basically. That is basically what he was saying, was this is a storyline that he is getting tired of, the team is getting tired of, that they know that they're good and they all have trust in each other. That should be all they need. Whether that's actually reflective of reality is a different question altogether.
Yeah, it's one thing to be able to have confidence in the long term. Absolutely. But in the short term, game to game, you know, your confidence can wane. That's just human nature, right? That can happen if you're losing, or if you're not meeting the expectation that you kind of set for yourself. You have a high bar for yourself. You don't meet that bar 100% of the time, which you're not going to. Your confidence might wane a little bit. So it's kind of, you know, it's going to be interesting to see, especially across this game with All Gamers, who is a good team. It's going to be interesting to kind of see whether or not that confidence wanes for either side.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure what scoreboard you're looking at in terms of the group standings, because at the very least that my reference has XLG in 3rd and All Gamers in 4th, both sitting at this 1-1 record. So at the very least, because, you know, Wolves are down in 5th, sitting 1 and 2. Titan Esports Club, after that loss earlier, now sit 1 and 3 down at the bottom. But for me, like we say, this is a must-win game, and for both of these squads, they should be doing better. Both of these teams should feel like that they are winning this group. So as we take a look at the skirmish here, remember that the skirmish gives us that whoever wins a skirmish will get the advantage. You get to pick whether you ban first or ban second in the map veto, which is very, very important. And we have a couple of Sentinel players duking it out here, Kira and Happyway.
Yeah, well, you know, Happyway's a good, but I think there's just a lot of shooters on XLG, so my expectation is a W here. And as you can see, Happyway is not disappointing right now. He's on a roll.
The dad buff.
Yeah, I mean, right? Like, I mean, yeah, this guy's just insane. But
yeah, I mean, we knew this about Happyway anyway. He's consistently been one of the highest rated players in the region, and he takes it 5-2. So we'll get the map veto up in a second. I think it's really interesting to me that XLG, obviously pretty much the majority of last stage, were rocking with that triple Sentinel comp, got heavily undone in London. They've now gone back to a double duelist here. We'll see where we end up going instead of the Lotus, which maybe I was expecting. XLG have picked Summit. They picked it against Titan Esports Club. They did end up losing that map, and therefore the match, it was a 14-12 overtime. But still, mistakes were made. They're gonna have to have worked on those. Meanwhile, All Gamers take us to Haven. Pretty good map for them. 1 pick and 1 win so far in this stage, but you look back at stage 1 and they were only 1 and 3. So definitely some questions to be raised there as well.
Hey, you want to know something? I'm actually I feel like we've been seeing a lot of Summit throughout the entire stage, which is quite interesting to me. And honestly, quite cool. I mean, given that it's a new map, I've been mentioning this throughout all the games that I've casted, but There's something to be said about the teams that have gone to EWC, whether their preparedness for the new map summit has been, adequate or not. I think in large part, those, kind of questions have been dispelled because I feel like a lot of these teams are kind of on similar footing when it comes to their skill level on map. So I'm curious. Obviously, both teams are 0-1 on Summit. So, I think it's actually quite interesting. I really want to know who will end up being the victor here. Last time we saw XLG play that map, it was, they rocked that chamber comp. They rocked the double controller with the Harbor Omen. And on the other side, both teams rock double controller. They had the Viper Omen from All Gamers, and so very similar comps. It's really just the play that was kind of the main difference there.
Yeah, and then like what we're saying as well, split to be the decider if we need it. Interestingly enough, both of these teams, they do have permabans coming through. This is XLG's third map and the third match that they are banning that sunset. And for all gamers throughout pretty much the entirety of stage 1 and now the stage as well, they've been taking away that breeze. So teams making sure that they themselves are comfortable.
Yeah, I think that comfortability is a big part in confidence. The second you are like in a situation that you're not necessarily used to, it's instantly like, whoa, wait a minute, hold on. I don't like this, but at the same time, Summit's first, Haven is second, which is interesting to me. Obviously, that's All Gamers pick. XLG starting out on attack, I believe. Yeah, XLG starting out on attack on that map. And we all know, obviously, any 3-site map is just going to be attack sited. So realistically, XLG looking to kind of get a head start there, get as many attack rounds as they can before transitioning to that defense side.
Yeah, for sure. The interesting thing actually about this as we see All Gamers take to the stage is that XLG actually chose Team A after winning the skirmish. Now, usually you'll see teams pick to be the second team because then it means you basically get to pick what the final map is. You're the one that's going to have the choice between two. But XLG wanting to come out the gates early doors with their own map pick, it certainly seems like a bold decision. We'll have to see whether it comes to pass. Interestingly enough, though, when we look at the previous history between these teams, the last time they came head-to-head, it was in the seeding matches post-groups last stage. That was a 2-1 win to XLG. What was the decider in that game? Split. 13-8 score to XLG. Obviously, very different circumstances and very different meta this time around. We'll have to see whether those changes have made anything happen, but that's obviously if we even get to a third match, which I'm anticipating we will. Before we get to that point, let's bring out XLG and hone in again on the summit, because again, like you're saying, Nobi, the comps here are very, very interesting.
Yeah.
I'm looking at All Gamers and they're running the solo Neon with a chamber, which
it's interesting. And it can work, but it's you gotta really that Neon player has to be really good. Yeah. So it really just depends on that. But at the same time, on defense, it's less of a worry. Like you're playing Viper that can control one site, you're playing Chamber that can control one site and have those really powerful lions, even in mid. And then you have your Neon who kind of just has free reign of whatever other choke. And so it can work, but it needs to really be a situation where the mid control is able to kind of still be established even with those two kind of pseudo sentinel agents.
Yeah. Now, I really want to hear your opinions of just Waylay in general, because I'm not that big of a fan. Like you brought up earlier, XLG, instead of having that Neon chamber, had the Waylay chamber the last time they played this map, which I personally think is potentially even worse of a composition, particularly because XLG have tried to play No Man on this Waylay, and it's never looked comfortable. It's never looked like a composition that is actually going to gain them much in that regard. I really want to see a change up here.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, my opinion on Waylay is this. I think Neon is a better agent overall, comparing the two, but I think Waylay's strength is the speed at which she can entry, right? The dash is just so fast that if your team can entry immediately after that and they have good entry timing, it can still be very effective. But it really strongly depends on that, because that is undoubtedly Waylay's biggest strength now, especially after that saturate got completely nerfed into the ground. I really do think that is her biggest strength. So I'm curious to see whether they're going to continue to opt to choose that Waylay, or they'll maybe change something up, but you know.
I hope they do. I hope they change it up. Even if you like Waylay as an agent, it's never looked like a comfortable, solid fit for this XLG team. And that's my primary concern here, is if we get No Man on that Waylay right now, I'm going to be very upset. I think probably a lot of XLG fans are going to be even more upset than me. But again, we'll have to wait and see what comes to pass here in the agent select.
Yeah.
Very quickly before we get into it, though, do you have a series prediction over? Now we know the map veto. Do you want to chuck a prediction for the series?
Yeah, you know what? I mentioned the fact that both of these teams are going to want a 2-0, but I'm kind of in agreement with you. I think a 2-1's going to be the answer, and we're seeing exactly what we expected.
I died. Oh, it's the No Man Waylay. Ah, okay.
Exactly what we thought we would see. Another Waylay pick. Both teams are sticking to their guns.
Yeah, I mean, I respect it in a way, but now this makes me concerned. I'll be honest, this does make me quite worried. I guess the only thing you can say is that XLG maybe have a better haven than All Gamers in the long run, but I don't know. I'm feeling quite doomer about this Waylay pick. We'll obviously see whether, you know, they can turn things around. No Man might have the best game of his life and drop, 45 or whatever. We'll have to wait and see. But on the basis of the rest of the comp, I actually do quite like it. The Harbor especially, I think, is all right. I think maybe you'd want to pair Harbor with Viper instead of Harbor with Omen, but I don't think it's too bad. On the other side, I think Omen Viper is maybe a little bit stronger in terms of that controller combination. But at the end of the day, I do really like a Harbor. I think maybe more teams should be playing Harbor on more maps, to be honest. But let's jump into the opening round here of Summit.
Go ahead and get it done. Yeah, I think Bai versus No Man is going to be part of the story of this game here. Duelist versus Duelist. Waylay versus Neon. Curious to see how this one goes. Definitely, like you said, a lot of B pressure. Two defenders here. I've got to do something here.
Yeah, it's the weaker side. XLG at the very least have that idea, but Kira's found the first kill, dropping down and getting the second onto No Man. The movement of that drop just a little bit too good, and he's still pushing for more. Might even get the ace! It's round number 1, and he's got a pentakill!
Kira with an innate ability, it seems, to just isolate fights incredibly. What in the world is that? I mean, just looking at this replay, I mean, part of it was simply the fact that they took a whole lot of 1v1s. And, I mean, it is just, it's so rough for XLG to have every single fight literally just, like, no trade in sight. That's insane.
Yeah, a flawless round, I guess, as well. But Hero just won every fight he was presented with, and well, in some of them, he also just walked into the fight and won it anyway. This time, XLG. 5 players grouped up towards the A site, and all gamers have numbers towards the east.
I mean, I really do. Yeah, this is just a round where it's just like, okay, you know what? Let's just try something. I think the death ball mid is not a horrible play here. I actually don't mind it. But they're going to look to at least try to clean the kill onto Baya. They're just going. But this is the strong side of the map, Charlotte.
Yeah, that it is. 3 bodies in attendance for all gamers. And the paranoia is pretty good. Leo.
That's a good trade.
The first kill for XLG, yeah, trading that out. Potentially could find an upgrade. Oh yeah, with that Cove going up, they definitely will be able to. But look at the health bars. Leo on 8 HP, Raga on 10. And now Shrimp coming in, looking to try and take things away. There was a single bullet away, but actually,
wait a minute.
XLG finding the kills. They have a free shot towards the B site here.
Oh, they're going to make a go of this one, running over towards B. And now all of a sudden, this round gets scary. Upgrades in the cards for everyone. And as that spike comes down, all gamers have really got to decide how exactly are we going to win this one. There are still 2 smokes. And of course, Kira, really both players converging in the same spot.
Risky. It's a very risky maneuver to go for from this angle. Kira, at the very least, can get the trade, and here becomes the problem. It's the HP. Kira was on full. Everyone on XLG so damn low, trying to pepper some shots through the smoke. Raga's on 10. Oh, and he very nearly got the kill there. Still trying to send shots through with the Marshal, but that Poison Cloud providing such a problem until he lands the shots through it. A thrifty round brings XLG back onto even standing.
Incredible job to actually manage to get good trades there. You can see that classic kill really opened up the floodgates there because it provided an upgrade. Obviously, the Cove that happened afterwards was incredible. That's the advantage of using the Cove, just popping that shield and being able to, you know, pretty much get that gun and then kind of just snowball from there.
We'll see what kind of craziness round 3 has in store. Very early on, that Prowler connects. Fangir, the part of that pressure, tries to go forwards. He does get punished for it. On the other side of the map as well, Kira's getting aggressive towards the spawn. Equally shut down. All gamers are going for something again. Lysor, with a bit of spray, does take down Bite. And now all gamers are isolated in the main here. No man will spray them down. Well, it's a nice flawless round from XLG, but you do feel like maybe they were just kind of given that one.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, a lot of those kills were through smokes. And honestly, I'm a really big fan of how XLG wasn't too hasty there in B main. They could have, by all means, decided, hey, you know, we have the better guns here. We're just going to push up. And if they had done that, who knows what would have happened? The paranoia is extremely dangerous because it can just literally nearsight everyone. So we could have seen a much different round if they had chose to play that less patiently. But props to them for actually choosing to just chill out a little bit.
Viper's Pit invested towards this B main space. All gamers want a little bit more control of this area than they might have had previously. They've certainly got that. And they do have numbers towards the A side as well. That's where XLG are now pivoting.
And it looks like one thing that I'd really want to see from XLG is more mid control consistently, really from both teams, because this map is more or less like a tree. It opens up into so many extremities. If you manage to take that mid control, you can just kind of go like mid top, you can go into B link, you can go into A link, and from there kind of just, it is, the floodgates are completely open. So I think that's a smart idea to at least show presence at start out.
Very similar to Corrode in that regard.
Absolutely.
Map been compared with Corrode quite a fair bit. And it feels quite similar as well, considering this A site, how difficult it is with all of the corners around. Reckoning comes through, trying to TP around it, but GRQ gets shut down, so 4-on-4 into the post-plant situation here. Raga, perhaps a little bit too curious for his own good, meets the operator of Fangir, and well, that's only going to end one way. Now XLG feel like they need to push forwards. No man inside the cove looking to try and control some of Cave, but I felt like all gamers were expecting it, but just a little bit too nice on the off angle. And now you've got to consider the save angle here from all gamers. You've got an operator you don't want to commit into this one. And exactly, they're retreating away from it. XLG bring us to 3-1.
Yeah, and I love that entry from XLG overall. They committed the reckoning there, and even still were aware of the fact that someone had TP'd through. It was, and Happy Way managed to grab that kill virtually instantly. So good awareness there of who was in what position. I mean, that was insane from No Man to be able. I had him dead to rights personally in my head. I was like, Shrimp is killing him with that angle because it was a good angle going into the smoke from 2 different spots, but excellent spray transfer, excellent awareness from XLG overall, and they they get rewarded for that by going up by 2.
Still not really looking towards mid, and it does feel like on this map you just want to go A until the other team says otherwise. Right now, XLG don't really have any reason to move away from that eastern side. And maybe we're seeing why. Fanggear with the opening kill onto No Man. Lysor does at the very least get something back. Now GRQ's under pressure. Storm Surge towards the back of the site forces him away from the position. XLG have a bit of control. Still no plant yet. Fanggear doesn't quite hit that shot. Maybe looking for a bit more from him in particular. Now the operator goes down. GRQ brings things back in his own way. Now you're looking towards Lysor. There's one, not the second. Operator picked up and now in the hands of that Omen, doing God's work. And now a 2-on-2, making a 1-on-2 because Kira's gotten a bit too antsy.
Yep, Rarga is utterly deadly with that operator, and he's going to look to continue to do so! That's the worst caster curse I think I've ever had! Oh my God!
That's unbelievable. GRQ, he jumps across the angle. I still thought Raga had that, by the way. It still looked like he was gonna land that shot. Doesn't, jumps across. I need to see this from his POV. Come on. Come on.
Utterly insane.
Give it to me. Yeah. Oh no, that's Raga.
One.
Here we go. Jumps in through the legs and then secondary bandit. XLG couldn't have played that much better if I'm honest with you. But
yeah.
Against a shot like that, you're hard pressed to win it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really rough for Happy Way and Rarga, who genuinely did pretty much everything they possibly could. Rarga, unfortunately, I feel like it's just a shot you gotta hit, despite the one way that's coming down, or the smoke that's coming down, rather.
I mean, I thought he had it too. That's the thing.
Yeah,
it
me
looks
too.
like he was bang on the money, but looks can be deceiving, I guess.
Utterly insane stuff, but like we have seems to be all quiet on the Western Front, at least at the moment. XLG are now starting to make noise over towards A. Once again, the strong side of the map, though. Question is, are they going to commit? Are they going to entry? At least going to grab the orb. That's going to give Happy Way the ultimate from the shadows. They're just going to wait patiently.
Maybe not the most impactful ultimate, but
yeah, right.
Still one that you'd like to have.
Interesting choice.
Uses it immediately. Certainly seems like all gamers are now paranoid that something's happened from it. Not necessarily the case, actually. High Tide comes up, obfuscates the entry into the site for XLG. They only have 20 seconds, with Fanggear's operator still finding impact. They're really in a tight spot. That spike does go down. No Man finds a trade as well, so it's not all bad for them.
Yeah, now here comes the retake attempt, and it's going to be fairly difficult given how much space XLG have. Look at this crossfire right here between Lysor and No Man, who honestly, I have to say right now, is excellent at just holding those angles. And at this point, I'm not sure if he's going to get cleared out. Does. Grabs that entry, and here comes the entire rest of the team all at once. Lysor gets 2.
He's in a 1-on-2. Oh, not spotted, but can't land the shots. So risky maneuver. Goes back round for it. Plenty of time left to defuse. Oh, maybe not actually.
0.07?
Felt like there was more on it than that. But in the end, it's all good for all gamers.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of insane to me that they were able to have enough time. Like I had just said, XLG had a ton of space and did a good job to delay as long as possible. That's just unfortunate. That's so unfortunate that they lost with 0.077 seconds left. I mean,
bolt, yeah, I think is the one that is the thing that wins that round for them, actually.
I agree.
Because it forces Leo away from that crossfire. The players can switch over, and at that point, No Man's just got to try and win the 1v1. But against the Pika's advantage there, it's difficult, really difficult. And it's understandable that XLG are taking that timeout. Havoya can talk to the squad, because I don't know, it feels like there's a little bit of disjointedness coming through.
Yeah, I agree. It's not the XLG that I have seen in previous matches at all, I think. And not to say that it's just like their mechanics are off even. It's just the way they're playing, like you said, it's a little bit disjointed. And I feel like Havoya knows that too. So it's a good time to go ahead and take a timeout while things are tied up before anyone gains too much momentum and either team finds themselves in a position where they're kind of on the back foot. So it's a good time. We're gonna take a chill pill for a minute and hopefully talk things out. See where they go from here.
Oh. 6 rounds in, the first quarter of the game gone. Of the map gone, anyway.
Yeah, and I
really
think all gamers have had, off the back of some crazy rounds. I mean, it's just insane. Oh, and it looks like it's actually immediately after this tactical pause from XLG, we do have a tech pause as well. So get right back into the action a little bit. Perfect. Okay, cool. Yeah, very short tech pause.
Thank goodness. Honestly, Pacific earlier, they had a very long one. Took about, I don't know, nearly 20 minutes to get that resolved. Thankfully, VCT China is just a better region than Pacific, so we're right back into the action here. Round 7 getting underway.
Some VCT slander here, but I love it.
Oh, I don't know. Some of the Pacific games this week have actually been honking. But at the very least, XLG, they are taking this fast. Kira's found his double spray down low to shut the push down in his tracks. Oh, he's on a tear again. Finally shut down. The GRQ completes the full house and gets all gamers back in the lead.
You cannot let this guy get going. Kira will absolutely destroy you. Write her name in the death note. And you're gone. That's what it seems like he's been doing throughout this entire game. Just look at the confidence here, understanding where everyone is so well. And it's just utterly insane. This guy is 10-5 on the Viper, taking full advantage of his util. It's been working out.
Just feel like, I know I said, oh, just keep going A until your opponents give you a reason not to. But it does feel like XLG have a reason not to anymore. They've been shut down on this approach a couple of times now. But still focusing towards the eastern side. I guess when you're on this sort of half-buy situation with a couple of rifles, maybe you just don't want to bring out anything too new just yet, but now Rog has been spotted by Kira's jump peak. That's information given over.
And there's a lot of noise A here. This would be interesting if it were a fake, but this really seems to be where the spike is going. So now, all of a sudden, noise has been cut. And we're more likely than not just going to see the team bolster up this area. And here comes the entry by with one, and that's huge. And there's more right in there. Kira once again gets value. And here he goes. Can't let this guy get started. And that's another 3.
Unbelievable there from Kira, who again finds the impact, finds a hat trick. And again, it feels like some of these attack side ideas are a little bit lacking from XLG's point of view. We already mentioned that if it was to fake, it would have been interesting, but I mean, all gamers knew that that was never going to be a fake. Fangir had such a deep line down B main. He was getting all of the information. He knew that XLG were not hitting the B site. It meant that they could just stack so many players up towards A. The Prowler dodges around it from Fangir, but somehow still alive. Now Bai's turn to have a bite at the apple, and he gets punished for it.
Absolutely, a little bit of a poison apple there. But in reality, I'm not a fan of the way XLG played that last round at all. They made so much noise on A, then cut the noise, but didn't take map control really anywhere else.
They only cut noise for about 10 seconds as well.
Yeah. Like, it just wasn't convincing at all. Again, I would have loved if it was a fake, but there's no mid control from either team right now. It's really, really weird.
Yeah. I'm begging teams to actually, you know, use the middle of the map, because you really can get a lot of value from that area.
So strong.
Just a Nightfall in from main, trying to get the information. Fangir down to 5 HP from the decay. He tries to find a kill, but target isolation not quite his friend in that regard. Not a counter Nightfall in response, a bit of a handshake of the ultimates there. And now Shrimp's trying to push his way forward. Fangir, hello, just takes down Leo in the midst of all that. Still XLG a man to the good though.
And I understand the idea there, but Kira once again, don't let this guy get started. He's looking to get this kill onto Rarga. He's got to do something, but Rarga shuts it down. 1v2 now for Shrimp. And the time is ticking away, but cannot do it. Rarga having a little bit of a round of his own. 3 there. And they've got to string together some sort of momentum for the rest of this half. It looks like they're on their way.
At the very least, though, at least from what we've been seeing so far across, I mean, even just today, Billy TEC earlier on. There was also RRQ Global Esports playing Summit, actually a Simul Summit happening between the two regions, and I think pretty much the entire stage long Summit has been a defender-sided map. XLG already have 4 rounds. Look like they're maybe poised to earn a few more, setting themselves up into a good position for the second half, but you've got to get there first. Happy Weight is the first one to take a player down. Shrimp falls on the entry, but he's a bit too embedded in the backside there. Bai in attendance. He's taking names, taking the fights. A triple kill from him means that now all gamers have the advantage. 3 versus 2, but the spike is planted.
GRQ also does not have a whole lot of health to spare, and that's part of the problem here. Kira spotting out a player on the site, and these players, they've got to be so damn careful.
Oh,
Leo.
He's trying to play around that poison cloud. He might not be spotted. The jumping from Kira's perfect, and GRQ lands the shot. No man, what can you do, my friend? Absolutely squat.
Incredible job from GRQ to understand that, hey, I've got like no health. And at the same time, Kira understood that really well too. And so he literally just started jump peeking the angle and was like, oh, spotted him out. Let's go ahead and spam. And that was honestly huge, because now GRQ gets to live and manage to get the kill to boot. Of course, Bai here just did some absolute heroics. But overall, really, really well played from the entirety of all gamers to kind of keep their composure there as they retook that site with one player having virtually no health to spare.
Yeah, heading into round 11. 6-6 still possible for XLG, but they've never really been able to wrangle their economy. 3 pistols coming in. One of them taken down there, Raga. Looking towards mid. Shorty, okay, no man. Jumping in. That's audacious, but still.
Wait a minute. Look at this potential timing, though.
May be able to escape Kira. Oh, no, spots him. Has him dead to rights. A 4-on-3 now. All gamers once again with the advantage.
And this is just so dangerous, though. The op line is so strong. GRQ now being watched, but it doesn't matter. Lysor falls. GRQ with a good start and a player spotted out. And the overdrive doesn't do anything. Bai can't get it done. Nightfall as well, but it is not expected. Shrimp to be on the same angle in main. Happyway has got to do something. He's got to get it done. Seize is good, and here comes the defuse. Location is known. He can't find anything with the spray. Nearly does it, though. Spray transfer just barely missing. It's another round in the books. Utterly insane. Wonderfully played. And again, it's a situation where these players are just so steadfast in the angles that they hold. And I think that's been largely the story of all gamers in this defense side. Especially on A. I'm a really big fan of their A hold. Because sometimes it is hard to defend. This is generally considered an attack-sided map, just given the strength of mid-control, but I suppose maybe not, because XLG aren't really taking any mid-control bar this round. It looks like what they might be trying to do here is potentially just split A. That's a great shot from Rarga. Manages to take out the Prowler and Bai to boot. And here comes the split, but look at this wrap. Fangear might actually find something. GRQ, though, is on the defense. He finds 2. Is looking for more.
Unreal. Fangear feels like he has to do something. Jumps into the fight a bit prematurely, taken down, and now a 1 versus 3 situation for Kira. And he's just got to wait for this high tide to drop. Finally it does, but that's so many precious seconds brought down. If there's anyone can do it, though, it's Kira through the box, trying to find it. But Happyway has his number. 7-5. The first half ends. A chaotic beginning to Summit.
Yeah, what a chaotic beginning indeed. I think, honestly, in my personal opinion, all gamers have played this leagues better than XLG have. Just genuinely, it's been insane. And in my personal opinion, I was just mentioning it during the round, but I think this is actually quite, you know, it's an attack-sided map by quite a lot. But it really just comes down to having that mid control. This round, XLG attempted to take that control. They tried to split A, but 2 players ended up falling early, and that ended up being a pretty big problem. So.
Oh, goodness me. I mean, what a good chance for a breather, really. It felt like we didn't get much of an opportunity throughout that opening 12. So, chance to breathe and reflect, and I think crucially here for the side of XLG now, a chance to get onto their defensive sides, which we have seen, I guess, be a bit of a stronger side on this map, despite theoretically it should favor the attackers because of the strength of this middle. I think in practice it's favored the defense a little bit more, which is, you know, I guess what you expect when you have a new map entering the pool, right? Feels like maybe it's a bit easier to defend than attack in most situations, but
yeah, I mean, I think as the map matures, we're going to end up finding that This
100%, yeah.
certainly is an attack-sided map just because of the lurk opportunities. And obviously, I mentioned this the very first time that Corrode came up in the split, but even the idea of closing those doors, I mean, most attackers will just opt to close them, but there will be times when maybe you might not want to. You might want to just have a player like No Man on attack, just go up into heaven or something along those lines. But obviously now, Bai and company gonna get a turn at this attack side. Let's see what they end up doing. Walking up main here, and the Prowler's good. Bai with a first kill.
It felt like No Man maybe could have gotten away with that with the paranoia coming in from Happy Way, but pre-aim just a bit too good from all gamers. However, dipping away from that B main site for now, at the very least, to re-hit it, but just seem like they are looking to explore mid a little bit.
It looks like they're kind of just waiting at the moment. They're expecting XLG actually to push out mid, but it's not what's happening here. They're holding the line and their chokes. That Prowler is going to confirm that no one's pushed up too far. So now we actually might see a little bit of a push up mid from Leo, but here comes the entry. GRQ with an excellent trade. That's going to be both controller players down, and of course they have the secondary ones, so it's not a huge deal. Here comes that spike plant.
It's down uncontested. Bangir looking to push towards it. Punished, taken down. Lysor gets him, and now Leo trying to make his way towards the site. That also meets a similar fate. Triple swung. Raga in so much trouble. You're looking towards Lysor for some heroics. Kira found an ace in the first half on the pistol round. Lysor only needs to find 4. But inside of the cove, it's a little bit tricky. Here's the players. Oh my god, swinging round! Unbelievable stuff from Lysor. And he lets them know that's 4 kills.
Oh my goodness. Oh. What a use of the cove there to go ahead and tap the spike, expecting both players to rush in at roughly the same time. And just, they were both caught out. They didn't expect him in that position. And honestly, up to that point, all gamers had made an excellent go of the round. I really do think that one kill outside of the smoke, before the smoke was even down, was really rough, but
pivotal,
what
really.
A round.
Because if you have 3 players swinging that, you definitely don't get taken down there. But now 7-6, the scoreline. All gamers still with a lead.
Whoa, that's huge.
Raga's being outdone on that angle. At the very least, there's a response from Lysor.
Great response. Noise being made towards Link, but it's instantly re-cleared with that Prowler from Leo. So now they should understand where the spike is heading. Happy Way looking for the kills. The paranoia is good. So is the C's, though. Could see some more kills, but not to happen. Happy Way spraying down everyone. And that right there is a good anti-eco round.
Happy Way had a rough go of things up against Titan Esports Club. He's a player that is constantly towards the top of the scoreboards for this XLG side, but a 167 ACS across that 3 map series. Better showing against DRG, coming away with the MVP performance, and he's back to similar levels here. You'd think. 14 kills on the map so far. While this opening skirmish goes the way of XLG towards the A site, GRQ was able to find himself quite the position there, and the player we're talking about to be the one for XLG has been ripped away.
And I think by comparison, Rarga is actually having a little bit of an off map here, and he's going to be looking to come online soon. Maybe it's just a warm-up game for him. You never know. But I mean, we saw this guy hitting some crazy shots on that chamber the last series, and just really hasn't shown up in nearly the same way that we have previously seen, nor that we kind of expect to see of him. But here we go. This judge could be absolutely devastating in this link choke, but apparently not. What is that from Bai?
Bai has been looking like a very strong rookie contender for all gamers so far this stage. Proving it again there, 10 and 13 across the entirety of the map, but still impactful frags and impactful moments. Now XLG find themselves 3v5. Leo only has a Ghost, and well, Lysol's not looking too much better with a Spectre on side. Bai's just watching for this angle. There's a crossfire established, but Bai doesn't even need that. He just gets the kill onto Raga anyway. It does feel like XLG are going to be potentially looking for a die to spike angle here, but in the end, it's the gunfights that go the way of all gamers.
Yeah, and I mean, they kept it clean for the most part. I mean, at the end of the day, I loved that A link push. Obviously, that judge could have been utterly devastating, but Bai's ability to just clear out those angles really, really well is what ultimately won them the round. I guarantee you, if Bai does not get that kill, there's at least 3 kills going for XLG there. Maybe 2, maybe 3. It would have been a much different round.
Okay, well, you know, it's a bonus round. Okay.
All right.
Couple of spam kills to open things out there. Which Leo does, at the very least, find the pick before going down. And it's actually both fades to hit the deck, so no initiator utility available for anyone. And now Bai is separated from the rest of his team. XLG shut the door.
Oh, timing.
That timing's insane. Happy Way and Bai have just gone past each other. They've got absolutely no idea that Bai is sneaking his way round to the B site.
I mean, ultimately, they both make it to the same spot. I mean, it doesn't necessarily do much. Never mind. No man completely caught out.
I mean, there's just no way you expect someone backside there.
Absolutely not.
Especially with Happy Way then re-clearing that mid space, but just a little bit too late to get the catch. Devastating, tiny margins for the side of XLG. But still a chance in this. 3-on-4. Raga on the wrap through B main. You have to hope that the players on the site can keep all gamers invested, and that they have. Lysol also getting involved. It means it's just down to Fangir. A 1-on-2 situation is certainly doable, but not this time. Not when Raga is hitting shots like that.
Yep, Raga starting to come online now, and that's a dangerous prospect as we have our score equalized now. This game is becoming incredibly close, and if Raga decides to turn it up here, we could see XLG run away with this one.
Yeah, that we could. Feels like maybe the missing link that has just been found could be so damn important. But we're yet to really see him string those together. And we're yet to see an all gamers timeout until this very point. A little bit earlier in the half than when XLG took theirs, but at 8-8 doesn't feel like that bad of a position to have a little bit of a reset and talk with the team.
I think a timeout here is, again, it's sort of the same situation as when XLG had that timeout at 3-3. It's like the score is equalized now. Just pull a timeout and talk things out before it gets too crazy, because I mean, I wouldn't even mind coming up with some sort of set play here, just doing like a one-off thing just to get another round on the board. I wouldn't even mind that, just to like continue, you know, establishing your lead, you know. And I think on the opposite end, XLG are kind of going to be expecting that to some degree. But watch out for any weirdness.
We'll see what impact he provides once the chat with the team has concluded. the analyst Luminous as well maybe has a little insight to share. Right now, XLG, they're sitting on a 1-1-3.
And this is a little bit odd because Shrimp is the one who is on the opposite side of the map, but I really think it was just a fake presence. Smoke is out though, and they're just more or less going to have to wait. There's literally no initiator util, so they haven't spotted out anyone on the actual site yet, but the smokes are good, so Spike is going to come down, and XLG is more or less just going to allow all gamers to go and punt the Spike, and now we have a 5v5 retake attempt here.
Always chaotic whenever those sort of situations occur. And chaotic when you consider the precedent from this match as well. No man, movement lets him down a little bit there. Lysor still able to capitalize. Raga jumping down drop doesn't quite have the same impact from that position that Kira had in the pistol round number 1. And now Bai has found himself a kill, make it to Kira as well, spraying himself a brace. And all gamers to draw blood.
Yep, that's exactly what they needed off the back of that timeout. And honestly, I feel like XLG were just a little bit too passive there. They have a comp that is 100% like kind of geared towards taking early fights. They have a chamber. You can literally just sit on a line and try to hit some crazy shot with your headhunter. And that's just not what's happening. They decided to play full retake there. And look at that. I don't really think Avoy is too happy at the way they played that one, especially coming out of the timeout.
I can't imagine why.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just way too passive. They gotta be looking for some sort of fight here or establishing some sort of map control. And it's just not happening. I mean, a little bit different in this round because at least Raga is pushing up mid and trying to do something.
This is the hero rifle.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but the trade is instant. GRQ, so pretty much always good for it.
Probably want him to get more than one in that spot, Raga. Because now your only rifle is surrendered in completely dead space. No real way you're able to get that back. And, well, No Man's kind of sold Leo down the river there, to be honest. Just Lysor 1-on-4. And, well, his chances don't look good, let's say.
Yeah, he's going to want to try to pick up some sort of rifle here, but I don't think he's going to even really get the opportunity. Kind of trying to look for people, looking to isolate at least one fight. Get a good shot with that bandit. But, I mean, that's just rough!
Hello? Okay.
Okay.
Bangir just in time collects upon the trade. For a second, I did think that maybe Lysor could have got an upgrade.
I thought those were rolled. But apparently not, unfortunately, for
this
him.
one anyway.
Yeah.
Double digits then for all gamers. The first team in this match to pass that threshold.
And
Raga doesn't have a rifle, but Tour de Force in hand. A strong tool for the defensive side. Essentially an operator. See what he can get done with it. Holding this line towards A-Link. And finds the kill. Teleports away that rendezvous. Coming into effect.
I think in large part that timeout was successful. But now they've got to keep that momentum going. Like you said, double digits. Here comes the entry onto B. Only 2 players left to defend it. Door closed on them, but Lysor takes an excellent timing in mid. Shrimp holding that angle. But Home Gamer still a little bit on the back foot here. GRQ denied the teleport. And actually also just walks out. What is that?
I mean, it's certainly a choice. And now all gamers are losing their heads a little bit. Raga can pick off one. Shrimp in a 1-on-4 situation. Not really much you can do in that spot.
I'm really not a fan of the way that GRQ just kind of swung after that.
Yeah,
I mean,
because on the site itself, I'm thinking Happyway's a bit too passive here. All gamers are able to get control of the whole of the site, especially with Leo getting killed on his push from drop. And then all gamers just lose their heads. That's the only way I can think of it. And what triggered GRQ to do that? His ult getting shot in spawn? Like, it just doesn't add up to me.
I mean, I understand maybe after getting shot in spawn and kind of just being popped right back to where you initially used your ult, it was like, okay, wait, I'm here, I'm swinging. But you should be aware that there's a tour de force online. You just can't swing those angles completely dry. Like that's just not something you can do. And we saw that from Bai too, who literally swung immediately after completely dry and just got one tapped by the tour de force. It's just one by one they all fall, and like dominoes. And honestly, if I were the coach, I would be popping a timeout here too.
Yeah, so soon after the previous one as well. Feels a little bit bad. About 3 rounds. Yeah. 3 rounds on from your previous timeout. That's when you call it. Things cannot be going well in the All Gamers camp, but maybe this time they've found what they need. No more intervention available for ED101 unless Havoya decides to press the button, call that pause, or we make it to overtime where both teams will regain an additional timeout.
That's gotta be dangerous, Rarga!
Op v op, and it's the defender that wins it out. Now All Gamers on the back foot. And just trying to push in again, the smokes fade. It's Calamity again.
Utter Calamity, and honestly, that's partially off the back of the fact that the Haunt was able to scan so many players. Rarga now spotted out, so they've got to be incredibly careful of that op position. It looks like they might just try to push out, but it doesn't matter. Rarga's good with the headhunter.
Unbelievable. Still not reloaded that op, just one shot left in it, but you're back in to hit those, but maybe not. Instead, it's Leo to collect. Flawlessly taken by XLG. They tie us up 10-10, and this map could still go either way.
100%, but it seems to be trending the way of XLG right now. They've got to continue this momentum. They've got to keep their heads here, because it looks like All Gamers starting to lose it just a little bit, lose that steam, starting to just play like just completely differently than we've seen them thus far. They do now have the Pit and the Nightfall online, so if I were All Gamers, realistically, I would be expecting them to just try to get onto the site with the Nightfall, spot out the positions of these players, actually counter Nightfall from XLG. So all the rest of the players spotted out, but here comes their own. But doesn't spot out the op. He's in the same position. A rare miss here from Rarga. Happyway still manages to take one out, but here comes the Pit.
This could be the great leveler. And the defenders go into that pit. Obviously, the decay will bring down their HP. Their vision obfuscated as well. This feels like the perfect opportunity for All Gamers to convert the post plant here on the B site. XLG taking this from multiple different angles. In comes the convergent path. Shrimp spotted. Leo takes down Kira. GRQ left to do it all. But even he can't stand. Fangir so far away. He's just saving the op. The defuse will come in and XLG regain the lead.
I am a huge fan of the way XLG played that, understanding that they had the convergent paths available, they used it, and then literally it's just a drone. No Man just turned into a drone. It just literally went right in there, refracted back, and it gave away the positions of everyone else and just pretty much allowed Happyway and company to just go right in, get the kills they needed. That was so well played.
Don't know what that beam in the wall did to them, but show them who's boss. XLG certainly looking like they're the ones showing AG who is boss right now. 11 to 10, but still a purchase available for all gamers. Little bit weaker with a Guardian on side for buy, but still plenty to be done. And AG are exploring through mid towards this A-Link position. Happyway's going to be in a lot of trouble.
What a shot from Fangear! Oh my. And now mid control still established for all gamers. They're going to look to push potentially into B here, but it's prepared. It's ready. A trademark sitting. And honestly, if I'm all gamers, I'm breaking that. Because it just provides so much info.
Don't know if they know about it instead. Just heading back towards the A side. That should be spotted, with the util coming in. XLG will be aware of it, and Lysor just gets by, bang to right, takes him down. There's only 25 seconds. All gamers are stalling out here, but Shrimp just completely nails Lysor through the smoke. Now Happyway left to stand. Headhunter taken towards him, and Shrimp takes him down. Kira's still standing. That's 22 kills in the round for him. Now let's see. Does Raga attempt the 1-on-2? Or does he save the operator and guarantee that 11-11 score? Well, Kira will guarantee it himself. We need every round of regulation here on Summit, going the distance again for XLG.
I mean, utterly insane. That shot from Fangear was nuts, but I don't know how all gamers managed to get themselves advantage here. I think it was really those kills over in Link that did it, but I think that ultimately came down to XLG's inability to trade effectively. It's just kind of, someone would fall and there was no one else in sight ready to get any sort of refrag or anything like that. So
it's so difficult to retake in those positions when the two characters, the two agents that you're playing that have almost like initiation utility, like those flashes, right? Omen with the Paranoia, Harbor with the Storm Surge. They're the ones anchoring, they're the ones already taken down. It's so difficult to retake in those positions. And I think XLG certainly found out that the hard way. Now all gamers heading towards Happyway's position here in B-Link. There's 3 players heading towards him. That dark cover comes up, maybe just in the nick of time.
Yeah, and I mean, chooses not to pop that Paranoia. Actually, maybe we'll just send that over into B main, but the rest of the players on All Gamers walking over into A Link. They go ahead and break the trademark, but info gathered now. Here comes that high tide.
They feel like no way through. Leo does catch Kira as well. He's gone on such a walk through mid, but Bite opens up the B side here with a frag onto Nomad. Happyway does respond back. He's on his own warpath marching through. Spike goes down. GRQ trying to catch these players on their rotation forward.
Leo!
And here comes that TP Leo again, causing such a problem on that ramp. But Shrimp, uncleared, unchecked, finds the first. Second one not there. And it leaves GRQ in a 1-on-3. 19 kills to his name. He needs to make it 22. There's the first one. Smoke actually means that he can isolate these 1v1s if he wants to. That cove is perfect, but Leo is even better. A triple kill from the captain means XLG have map points.
Incredible. I mean, that position from Leo was so dangerous there. Because it pretty much, and it came from the fact that they had established B main control really early in the round. XLG did an excellent job of holding that space, and All Gamers didn't contest it whatsoever. So just kind of stood there and allowed them to catch the mid lurk completely off guard. And now XLG at map point. It's going to take all gamers forcing overtime in order to continue play here. And here comes the overdrive. Here comes the stall as well from XLG, trying their best to allow rotations to come in.
All gamers try their damnedest to just completely brute force that A site open on their very last opportunity. Couple of ultimates used up in that attempt. Neither of them coming to fruition. Now they're creeping through mid.
This one could be dangerous. Let's see. Playing as patiently as possible. This is, you just gotta click, just literally left click. That's all you gotta do. Oh, yep, the crowd nearly giving it away. And honestly, I don't blame Fangame for walking out, but still manages to fall. It's unfortunate. And now the split potentially canceled. They're gonna walk over towards B. And yes, this is the weak side of the map, but the other aspect of this to consider is the fact that no one's directly on the site.
Yeah. We've already seen XLG struggle with those retakes. Kira had a lot of presence and pressure towards B main. Not hearing anything. Now the door closes and XLG have confirmation. Into red time, all gamers do still need to plant the spike here, and fairly sharpish, but that they do. Goes down, Shrimp claims the ult orb, but it's not really going to matter for the rest of the half here. They've got to hold on. In the 5-on-4, by up close with the Bucky, could be everything. GRQ creeping in towards Raga, gets shot down. The angle's working against them. Lysor finds the kill, and just like that, the House of Cards topples down. XLG retake. XLG 13-11. Claim map 1.
They stand tall in against an all gamers that was honestly quite difficult to beat throughout the entirety of that map, bar a few rounds towards the end of regulation, and XLG managed to take it during the last round of regulation. So honestly, I really think that a lot of that was due to excellent play overall from players like Kira and players like Rarga. I think Rarga definitely turned it up on that chamber during the last few rounds, holding the line.
Oh, the round 1 pistol ace that in the end means nothing because all gamers didn't win the map. Unfortunate that. But
yeah, Kira did a fantastic job.
Set the pace for this map, I think, in terms of just the amount of action we were going to see. And yeah,
what a clutch.
There's some crazy moments from all gamers, but it did feel like they were relying on those hero moments a bit more than XLG, so maybe it does feel right that it's XLG that do take the map in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Kira is just incredible there, but unfortunately, like you said, it didn't end up mattering at the end of the day. Rarga and company not really able to do much, or able to do enough, rather. And honestly, what a close map at the end of the day. But, you know, like, I think all gamers, like, they had a really solid shot at it, but it came down to some clutch moments between both teams, and XLG, no strangers to the spotlight. They managed to keep their composure, come out on top with that map win, and now, of course, and that's the crazy part, is that's XLG's map pick. So let's go ahead and take a listen at what the comms are.
Planning good. I got plan for open. They can be mailing also. Play heaven. Play heaven. Break heaven. Before you plan. I got a hole for you. I got a hole danger for you. 3v2 guys. I want your flank, guys. I'm on the street. Oh, I'm holding. Drop can out. Nice one. Tight. I'm holding danger. You guys one by one. It's okay. Tiger enough, something. The flank, man. I don't think they're going, man. 22. Minus 22. Okay. 3.7. 1 HP. Watch out that. 1 HP. It's a picking plan. Jump. One shot dead. You can spawn. Nice! Let's go! Come on! See you, trust me, let's go! Let's go! Trust me! Keep it up. Let's go, bro! Nice, well played, Lester. Nice. Little 4K. 4K.
Lysor. Well, a 4K for Lysor and the MVP as well. Looking at those stats, there's one that really jumps out at me, Nobi, and that is the cast. 96% of rounds. So, I mean, that's probably all but one. He was finding a kill, finding an assist, surviving, or at the very least, even if he did die, his death was being traded. That is an unbelievable amount of impact from him. Playing this Harbor as well, an agent that maybe we don't necessarily see as much, but one that I think we should see on a lot more maps, and he had a brilliant showing here. We've also obviously got to give props to Kira on the other side.
I completely agree with you. I mean, wow. Kira on the Viper went utterly insane. Both line smokes did an incredible job.
Let's face it as well, the second best player on each team was the Omen as well. Both of them with 242 ACS as well. So all I'm saying is there's something in the water with these controller players. They are popping off. On the other side, you know, you look towards some of the duelists and things start to look a little bit shaky. But take a look at these statistics. First kills perfectly reflecting the score lines. But what's interesting to me actually is on those retakes, despite how difficult we said it was to retake into these sites, both teams only secured half or less of their post plants on the attack.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but I mean, I think you're also going to generally see, if you look at that scoreboard, you're also going to see like a lot of rounds that finish just due to kills. And I think that's what we saw most of the time, especially in the second half. I feel like there were just so many rounds in which XLG managed to prevent all gamers from even getting the spike down. You'd see a lot of rounds where all gamers would try to maybe split through A, and that was like kind of their best shot at getting the spike down if they actually got onto the site. But otherwise, I mean, pretty much XLG were able to kind of shut it down at the chokes a lot of the time, especially due to that Rarga op.
Yeah, I mean, we look at these stats from Kira as well, and I think the main one that's important to me again is looking at the cast. Just 67% in line with the lobby average, despite excelling in all other areas. It shows that for the most part, XLG did a good job at shutting him down, and there were only fairly small moments that he was actually able to really find that finishing impact.
Yeah, it was, I mean, to be honest, I think most players on that map had really good impact. We just talked about Lysor and the fact that he was at the top of the scoreboard. I mean, look, what in the world was that? Like, the amount of impact, like you said, to have such a high cast, it means that your impact every single round was at the top. Yeah, at the top completely, and that's huge. So the more players have that kind of impact, the higher chance you're gonna have at winning the game. XLG, who were, in my opinion, on the back foot a little bit earlier on, managed to kind of get themselves into high gear. They managed to take that one, and that's pretty much it. So map 2 on the cards here. We have Haven next, and we'll see you after the break. Stay tuned.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the red is red. Got the hit on your head. Should have buried your dead. Should have listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my
Fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond.
Well, that's 2 games on Summit so far for XLG and already 50 rounds played. Definitely getting their reps in, that's for sure. But now we turn our attention to Haven. All Gamers map pick is one that they've already found a win on this stage, but the same can be said for their opponent XLG.
I think ultimately XLG, the fact that they were able to come out of their map pick on top is huge for them. There were a lot of rounds that could have gone either way. Really could have gone either way, and it came down to a clutch or something along those lines. But going into Haven, I think they have the advantage. I mentioned it before the series started that XLG is going to start out on attack here. So you're going to want to try to string as many rounds together as possible, just given the fact that the map is inherently going to be attack sided. And of course, on the flip side, all gamers going to look to defend as much as possible. I think a lot of it is going to come down to like kind of that the control on the extremities. Garage control is going to be huge, and just maintaining the space, maintaining as much control as possible, especially on defense, and pushing up and taking space for specifically for the duelists.
Yeah, I mean, when XLG played this map against DRG, that was a 13-9 win, and they were playing it with a solo Neon composition just a couple of days ago on the 16th of July. So we'll see. I assume they're going to be sticking with the same composition there. And again, I don't want to feel like I'm being too negative about the compositions that XLG are bringing, but Solo Neon feels like maybe you're lacking a little bit of oomph. At the very least, though, you do have Sova and Killjoy to get you that information around the map.
Yeah, and the crazy part is their XLG's defensive win rate on Haven is actually higher than their attack win rate. It's around 70%. So it's really interesting. They've won 7 rounds on defense versus 3 rounds, and obviously on the other side their attack win rate is 50. So in reality, they seem to be a little bit better at defending, despite the comp. And I honestly think their comp isn't bad. As long as they gain info, they'll be fine. So it's quite interesting to find out there. They choose to pick attack here. On the flip side, all gamers seem to be more or less equal on that side, 55% and 58% respectively on attack and defense. And on their side, all gamers have historically ran Phoenix. So I'm pretty high on Phoenix, especially like with kind of like that double duelist meta. They've been looking at a Neon Phoenix Chamber. That is interesting to me.
Yeah. For all gamers, then, that is the sole map that they were able to claim against the Group Omega leaders, Billy Gaming. Again, sticking with the same composition here with Bai and GRQ playing those duelist roles, Fangir on the chamber, like you were talking about, Nobi. This is a very aggressive composition, so especially with XLG on this attacking side, I'm expecting to see this first half them getting greeted in those extremities by an explosive all gamers defense.
Pavoya seems very animated here,
he
talking to his team.
He's always really animated when talking to the team, no matter what's going on in the map. Sometimes I'm like, oh, he seems angry. Other times I'm like, maybe he's just animated all the time.
Yep. Kind of like the Alex of VCT China.
Not quite that bad, but point taken. I think I've seen Coach Bale actually do that a bit more. But either way, the desk safety aside, let's jump into map number 2 between these two sides. It's Haven. It's all gamers map pick. And it's round number 1 coming up. XLG starting us out on the attacking side, and they are all congregated towards the Eastern Front.
And it looks like they're just looking to take early lobby control. Viper Wall more or less blocking that space. It's going to force all gamers to ask some questions as to whether anyone had actually crossed. Looks like that is the case, but as you can see, GRQ waiting patiently on this angle. Smoke comes down and may potentially just pop a molly on that choke to prevent anyone from coming out. That's exactly what's going to happen.
It's a little bit
He's going to slide out nonetheless.
Oh, GRQ, wow! Finding two. The Frenzy coming alive towards the front of the site. Now Shrimp backside is one that's trying to fight in. Kira jumps down from heaven, but it's to his demise. He's cut down. He meets the same fate as teammates. Now XLG, they're in, they're planting. They're in these post-plant positions, and Lysor's found a third. We're looking for a 1-on-3 from Fangir. Well, the first shots don't quite land. He rendezvous away, but well, it's the same exact pathway forwards for him. Wishaleo in the exact same spot. But now Fangir wary that these other players are going to swing, and that they do. Lysor collects upon the haul and gets XLG their first pistol of the series.
He starts right back where he left off on Summit. I mean, pure value once again, and was able to, obviously, Varga fell early, but the trades were virtually instant. And you can see, even after he got the spike down, understanding that there was a player in heaven, and just, I mean, the shots are so damn clean from him. But round two here, a little bit different, more A aggression, but this time, as you can see, No Man, the only one here, and is looking at a world of pain right now. Gonna look to get these kills, and here gets two and three.
Wow!
Whoa!
Mr. 3K comes up with that number towards the C site. And on A itself, Lysor and Leo clean up the pieces. And here he goes. A 3K. There it is.
Hey!
Took him a while, actually. I was waiting for it from the moment the camera went to him. But there we are. We saw plenty of those throughout Masters London as well. But with this Bandit, so clean. 3 crisp headshots.
He's such a presence in the server and on the stage. Just a great personality. But, I mean... Also, I mean, I talk about the server. The way he was able to isolate those kills was honestly incredible. I to be honest, had him dead to rights. Apparently not. And that is some crazy spam. GRQ manages to find one. The trade is instant from Lysor.
No way. Somehow XLG still have the man advantage here. Fangir jumping in from Garage, but Lysor's found another triple. It's a 1v2 situation from Shrimp, but Leo's planting backside. A clear sightline from the Sova to the other Sova, and now the information's given over. What a clutch from Shrimp. He's done it again.
That's actually insane. Lysor got so much value on the top of that site. Was able to literally trade everyone by just going into his own smoke and just swinging out and getting those trades. Look at that. Paranoia is perfect and gets 3, but I'm not sure what in the world Leo was doing planting back site there. I just don't really understand, especially without info.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bold maneuver.
It's a crucial mistake. That's what it is, to be honest.
The one that ends up at the detriment of XLG. I'll be honest, yeah, a head scratcher, if I was to put another noun to it. Meanwhile, though, round 4 already underway. The first 25 seconds passing without too much incident. The dark cover sent towards the same main space where XLG do have bodies waiting.
Drone broken without revealing Varga's position here with this outlaw, so he potentially actually swaps. That may not be such a bad idea, but Shrimp looking to play in this smoke here and gets taken out. What a smart heads-up play from Shrimp.
He's always got at least one of those in the locker. Now GRQ from the back of C. Oh, he's found a second actually as well. No Man will fall too. Fight towards main's a little bit scrappy. Lysor collects on that regard, but now it is just him. His position's noted, and even if he does get towards the site, there's a judge waiting for him.
Lysor!
He found them! Hello!
Isolation is insane, and barely any time left remaining, but he's gonna be able to get it down on A, and there's only 2 left. They're nowhere near the site, but look at Shrimp's position trying to go towards short.
Oh, Lysor's
Spike down. We may see a rewrap, maybe.
Lysor's going back towards long here. TP's away. And yeah, Shrimp is expecting this though. He heard that shrouded step, and now he's in the perfect position to read it. The fight's a little bit scrappy, but through the wall, Shrimp comes up with the goods.
Honestly, I thought Lysor, even from the moment he got that first kill, I was like, he's about to go insane because he had great isolation. He even ended up getting the dink there onto the second player, and that's so impressive. But I mean, even before that happened, GRQ got some incredible kills as well. Just excellent defense overall, and all gamers clean it up, managed to equalize here. And that first gun round is a really important one because now XLG a little bit on the back foot here. Lysor the only one able to buy up and get themselves a Guardian.
I'm expecting some sort of silliness here, so let's say Raga Ace. How do we feel about that?
Okay, no, you know what?
He's yet to find the kill actually in this map though. Crucial player for XLG that we need to see come online. He's made his way towards the back of the B site. XLG have this control, and well, I was about to say we'll have a plant. Hunter's Fury from Shrimp will deny that for now. It does force him away. That's a shot from Raga, but it's on towards the ultimate. So, in the end, no consequence. All game is a 5v4, and XLG now left scrambling.
And honestly, the use of that Hunter's Fury left my head scratching a little bit too. I mean, it is their eco. Like, literally, they have no weapons except for one Guardian. They even have this read here. This judge could be devastating! God. And it is, but Kira seems to be even more devastating as they come out with a flawless round. Not the result XLG wanted, even being on that eco. Lysor's Guardian gets virtually no value.
Yeah, it's that Hunter's Fury from Shrimp that makes XLG feel like they can no longer recommit into that B site. They're left looking for options elsewhere, and that's exactly when all gamers capitalize on it.
I would have even honestly been okay with them planting the spike because really the entirety of all gamers knew where the spike was heading towards at the moment. They could have just completely collapsed onto them, and I feel like it would have worked out perfectly fine. Maybe they didn't know what guns each person had, but no, man, it's a good opener there.
Doors.
Yeah. A little bit ambitious.
Position towards that seaside. He's got so much info, just throws down the trademark, but all quiet on the western front. He knows that LG aren't really looking towards this C site. He's now taking up garage control to completely lock down an entire half of the map. And that means that all gamers can have numbers here towards A. That lockdown, though, does throw a bit of a spanner in the works.
True, here comes the spray, trying to deny this entry, but can't really do anything because of that lockdown, and it's actually going to result in two getting detained. Shrimp stays!
He had just a little pocket from the lockdown, and the spray transfer is ridiculous. Now it's the nano swarms to cut him out, but Flankiers made the wrap all the way through the attacker side spawn, and he's got this operator. They have no idea about his position. XLG in isolated positions now on the site, a 2-on-3, and so many different directions to look. Happy Way and No Man under so much pressure. And all gamers, just wait a second. They let that pressure build. They turn up the heat. And it means Happy Way out of the frying pan into the fire there. What can No Man do? The 1-on-3. First tap on the spike. Kira shut down! But there's still plenty of time to get that defuse off. Fangir saves AG's asses.
I mean, seriously, that got a little bit scary there. If the half wasn't, I honestly think if they didn't get half, they would have lost that round completely. But
for sure.
I mean, in general, I think honestly, yeah, I think all gamers made, rather XLG made all gamers a little bit antsy there for a little bit. And that was. Yeah, yeah, there it goes. There, I think that's a little bit of anger. just a hunch, though. Yeah,
I mean, sometimes it's hard to tell. Not one of those times at the moment.
Yep.
Meanwhile, ED101, he's just chilling in the coaching booth. Look at that, so calm, so serene.
Very stark contrast.
I mean, I know we were on Summit previously, but Sage did have a Zen Garden in her quarters. When you look at the lore, maybe they took a few pointers when we were over there.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to wonder what the talk is over there on the XLG camp. It's just like, what do you even do? Like, I think their problem isn't necessarily getting the spike down, but I think they're just getting a little bit too hasty on the post plant, taking too many 1v1s, even if it's obviously unintentional. I just think they need to play a little bit more together, try to just play some high lows on the site. I mean, it's I really think that's what's gonna actually end up getting them the advantage here. They have the formula. Like, it's not like they're necessarily playing horribly, but certainly some things that they can fix here. Smoke to feign a lobby control for all gamers, and they're just it's gonna force the drone out. So not a bad idea from AG. It does clear some players out, so under drone as well here, though. Not really gonna find much.
Doesn't spot anyone. Again, Fangir's creeping up the C-long position. AG can feel perhaps a little bit more secure in this A fight, and that's exactly what we can see happening. GRQ now joining both Bai and Shrimp over here towards the eastern side of the map.
That Odin could be utterly devastating. Shrimp again! The same thing as before! Lysor somehow takes him out. Happy Way as well. Whoa. How has this happened? It's a 3v2. Still numbers advantage for all gamers, but it's gotten a little bit more dangerous here. Time ticking down. Yeah. Kira with the kill, and the last player over in short getting taken out, cleaned up by GRQ. All gamers once again getting some great value out of those holds. Shrimp again. I mean, you gotta wonder when at some point when you expect this sort of play. I mean, it's the same thing. I'm surprised he didn't get that second kill. That's a great shot though from Happy Way.
Yeah. At what point do we have a conversation about Raga?
Yeah.
He's died in every single
avoiding
round.
it.
He's not found a kill.
Yeah. So this sort of lackluster start from him that honestly has contributed in large part to XLG's failure here thus far on Haven.
I mean, yeah, it's attacker-sided map as well, you'd think. They should have a little bit more than this. They do have guns, though. Alarm bot does catch Fangir's push, but no one nearby to really punish off of that, so he does escape unscathed.
I'll tell you what, Fangir's just trying to be annoying as possible on that C long angle. The moment that there's not a ton of C long presence, just kind of leaves, and he's gonna look to go ahead and try to get some value here with this gun. But the question is, can he? There's just a whole lot of aggression coming out here on the site, but it looks like Kira is on the case. TPing back site.
He's found a double kill again. I mean, how much impact can he continue to have? Lysor, though, answers back with a doubling kind. Takes down the raid boss, essentially, on the side of all gamers. We land in a 3-on-3 post-plant situation. And Happy Way, expecting GRQ, but maybe just some uncertainty creeping in at the final moment. Now there's information, now there's confirmation. He's playing with fire. 65 HP now. As the XLG players in these post-plant positions now looking to take the fight, but Lysor up above, cut down, and it's a long way to fall from Graves. You're looking for so much from the captain, but he can't do anything. XLG still yet to find a gun round.
Yeah, I mean, that right there that's a rough one, especially because they had a good shot. I mean, they were able to get the spike down. They've been able to do that multiple rounds, several rounds here. And unfortunately, again, weren't able to come up with it on the post plant. They just weren't able to hold well enough. And you've got to you got to chill out. And maybe, you know what, I wouldn't even mind if they were to push on some sort of extremity there.
Together.
But they have to do it together. Yeah. they cannot push one by one and kind of just allow all gamers to kind of just isolate fights as well as, and of course you got to give credit to all gamers because they are able to isolate the fights, but you got to stop them from doing so. You got to push back here, and kind of just seems like XLG are falling flat so far.
Yeah, I'm especially surprised, at least in that previous round, that Lysor didn't find more from up above. It felt like that should have been an off angle that wasn't expected, but AG read it perfectly. It does kind of feel like when you're getting out-read, out-maneuvered like that, what else can you do, right? Like, it's such a struggle.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's a pretty massive struggle to be able to know that, hey, like, let's get we're able to get the spike down. What do we even do at this point? I'm sure to them, you know, from our perspective, obviously we're seeing both teams, but on the other side of things, I really think that they're sort of just asking questions here. They looks like they're kind of just chickens with their heads cut off at the moment.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, where do you go if you're XLG?
Right.
They've tried the A site, they've tried the B site, they've tried the C site. None of it really working.
And the crazy part is, I think A and C are actually not even bad sites for them. I think they are very good at taking them, but I don't know.
Did I get the feed up on the stream up on my phone? Let's see what happens, shall we?
I'm curious.
Got the stream up on my phone. Okay, so Happy Way pushes down A short, takes down GRQ in sewer. Trade comes in from Bai on the site with an Odin, shut down by Leo. A post plant, and yeah, I think it's just AG a bit too individual really as they're actually fighting in. It does feel like one of those situations where while things are going well, you don't take the pause. Even if you're spotting mistakes, you're like, it's when we lose a round that we will call that timeout. That's exactly what happened. So all gamers, hopefully for their sakes, a little bit more shored up together. We can see a very different look actually. Fangir posted up on that A line. 2 players towards B and 2 players in garage. C-Long completely undefended, but AG might have the right read here. XLG send a lot towards that B site.
True, and to be honest, all gamers have been playing very individual throughout this entire game, we've seen Fangear literally walk up C long the entire time unpunished. And I think that if XLG start to punish that sort of play, we may see a very different scoreline by the end of the half. But of course, all gamers looking to correct their mistakes very early on.
Well, they're gearing up for another push into the site here by just sitting close, trying to take him down. He instead hits the deck, but Raga will also fall. Still an impactless game from him. The spike was taken by Lysor up above. Now it's fallen into Happy Way's lap, so he will be able to start the plant going, but the IGL falls to the hands of Fangear, sending in the operator shots. Now there's a trade, but a run it back from GRQ gives him a second lease of life in this post plant. Peppering the shots, Kira trying to get the defuse on as well, but now that the ultimate falls, he's forced away. The Viper's Pit looking to bring some parity between the HP bars of these players. As the defenders go in, No Man's position is red. Up close and personal with them. GRQ on that triple. Kira jumps down. He meets his demise. GRQ, what can you get done? Absolutely nothing against the might of Happy Way.
Excellently played from Happy Way to get that flick kill. The first one absolutely necessary, and even sitting at that low of an HP value, able to go ahead and clean it up. It was more or less a complete gamble for that last kill. Just kind of depended on where GRQ ended up looking, and unfortunately it was the wrong spot. But in reality, you should have probably expected Happy Way to be on that left side, given where he had killed the other player. So it's a little bit of a misread, but maybe hindsight.
Yeah, hindsight is 20/20 after all. Oh dear. Well, so is Kira's vision apparently. He's clear as day onto Raga. Same old story for him, unfortunately, throughout this map. Often the opening death, and well, 2 assists only to his name. And 11 deaths in 11 rounds.
And man advantage here now for all gamers very early. Once again, kind of this a similar story as what we were seeing in the early stages of this game, but now the win condition here is just to trade effectively. They're leaving B open. We've got the trade mark and are really unable to break it at the moment. Maybe they might be able to.
Maybe through the wall, but instead the spike is heading towards a C-long position. Fangear, I think, will be aware of this push coming in. Could potentially face into a couple of players, but instead it's just Lysor, who is enough to take that kill. Look at the time. We're into red time here. The spike's only just getting planted, and Leo's been taken down by the Hunter's Fury. A 3-on-4 situation, but this is where the lockdown comes in to buy a bit of time for the attackers to get themselves into those positions. All gamers forced away from the retake, at the very least for now. No one detained, they go back in.
And here comes that wall, and Happy Way still managing to get value. Paranoia is good, but these players trying to get in there as much as possible. Similar situation as last time, though. Look at these 1v1s from the team. It's a flip of the script. All gamers now the ones taking the, taking the 1v1s, those individual fights, and it just does not work.
Yeah, No Man found a big double towards the end of that round as well. Big kill from Happy Way, counter spam from the... I mean, what even was it? Stinger from Bai? Not entirely sure. Yeah. So, that's punished. And again, XLG, they might find themselves with a 6-6. Which would, I guess, be passable for a Haven attack side. But when you consider the way this started, they've certainly found a way to rally back. 3 in a row right now. Looking to make that 4. And Raga has this attack side operator just to try and lock down that Sua's position.
And And yeah, I was gonna say a little bit of spam there. Fangir is just gonna go ahead and opt to TP right back. Looks like now XLG looking to turn this into more of a default. You can see 2 players walking up on A, looking to potentially get a kill here. Rarga on the line though, just getting information, and here comes the wall. It's going to be a fake A hit here. Util expended, but look at how dangerous the judge is. Kira with 1, but GRQ on it as well. Shrimp 2.
Well, Rarga, we need to find your first 5 kills of the game here, buddy.
Yeah, I mean,
1-on-5 situation. GRQ using to run it back to clear some of the space. Can actually spot him out. But I just feel like, yeah, with only 10 seconds left, this is going to be a tricky one. 2 players watching for his exit. Kira, at the very least, it ain't him a frag. There's the second. The round is already done and dusted. But at least Rarga's found the scoreboard.
Yeah, right. First 3 kills of the game, and not really much impact at all. And now, actually, this might be a little bit worse because now he's on Pi Watch. So,
that's true. Did not consider that.
Yep. Yeah, that's, you shouldn't have gotten it. You should have just got yourself the 2 and yeah. But excellent round there off of, I mean, that's incredible intuition to just swing immediately off of that judge, because it just exudes so much pressure. And to be honest, look, you know what? At least they're in high spirits. Halftime here. XLG managing to get 5 rounds. And I mean, to be honest, like we mentioned before the game started, it's not really the best result, just given the fact that this is such an attack-sided map. But they're going to have to stabilize. They're going to have to talk it out here. Avoya wants to kind of get things reset, get everyone back into high gear. And I mean, they are still, XLG is still certainly a dangerous squad here. Obviously, we know that to be the case, as Rarga has, you know, a lot of those kind of aggressive lines that you would expect a player like that to have on defense. So kind of want to see how that ends up playing out.
We shall see indeed. I do feel like the AG comp favors the attacking side more though, as well.
I agree.
I mean, listen, we say, oh, Haven's an attacker side map. It also comes down to the individual matchup, right? Like,
of course,
these things are never a guarantee, never a certainty. And maybe, just maybe, XLG will be able to bring us back in, and we'll be off in time to watch VCT EMEA.
Yeah,
only one way to find out, of course, and it's to get into the second half. Exactly what we're doing. All gamers wasting no time with some of this A control, immediately in through lobby, and find it on a deeper line through A main. Stun's perfect to force him to rendezvous away, and Shrimp down on 22 is also going to retreat away from this angle. Problem for XLG though is they've cleared that A space. They've left B open.
Yeah, they've tapped the spike, but they're looking to just come out of the smoke together here and potentially pivot C, but Happy Way and No Man are on the case. GRQ as well, looking to make a go of it. There's no way that this ends up happening. 2v3 now, spike dropped. Vangear looking to get these kills, and he's good for it, but so is Rarga. Now all they've got to do is trade. Happy Way, Rarga, last 2 to stand. Vangear literally just sitting at 22 HP and can't get it done.
That's a big double kill from Rarga to open up the second half. Finally, some impact frags, not just once the round had already been and done. Well, I don't even know how GRQ got into Heaven there. It must have been through that B push. and all the way through Link. At the end, it doesn't end up carrying much consequence.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, that was exactly what the doctor ordered for XLG. They needed that huge pistol round, but now they just got to focus on not getting ecoed.
Yeah. And in VCT China, easier said than done.
Right.
Let's face it, so many thrifties.
Honestly, this is quite dangerous as XLG leaving A. Smokes are down, but Lysor's the only one here.
Yeah, just the one guy. He's up on an elevated angle, but we've seen him punished on these before.
Yep,
there goes the paranoia. Oh, yep, hello, finally spotted. Still gets away with it. He's got Leo in to back him up. There's the assistance from No Man 2. Absolutely cutting them down. And it's a flawless full house for XLG.
And you know what? What I think happened was Lysor said, you know what? I got this. Leave me alone on this site. I'm getting 3. And he got 3. But even beyond that, I really think it wasn't a huge deal, just simply because there were so many people just ready to converge on All Gamers if they ended up hitting the site. But I don't want to see that kind of frustration from these All Gamers players. The score is tied up. It is not like there is, you know, some sort of crazy lead here for XLG, but that could certainly change if the mental shifts. So, gotta hope that they can keep their mental in check here, not get frustrated. Of course, this bonus round is a round that All Gamers expect to win. That's the real question, right? Yeah, spike delay here. Interesting. Yeah, and to be perfectly honest, I loved that position from Lysor over on B because it gave so much info as to where the entirety of AG was going. You saw that as soon as that happened, as soon as he like read the fact that that one player was shifting, 3 players rotated over to A, but I mean, unfortunately, still weren't able to come up with it. Kira managing to find 2 there, and you know, of course, XLG unable to maintain or gain a lead, rather. But of course, the first gun round of the game on equal footing is a really, really important one. Could shift the tide completely. Interesting. Absolutely. And not a whole lot of info gain. Obviously, that wall is going to provide some info, but maybe potentially it's weird because no one's really entering. The timing is just not great.
Oh my
God.
God.
Leo is just standing there menacingly.
Did a bit more than standing, to be honest. He held left click as well and did it perfectly.
Oh, yeah.
Kira now on the site, looking for a bit more space, but With red time incoming, it's Raga to seal the deal.
I mean, that was a really weird hit. I just wasn't a fan of that at all because they used info, they used the neon wall, and then literally they just kind of swung one by one out of the smoke. It was very, very strange. I don't know what the plan was there exactly, but results in XLG claiming that first gun round. Like I said, a very important one to boot. Is now all gamers in a situation where they are choosing to force, and if they lose this one, then the momentum is just so solidly in XLG's favor.
Riding high, for sure. But again, it's another eco round. It's another situation where AG have crept up through B. Trying to take space towards A. Paranoia will force Fangir off of the line, but not for long. A Headhunter certainly hitting its mark. The trades coming in back and forth, a 3-on-3 situation. That kill feed looking like a chessboard right now. XLG looking to find checkmate in this position. With a kill onto GRQ, it becomes all the more likely. Shrimp expending that utility. Shock darts aplenty, but they hit! And the rifle comes up with the goods as well.
Shrimp! Insane stuff! What in the world? I don't know how he managed to get that kill with the shock dart. I've got to see that in the replay.
What on earth was that from Shrimp? Such a big player for all gamers, and he showcases it again. Look at how low they were. Havoya very, very unpleased.
Yep. He is not amused right now, and for good reason, because there's absolutely no universe in which you should be falling to a shock dart there, especially given the fact that Shrimp had already thrown one. You know he has multiple.
I mean, I guess maybe you just don't expect him to send the second one straight away. Think maybe you can sneak a half in, I guess. I mean, to be honest, I was surprised when I saw that he used both of them instantly, but apparently the correct play to make. So that's why he's on the stage and I'm just shouting into a microphone.
Info gained though, and that is a huge pick from Fangir as Raga does fall. GRQ though finding the trade as well, but Happy Way, good on him to manage to get one with that bandit. Rest of XLG looking to just play as patiently as possible.
I'm scared now.
Yep.
For the side of XLG, that's one of those rounds that can be a massive tilter. Games do have to get a bit of a shift on here, though, towards the C site in the end of things. And No Man's backside, he's taken down Shrimp. That is the player who had the spike being taken down, but retakes that space and gets that in the ground. Now a 2-on-3 retake situation. Lysor makes it possible. And now Bai and Leo, they've completely crept past each other. Neither player has any idea. It's only when Leo takes down GRQ that the penny drops. And now Bai, sat backside, is in a 1-on-1. Spots Lysor, nails him through the head.
I mean, that round got so much closer than it should have. I will just be so honest with you. Obviously, XLG not able to come out on top there, but I mean, what a shot from Fangir, though. I mean, honestly, if he didn't get that kill, maybe looking at a completely different round. And that's a great shot from Bai. Even looking into CT there, understanding that you could definitely... Lysor could definitely be popping out from Garage still. Not one way is just so strong. And the pit being invested here as well. Obviously, Happy Way, the only person on the site, and he's going to be spotted out, jumping around. Here comes the overdrive. Pit down.
XLG overwhelmed here on the C site. Raga.
Whoa!
Hello. Where even
sorry?
was that? A
through the
wall-bang
wall?
headshot through the wall with the operator, and now the Hunter's Fury coming online for a double. It's the captain once again to wrest back control for XLG. Now they are man to the good. A 3-on-2. Fangir, his tour de force from main, completely shut out of this for now with that fast lane coming in. Hunter's Fury from main as well. Shrimp trying to cut them down. Here comes that sniper rifle. It's just Shrimp. He can't do enough. XLG back within one.
Lysor finally redeeming himself after that one round in B. Literally the same situation as before. I'm getting deja vu. I mean, that right there.
I'm getting dizzy from this game.
Literally.
That's what I'm getting.
I honestly thought that round was lost after we saw Happy Wave fall, but what the use of the Hunter's Fury, especially right after that insane shot through the wall. I mean, that's just so unlucky, and yeah, it's gonna pop a timeout after that one.
But you know, maybe we have to send a little get well soon card to the death there. ED101.
Yep.
Not quite
yeah, I mean,
the happiest. But listen, this is again, it's exactly like Summit, really, where it's just developing into chaos. I guess maybe devolving would be the better word, but either way, the ends of these rounds have been absolute bedlam as we're reaching the closing moments of the map here. And AG have to win this game, win here on Haven if they want to stay in the game, if they want to push us to a decider. That's what's at stake here.
Of course, in reality right now, the pressure is on all gamers, and that's the reason why they are trying so hard. They're popping these timeouts. They're just trying to make sure they are on the same page. But I mean, that's it. They are pretty much out of timeouts after this one, so pretty much their last opportunity. But Rarga starting off strong. That's a great op kill there, and is going to go ahead and slide right back to safety. This is the strong side. This is where the stack is. They don't want to reveal that, though.
Suddenly, it all goes quiet here on Haven. Hauntingly so after those opening exchanges. All gamers eyeing up the B site once more.
Yeah,
There's a
inserting
turret in the corner, but nothing else really from XLG to contest this.
There goes the top of the spike. GRQ inserted onto A, ready for it, but Lysor is there as well, still anticipating someone being inserted, and gets rewarded for it. Happyway as well gets a kill, and here comes another tap of the spike. And at this point, all XLG need to do is just maintain position. They need to play patient, and they absolutely do. There goes the spike. And now Shrimp in a world of hurt. 1v5 with nothing but a Guardian and a Dream. Sitting on B. And there's virtually no time left to do anything.
Yeah, not really much else to do. So, again, deja vu from Summit here, Nobi. It's now 10 rounds to 10. And you'd think that not much can really separate these teams, but through the second half, it does feel like XLG have been the ones with a leg up. 5 rounds to 3 after the switch, and they are just growing into this map.
I think they've done an excellent job thus far on defense, and they've been rewarded in kind. Now No Man has the lockdown as well to either prevent someone from the team from getting into the site or retake. That's going to be a strong one. There's nothing to counter it. No Hunter's Fury available or anything like that, so that might pose a significant problem. as XLG holding these very strong lines. You can see Rarga just chilling here. Drone is coming out. It's going to spot him out on that choke. And as you can see, yeah, Rarga is gone. He's going to reposition over to Heaven.
I mean, I don't mind it, to be honest, with the operator as well. Feels like fairly strong spot. He's 9-4, by the way, since finding his first kill of the map. 0-11 the scoreline previously to that, so certainly found his footing here on the defensive half. Happy way wary of that middle presence as well, but two players trying to creep on through. They've both been spotted by Lysor. That's absolutely massive. And the lockdown towards A-Link. GRQ tries to try and clear it with his run it back, but instead it doesn't catch anything. And now a player detained. GRQ's been spotted.
Wait a minute.
Trying to run him down, and the kills flood in as the kill feed lights up green. A snake bite in the middle of that to get the final touches as well. XLG now back with the lead and 2 away from the series victory.
Yeah, that is just so rough. Lysor able to get incredible value and incredible awareness of the fact that there may be one player. I certainly don't think he expected more than one, but just to wait there, expecting someone to walk up and do some sort of late mid lurk. You can see, I mean, that won them the round, to be honest, because if he hadn't expected that, if he hadn't anticipated it, the double flank could have been utterly devastating for them, but they read it, rewarded for it. That op, and once again proved to be very punishing. Paranoia is good. No man managing to land a shot.
Oh, and Rarga as well. Getting involved in that action. It's GRQ on the site itself. The real shining star for all gamers. But soon he's cut down, as is the rest of the team.
XLG
Mr. 3K's done it again. And XLG are on at match point.
They have got to continue along. They're just trying their best to continue along with the momentum. No man getting huge value with that op, and I was a little bit worried, but Happy Way managing to land that shot. Yeah, the classic kill as well. Ay. And now all gamers kind of in a shaky situation. Shrimp even not able to full buy up as a bulldog, and it's just looking rough for them right now. Just not even beyond the economy, beyond anything else, just the mental of the team looks to be shaken up a little bit.
This is when XLG are at their scariest, I think. It's when things aren't necessarily going their way, at least initially, but they still have that mentality to continue fighting back. No man again with that operator inside the garage. Finds the first onto Fangir. And has completely cut out the idea of any kind of C presence from all gamers. 3 players now in A main. Jump spot from Lysor. Now Paranoia as well.
And you can see the expectation for XLG is still that all gamers is going to hit A, and for at least the moment they've guessed right. That Paranoia forcing them to delay their hit and kind of stopping them in their tracks here. Spam is out. Does some great hit damage, and that stun is good as well. Rarga with a kill, looking for more. They want to close this one out. There's only 2 left. It's GRQ and Shrimp.
And look at the time. Just 15 seconds remaining for all gamers to claw this back. GRQ, his ult is there, prepared, ready for. The boys in blue find what they need to dig deep, to claim Haven for themselves, to win 2-0.
And digging in deep is exactly what they did. They started out that map, and honestly, a pretty bad situation. They managed to claw their way back. We knew Rarga was like 0-11, 0-12 before getting his first kills. yeah, and somehow manages to keep his composure, gets huge value, and yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. He turned it around.
I honestly, maybe unbelievably so, has been able to shift things in his favor.
I mean, credit where credit is due, 100%. That's
And we saw a big step up from No Man as well towards the end of this game with some of the performances we'd seen from him earlier on in the stage, particularly against TEC, and just general comments about inconsistency. There we go. I did see some people maybe calling for his head in some of the fans, but hopefully the performance like today has swayed him onto their sides. There we go, get the flag the right way up, and
there you go.
XLG celebrating their win on the stage, thanking the fans and the crowd here in Changsha. I mean, what a arena to be in. The interviews, the guest interviews that they've had as well said it feels like a Masters here. And you can certainly see that. So many fans, the stage absolutely surrounded. And feeling on top of the world, you would think. 2-1 now in the group, XLG. One step further to securing one of the top 2 seeds and avoiding play-ins altogether. 3rd through 6th, you have to fight still after the group stage with tier 2 teams in the mix to make it to playoffs. So they...
XLG 获得了本场比赛的胜利，我们也邀请到了 Happyway 选手来接受采访，欢迎。
Hello， 大家好，我是 XLG Happyway。
是的，目前其实 Omega 的小组积分咬的还是比较死的嘛，因为我们看到赛前你们和 AG 都是1胜1负的状态。那其实今天赛前在后台，我们看到你们和 AG 的队员是有说有笑的，在后台踢起了足球，能不能和我们分享一下今天进入比赛的心情是什么样，心态是什么样的？
其实这应该是我第一次那么晚才开始打比赛吧，然后其实到后面其实有点累，但还好我队友们的状态放得好，然后能让我到后面找到我状态之后才能发挥出来。
对，赛前的这些小插曲可能也帮助你们更好的松弛下来面对这场比赛，因为也是一场持久战嘛。那你觉得今天大家的这种好心态在帮助你们发挥方面起到了什么作用呢？
我觉得相较于第一场打 TEC 的时候，我觉得大家现在的气氛都非常的好。在这种活跃的气氛下面，我觉得大家的沟通跟补枪效率那些都比以往来得更好。
就是打得更加的活跃了。那一起来聊一下今天的比赛内容吧。因为在图一天数云雀，我们看到你和刘一手组成的海神和幽影双人组合确实打出了很不错的发挥，你们的个人数据都是名列前茅的。也想问一下，你觉得你们的这个双烟阵容选择相较于其他的选择有什么不可替代性，或者说能更好的帮助你们打出哪些方面的优势？
因为我们觉得海神这个英雄应该算是上位版的贤者，所以然后我们就觉得在使用老手在海神上面的发挥也是特别的亮眼，所以我们基本上就选择大家彼此喜欢的英雄，然后有各自的发挥。对。
是的，最适合你们的可能才能够最好的帮助你们去发挥出你们自己的东西。那聊一下，因为这一周的比赛看下来，可能一开始 XLG 还是比较起伏的，但随着比赛的进行，也看到你个人比较起伏的状态一点一点的找回来了。所以你是怎么快速去调整的？
我也没有特别去调整嘛。
They didn't adjust too much. He didn't do too much. They just needed to play a couple games and get used to it. get used to like the rhythm of.
逐渐适应了赛场的节奏，可能队友他们比较活跃的 3K， 加上今天老手四杀的这个手势，也有激励到你，有点带动你的状态。那最后的话，下一场比赛你们也将面对到 BLG， 那他们刚刚取得了自己的连胜，加上他们之前有说过他们将一场不输进入到季后赛。那现在没有办法，你们成为了他们的这个拦路虎，有什么话想对他们说？
He says they're probably not going to be able to not lose any games anymore.
一个小小的狠话给到对面。那刚才观众席其实也有一点小小的反应，相信大家都非常期待下一场他们和 BLG 的交锋。也是再次感谢 Happy 的选手。接下来也让我们用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录。来看一下镜头，3、2、1。
and
好的，感谢。
I mean.
今天在赛场我们同样有抽奖的环节，接下来
absolutely incredible. In terms of obviously you can see just so much more confident in general in terms of the way they're playing. You can see, you heard him say that there's a lot more confidence and trust in Lysor's Harbor. A lot more confidence and trust.
Yeah, for sure, but. It's fair to say that there's still some squeaky bum time happening for XLG. Certainly a very hard-fought win.
Oh yeah.
But again, against a team like All Gamers, you honestly are hard-pressed to take a victory 2-0. This is, I think, for all intents and purposes, despite some of the scrappiness, some of the mistakes that we saw, a very good showing from them.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is definitely a much better than we previously saw them. I think there's definitely a lot of improvement. And you know what? I am starting to believe a little bit more in the shout of confidence in the team overall. And as long as they continue to improve themselves, do better in scrims, show that they are truly practicing and improving on the comps that they're choosing on these maps, I think they're, you know, especially by the end of the stage, can end up having, you know, like being one of the strongest teams in the region overall. I mean, obviously, we know, I think at the moment, Tyloo, EDG, you know, the teams that, you know, we are expecting to be, you know, in the upper echelon of the region are XLG are one of those teams, and, you know, had a rough start, but are now, of course, finding themselves in a much better position. Now they are, at the moment, second in the region. And let's go ahead and see what the comms are like in these games.
Fighting. Outside. Only one. Almost Heaven. Heaven, jump. Nice. They're gonna fall. I'm only one more. No need open yet. Planning. I tried one down. CD, jumper. There's no flank, I think. No flank. I'm stunned. CD. Pick up Leo. Yeah, Leo, go hold. I'll jiggle Heaven. TP back. Again. No need hold. Same. Exact same. Don't spend bullets. Exact same, guys. CD. Very good. Go boys. Oi, nice. 射杀。乘2。C push. Go A. Sorry. One man. It's over. I'm gonna recon side. I saw Heaven. Nice. Let's show. You got tag. Oh my, I didn't see it. CD out, 1 HP. Let me get? No. It's okay. Far away. Okay, ready?
3K! 3K. But it's not No Man the MVP, it's Lysor again. This time with a 367 ACS performance with 10 multi-kills across 23 rounds throughout this map. Again, he is an unbelievably skilled player, and it was all across the map as well. But we look at the C site, especially, he was farming.
Yeah, literally the entire series this guy was farming, and again, brought inherent value every single location. You can see the majority of his kills sat on A because honestly, he was just like literally every time they went into that site, it kind of just seemed like he had their number. The usage, honestly, specifically of the paranoia was really, really good. We even saw it on one of the, like towards the latter half of the game where literally it was used and it pretty much just prevented them from hitting the site entirely, allowed the rotations to come in. It was just so well timed. So, and I feel like that's been the case in large part every single round and every single game. So, you know what? Props to Lysor. If this guy continues playing like that, XLG are in good hands.
He was hitting some nasty shots throughout this game. Like some of those in the replays there, I forgot how insane some of these shots were. But just always so good for it. The long highlight package, this, isn't it? He's
yeah, right?
He did quite a bit throughout the map.
Post this one. Post that one on social media.
Yeah, there you go. 30 kills. Again, shout outs to Shrimp and GRQ who really did so much. But I also want to talk about Raga because we were saying, you know, 0-11, this guy's not having a good performance. And then since that point, 13-6 in terms of the KD, obviously, you know, 13-17 overall, but still a good recovery. And I think this is a victory that wouldn't have happened without Raga stepping up to the plate.
I agree, and ends up actually by the end doing better than his counterpart Bai, which is honestly very, very impressive. So, like you said, like credit to Raga for keeping his head in the game. I mean, being 0-11, especially in a pro match with so many stakes, it's got to affect you in a lot of ways. So that's extremely impressive. But solid XLG 2-0 there. Both games incredibly close. I feel like especially Summit could have gone either way. Especially Summit it came down to a lot of clutch rounds from either team, and you know it's credit where credit is due.
Yeah, definitely. We also, I guess, have to look at the champs point standings as well. Obviously, PaperX already confirmed to be at Champions Shanghai, even if they don't make top 2 in Pacific. Don't make it to the grand final this stage. Already secured because of the champs points, and with all gamers losing here today, EDG are now one step closer to seeing the same thing happen for them. They all they need to do tomorrow is to beat JDG, and they are locked for champions. Obviously, a home region champs, all very, very exciting, but they will be mathematically confirmed tomorrow. And obviously, right now it's like, well, they're probably gonna make it, but it's not confirmed mathematically. So just one more win, one more champ point that they need really to guarantee that they cannot be overtaken by at least 2 teams. So let's look at some of the statistics across the day. We already saw the results there. Titan Esports Club getting defeated by Billy 2-1. And we've got a couple Billy players in the top 5, but taking that #1 spot, perhaps unsurprisingly, is Lysor.
Yeah, average KDA of 2.47. Utterly insane. Yeah, that is just nuts. And a 300 ACS as well, 303. That is also just as insane. Yeah, that extra 3
is really important. You better
seriously. Yeah, right.
Stay on top of that. But here are the group standings as well to bring you through with the matches today. XLG move up to 2nd. All gamers stay in 4th place. Billy as well. I think they probably only need, I would imagine they need just one more win to secure themselves into the playoffs as well. So that's the sort of geography about where they're standing, looking towards Group Alpha, which didn't play today, but will be getting plenty of showcase tomorrow. Tyloo at the top of the board with a 4-0 record. So tomorrow's matches then for you. It's another 3-match day, so make sure you set your clocks nice and early. 8 AM UK time, 9 AM European time is when the first match will be starting. Trace Esports taking on Nova Esports, then DRG Wolves, and closing out the day with EDG JDG. And remember, that final match very, very important when we look towards Champions qualification.
Absolutely. Group Omega, one of the most competitive groups that I've seen in a while in a stage. It genuinely, within the kind of the middle of the pack there, it kind of seems like a toss-up as to who's going to make it. And it is objectively way more competitive because only the top 2 teams are making it into playoffs, whereas beforehand it was the top 3. So it is just generally a much more entertaining situation than before. So I can't wait to find out. Obviously, that exciting 3-match day tomorrow. So like Charlotte said, set your clocks. I can't wait for it.
2 hours earlier. Goodness me.
Yep. Yeah. It's real early for me. I think it's like 3 AM as an East Coast man.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. But there we go. Do not be deceived as well. It's XLG 2-0 at the top of the screen, just to make sure that we have all of our geography set and done. But that is everything that we have for you today. Thank you all very much for joining us for this, what ended up being a fairly long day of VCT China, actually, despite the fact that this last series didn't go to a 3rd map. I believe EMEA has already started, so we don't want to hold you for too much longer. Thank you, Nobi, for casting with me. We've had, obviously, Moon on translation, Mr. Foxy doing prod, and Tanka Nakamask earlier as well, casting for you all. Without further ado, we're going to send it off. So thanks for watching. See you tomorrow, and goodbye.
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on.